Good morning and welcome. We are at the Listener Auditorium at George Washington University for the start of the 2018 Humans to Mars Summit, brought to you by Explore Mars. And I'm Matt Kaplan, thrilled to be back for a third year hosting this live webcast, which will take us over the next 2.5 days of absolutely packed program here at Listener at GWU. I am the host of Planetary Radio for the Planetary Society, and we are on very good terms with the Explore Mars folks. We share a lot of goals, and so very happy to be participating once again here today. Hope that you will be able to stick with us through as much of the next 2.5 days as possible. And of course, this will all be available on demand later on, but there is something special about doing all of this live. And we are just beginning to see the crowd arrive on this early Tuesday morning here at GWU. Our speakers are gathering backstage, and we have an amazing collection of speakers, even just on this first day. Some really terrific people to look forward to, including Vint Cerf, the no big deal, the inventor of the internet, and a lot of other terrific speakers, pretty much all of them among that group of men and women who are leading our exploration, our expansion into the final frontier. Of course, over the next 2.5 days, we're going to be targeting Mars in particular. And even though this is the Humans to Mars conference or summit, there'll be much more talk about Martian science and really science across the solar system. And I wouldn't be surprised if we don't hear a little bit about things going on beyond the solar system, at least out to exoplanets, planets circling other stars. And I think we're getting pretty close to the formal start of the program here. I'm going to lean over for a second and leave my light so that I can grab that program, because I want to talk to you about some highlights, something I forgot to do earlier. We will be going pretty much 8 to 5 or 8:30 to 5 today and tomorrow. And then on Thursday, we will finish a little bit early, finishing at noon, but that is far from the end of the H2M Summit, because what will happen is that a lot of the people who have been participating in the summit will make their way over to Capitol Hill and start making some visits to Congress people to talk to them about the priority that is shared by pretty much everybody who attends this event. But you may be surprised to know that it is also a popular topic among a vast number of Congress people and their staffs on the Hill. Since space, as my boss, Bill Nye, the science guy, likes to say, space brings out the best in us. And certainly Mars would be a good part of that. Just looking ahead at some of what's coming up today, a congressional panel, speaking of members of Congress, headed by Scott Hubbard of Stanford University. Ed Perlmutter and Bill Posey, those Congress people, will be joining us at 9 a.m. Eastern Time today. All of these times are Eastern. At 9:30, key decisions on the path to Mars. And that's going to be moderated by my favorite, or one of my favorite space journalists, Jeff Faust. And it goes on from there. I have a session at 10 o'clock about international collaboration. Hope you'll stay with us, as I said, all day. I'm told we're ready now to go to the stage to get the program started. And that means we'll be talking or hearing from the president of Explore Mars, Artemis Westenberg, and Chris Carberry, the leader of Explore Mars.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, as Matt said, I'm Chris Carberry, CEO of Explore Mars. So welcome to the 2018 Humans to Mars Summit. It's going to be a really impressive event this year, if we say so ourselves. Really packed event this year, as you may have noticed in the agenda. During our planning committee meetings, I told people that I'd probably loosen up the program this year, and they just rolled their eyes and laughed at me. Apparently, their gut feelings were correct. We have 111 speakers this year. So as you can imagine, it's going to be very challenging to keep the program going. So we're going to be very strict in trying to keep all the programming, all the panels moving. And for people coming up to ask questions, we're only going to allow 30 seconds to ask your question. So if you're going to ask a question, assuming we have time on each session, try to be as efficient as possible. So any speakers who are in the audience, try to come backstage to this door about 15 minutes before your talk so we can make sure to get you all mic'd up with your lavalier mics or whatever other equipment you may need. You all should have received the folders, your registration folders. You all, of course, have the program in it. You also have the Humans to Mars 2018 Humans to Mars report that just was released today, which Joe Cassidy will be explaining in a few minutes. You'll also notice you have these Mars 2033 stickers right here. And we're going to, hopefully you can pull these out, because during our first congressional panel, as you may have seen, Congressman Perlmutter often uses these ones at congressional hearings, and we'd love to get a group picture with people holding up the Mars 2033 stickers. So throughout the day, you'll also notice that we're going to have various VR demonstrations downstairs and upstairs. We'll have HP Home Planet, Mars Home Planet. We're going to have a NASA demonstration, Aerojet Rocketdyne, and some others that you'll see up in the front lobby, but also downstairs as well. You'll also notice throughout the event, we're going to have over 200 students here. Most of them have not arrived yet, but we have actually more than 200 students coming to this event. And then during the day today and throughout the afternoon, we're going to have 2 side workshops with students. The Challenger Center is running a workshop. I believe later this morning that Janet Ivey from Janet's Planet is also running one. So we're doing parallel workshops, STEM workshops, and then the students are going to come into the audience a bit later. So you'll see a lot of young faces in here throughout the day. If you haven't signed up for, we still have a little bit of space left for tomorrow evening's off-site reception, as well as tomorrow afternoon's lunch. So if you might be interested, if you haven't registered for that, you can register at the registration desk off in the right-hand corner as well, but there are only a few spaces left for both of those events. There is Wi-Fi. There are instructions out there, but generally, if you just link on to GW Connect and follow instructions, that will get you there. And so also, if you want to come to, haven't registered for the Seat 25 premiere tonight, we hope you'll come. It's got a great movie. We have the director and the actors from that, as well as some other great folks talking about it, so you don't want to miss that movie. At any rate, so I want to also thank our sponsors, of course, as every year we can't run the conference without them. Our platinum sponsor, Boeing, our gold sponsor, Lockheed Martin, silver sponsor, Aerojet Rocketdyne, bronze sponsor, Orbital ATK, the webcast sponsor, NIA, National Institute of Aerospace, our visual media, our virtual reality sponsor, HP Mars Home Planet, patron sponsor, UTSP Aerospace Systems, Continental Breakfast sponsors, Honeywell today, Paragon tomorrow, media sponsor, Space News, supporter sponsor, ULA, friends sponsors, N-Science, MDA, and BWXT. And you'll also notice we have 3 beverage sponsors. Actually, we have 4, one that's not listed there. Ardbeg Scotch, which you'll see at our reception tomorrow night, Olson Wine, Cotton and Reed Distillery. We also have Mars Needs Shiraz, which will be the reception wine tonight. And so there are also a whole bunch of other partner sponsors. I particularly want to mention one being the Space Policy Institute, who hosts us here. So thank you very much. And want to also, of course, especially thank the Challenger Center for doing their workshop, as well as Janet Ivey for her STEM workshop as well. But we have a whole bunch of other partners you can see in your program. So thank you all for helping to support this program. But without further ado, I want to introduce the president of Explore Mars, Artemis Westenberg, who will get the program going.
Thank you, Chris. Welcome, all of you here in the audience and everyone online. In 2013, when I opened the conference, the Humans to Mars Summit, the first one then, I asked you a question. Is putting humans on Mars possible? Because we were all dreaming about it, but was it really possible? And I also asked, if not, what technology do we need to work on to make it happen? At the end of that 3-day conference, all you experts came back to me and said, Mars is hard, but doable. Since then, we've come a long way. We have weathered storms of political change. We've weathered storms, literally. Now I have a new question, a new assignment, if you like. Can we unite, all of us on Earth, to achieve this goal of humans on Mars together? As sending humans to Mars is not just something you strive to say, hey, we did it. Sending humans to Mars is a challenge on a global scale. It is how humanity will become a multi-planet species. Now, there are people that say that we can't do it. We can't go to Mars unless there is a space race, a competition to pit ourselves against each other, a fight. But I say there is a competition against those who say we can't do it, a fight against our past selves as well, our past selves who weren't as civilized as we are nowadays, I hope, and who were, involved with things like genocide, slave trading, and all the other bad things that we humans have been known for thousands of years. I really hope we are evolving beyond that. Because going to Mars is showing we are better than those people. We're also better than the people who needed a space race to go to the moon. I dare you all to be better than our past selves. And I know that it can be done. This is not about creating a space race. It is the race to space, yes, sure enough, to Mars, but for all of us, with all of us. Putting humans on Mars is about who we will have to become as a species in order to pull it off. If I look around at this room, and I know also online, then I know there are representatives of basically all nations on this planet. Nations who have the technology, also the will, and the funding. All it needs now is the guts to go it together. Let's hope we can do it, and let's do it. Now I have the great pleasure to announce our first speaker, Joe Cassidy, who is the Executive Vice President of Explore Mars and as such part of the Board of Directors. And he and the rest of the directors, that's a group of very smart and dedicated people that I find myself in league with, and that's a pleasure. Joe specifically, the others are absolutely great too, but I'm talking about Joe right now. Joe brings his immense knowledge of space engineering and the space business in general to our group. Couple that with Joe's positive outlook, and sending humans to Mars indeed becomes doable, a surmountable challenge. This attitude, I believe, makes Joe also the right person to tell us where we stand vis-à-vis Mars and humans on Mars right now, as it has been summarized in the Humans to Mars report of 2018. Joe, tell us about it.
Thank you. Well, I hope I can live up to that introduction. So let me just add my welcome to the 2018 Humans to Mars Summit. It's nice to have you all here, and especially to all of you out there watching on the webcast. I'm going to give you a sneak peek at the Humans to Mars report. Now, those of you here have a copy of this in your folder, so you can take it and peruse it in much more detail than what I'll be able to share with you here this morning. But I'll just try to run you through it and give you the highlights this morning of Humans to Mars Report 2018, or as we affectionately call it, H2MR 2018. So let's start with, let's see, I guess I have control. Let's start with Mars science. We lead off usually in this Mars report with Mars science because it's obviously a critical component of getting humans to Mars. And it's something we're seeing more and more as we're making this real progress, that we're working together more. And I'll speak to that in our findings a little bit at the end of this section. But one of the things that I think Artemis referred to as we're better people now, we've learned that working together is the only way to accomplish difficult goals. And we're even seeing that's true within our industry and NASA teams. And so while we used to maybe think about robots and humans as competing, now we understand that robots and humans are really necessary and integral parts of all of the important discoveries that we need to go out and make in order to make this possible. And just to summarize a little bit from the chart that you see up here, and this is part of what we'll present in the report, today, right now on Mars, there are 6 orbiters flying around the planet, and several of those are international, including one from India, which is pretty impressive that we're now beginning to bring in other nations. We also have 2 rovers on the surface, and all of those are sending back data on almost a continuous basis. So we're learning every day about the planet. I can go online today and I can tell you that the high temperature on Mars yesterday was 19 degrees Fahrenheit. It's taking right now about 6.5 minutes for radio signals to go to Mars with a one-way light, light speed, and then of course 6 minutes to come back. We're getting close to Mars. Mars is going to be very close this summer, so if you look up in the night sky this summer, you'll have a great chance to observe Mars, and I recommend that highly to you as well. But in the next 10 years, we'll see additional surface missions. One of the key things, we're going to try to go and locate resources. We want to find out where these ice deposits are and where they're very accessible. That's going to be a big determinant of where we want to land humans, because we want to have access to good resources like water. We also need to replace some of the communications relays that are out there, because the orbiters are getting a little bit old, and we need to keep that data coming back from the surface. But probably the biggest key thing that we're trying to do in the next 10 years is accomplish something that we've talked about for an awful long time, and we think we can do it now, and that is get a Mars sample return mission mounted where we actually go to the surface of Mars, bring back surface samples to Earth so we can study them here on Earth. So our findings really are that we do need to complete that round trip, and that's to fulfill a decadal survey top priority, which is the Mars sample return. We'd like to determine how the subsurface ice is distributed so that it's easy to reach. Obviously, MRO is the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, and it's the one that we really need to do something about replacing. And then lastly, I think our finding that we see is encouraging NASA to embrace even stronger collaboration between the mission directorates, human exploration, and the science mission directorate. We're seeing that happening, but we think that's a really good thing and a trend that we'd like to see continue. So going on to our next topic in the report, architectures and systems. Now this is where we really start to get into something else that I find very exciting, and that is we're going from the robotic exploration, which is precursor, very important fundamental stuff that we need to know to help us send humans to Mars, to actually building the hardware that's going to do it. And so what you see on this chart is a couple examples on the top of Lockheed Martin and Boeing looking at architectures and systems that would be used to take humans out to Mars. In the case of the Lockheed Martin example, it's an orbiting platform around Mars that has, if you look on either end there, there's 2 sort of shuttlecock-shaped vehicles that are sortie vehicles that could go down to the surface for short stays, while the remainder of the complex stays in orbit around Mars and supports the crew and allows them to do important studies of Mars from Mars orbit, including potentially teleoperating rovers on the surface. The other side, you see what we've all come to kind of embrace as sort of a big picture architectural view with a big swoop, and it goes past the moon, you'll notice. One of the things we're really beginning to understand is that the moon can be a very interesting place for us to go and prove out a lot of our systems. And on the lower part of the chart, on either side, you see a couple of examples of something we're calling the Gateway, which is a place that can orbit the moon, give us a destination for Orion to go visit with crew, and we can put systems on board that we need to work on to prove out the life support and other key elements that we're going to need for these 1,000-day class missions to send humans to Mars. So a couple of concepts there are shown in orbit around the moon. And then finally, in the center on the bottom, is the architecture concept of SpaceX. And in this case, they're really looking at something that kind of takes all of the functions of the in-space elements, including the transfer to Mars, the landing on Mars, and the ascent from Mars, and puts it into one vehicle. And so this vehicle is refuelable. It's launched into Earth orbit on the rocket known as the BFR, and then refueled in Earth orbit, where it makes the journey to Mars, and then also ascends from Mars and returns to Earth. So it's designed to sort of do all these things in one functional vehicle. Our recommendations coming out of this part is that there are a number of challenges that are remaining. Entry, descent, and landing on to the surface of Mars is a critical challenge. We need to understand where these resources are, as we mentioned in the science section. So we think that we need to place special emphasis on these particular areas and begin working on those right away, and especially where we can take advantage of things that have significant value for both lunar exploration as well as the exploration of Mars. In terms of the gateway, we think one other aspect of it that needs to be examined is that it is useful potentially as an aggregation site to bring together these elements that you can see in some of these architectures in preparation for human missions to Mars. And then finally, we see that collaboration between NASA, industrial, commercial, and international stakeholders should focus on a unified, achievable, and sustainable approach to a human mission to Mars. So we're always looking at things, even when we're going out and working around the moon, we're looking at things that feed forward to Mars. Some of those things that we need to work on are in the human health and performance area. And there's really three major areas that we're looking at there. One is learning to close the loop with the life support and the crew systems. And an example of that is shown on the chart that you see here. That's Peggy Whitson on board the space station with some vegetables grown right there on the space station. And that's really important because if you're out in space for 1,000 days, you sure don't want to be eating power bars the whole time. And the other thing is the understanding of radiation. We're going to go out into deep space. We're going to go out of our little cocoon. You know, we live underneath the Earth's magnetosphere. We're protected from a lot of that galactic cosmic radiation, even on the space station. So we need to go out there deeper into space and understand those effects, as well as the microgravity impacts on human physiology. Things like spaceflight-associated neuroocular syndrome, or SANS, which we're starting to see with astronauts who've been on the space station for a long time. It's basically a vision defect that's caused by this long duration in microgravity. Other things with radiation effects are central nervous system effects and degenerative tissue effects. And then finally, we need to look at more autonomous mission operations. I mentioned earlier, right now we're pretty close to Mars. It's about a 6-minute time delay. At the worst point, it's 12 plus. And so the crew cannot rely, as we do today, on constant contact with mission control. So they need to be more autonomous. And the autonomous crew of the future is going to need intelligent systems that provide both decision-making and execution support to ensure that the mission will be successful. And that's basically what we're showing there on the bottom of the chart. In terms of policy, I think this area is sometimes underestimated. Certainly we all recognize that we need to have support from our stakeholders in order to make this mission happen. And so we're seeing here at Explore Mars that citizen engagement is really beginning to gain traction. And you can see an example there of one of our Hill activities with some of our officers representing a broad group of citizens who just went up on the Hill to make this message known to their congressman. Certainly we're seeing more interest now from the reconstituted National Space Council. Vice President Pence is shown there speaking down at Kennedy Space Center earlier this year. We're getting direction from Congress and support from Congress. We're getting direction from the administration in terms of space policy directives. It's really, I think, we've never had a better time for space. And Mars is still the horizon goal. The moon is a path to learning how to live and operate in deep space. But we know that eventually we're heading out to Mars and beyond. I mean, there's other places in the solar system that we'll undoubtedly go to. The constancy of purpose that we've been able to achieve through this campaign of advocacy is allowing us to continue to make progress. So I think the findings that we have here, I won't spend time to go through and reiterate them. They're in the report, but it's very similar. And I think the only one I'll really spend any time on is that as we look at the lunar activities that we're planning right now, those plans should be constructed in a manner that will advance the goal of humans to Mars in the 2030s. And most importantly, they should not hinder that goal. And so finally, I'll speak for a moment about the perception element. And this is probably also a little bit of an undervalued aspect, but it's amazing right now. If you look at this chart itself is very busy. There are television series, there are movies, you're going to see some here, video games, VR, virtual reality simulations, toys, dolls, American Girl dolls now, all with Mars themes. It's amazing. There's a new immersive Mars experience. Lots of things are being planned, theme parks associated with Mars themes, and there's, at the same time, from a science standpoint, continued Mars analog missions at multiple sites around the world. So it's just really all coming together. And you see bipartisan and public support for Mars exploration is really strong. So we think the space community needs to highlight these when possible and partner with the companies that are producing these Mars-related products. And we also believe that collaboration between the space community and the entertainment industry should be strengthened and expanded. And that will help us get that message out to the broader group of people. I mean, a lot of us here today, we're kind of space geeks and we kind of know why we're here. But there's a lot of people out there. In fact, sometimes I get the question at parties, you know, what are we doing? I tell them who I work for and they say, well, what are you doing now that we don't have a space program anymore? So I have to take a little time and explain. Actually, we're just getting started. And to kind of end on a theme here, here's where we're going. This is where we can be in the 2030s. And I'm excited to say that I think we're making good progress toward that. I hope you'll read the report and find that in there. And I'll leave you with this last video, which reminds us that we really are on our way. This just happened last Saturday.
Go Atlas.
Go Centaur.
Go Insight.
5, 4, 3, 2, 0. And liftoff of the Atlas V, launching the first interplanetary mission from the West Coast. And NASA's InSight, the first outer space robotic explorer to study the interior of Mars.
Body rates continue to look good. Closed loop guidance has begun. And we have indication of payload fairing jettison. Looks like a good step.
And the payload fairing that was encapsulating the InSight spacecraft has been jettisoned. At confirmation of spacecraft separation. Behind us in the room, a lot of excited people.
We'll be on Mars for Thanksgiving. Thank you.
You know how it used to be? You had papers and then you would mislay the right paper. Now I'm doing it electronically and I mislay the right page. I mean, same trouble, just electronics. Sorry about that. I found myself. Anyway, the next panel is led by no one less than Scott Hubbard. Now, if you're involved with Mars exploration and you don't know the name Scott Hubbard, then you really need to get up to date. You know, ask the person next to you. Because can you have a Mars summit without calling on Scott Hubbard's wide experience and knowledge on the subject? I don't think so. Hence, Professor Scott Hubbard, because that's his job nowadays, professor at Stanford, is leading the congressional panels as he is one of the Mars Tsars, the former Mars Tsars, the Mars program directors. Also, of course, knows a really lot about talking to Congress, because it's not just about building your projects and funding it and doing it. It's also keeping Congress, you know, on course with you. It's part and parcel of what it takes to get robots and soon also humans to Mars. And Scott knows quite well how to do that. So Scott, if you please.
Good morning, everyone. We've got an excellent congressional panel for you this morning. Two congressmen that have been longtime supporters of space exploration, Representative Bill Posey from Florida and Representative Ed Perlmutter from Colorado. So we could not have Representative Posey join us in person. We're going to have a short video from him, but I would like to introduce from Colorado, Congressman Ed Perlmutter. Ed? So let's sit down before we begin our fireside chat. I would like to ask them to play the short message from Representative Posey. Please go ahead with that.
Thank you for inviting me to speak with you today at the Humans to Mars Summit. And thank you for all your support and your interest in space exploration, and for your efforts to push our space program to new limits with the goal of sending humans to explore Mars. I was 15 years old when Kennedy delivered his famous address declaring America's intention to go to the moon. Like so many Americans, I was inspired by the President's call, and I wanted very much to be a part of it. My goal was to put my fingerprints on the rocket that carried men to the moon. As a young man, having grown up on Florida's Space Coast, I had the unique opportunity of working on the Apollo program as an inspector with McDonnell Douglas. It was an exciting experience, and I'm humbled to have been a part of it. Since our space program's inception 60 years ago, we've accomplished so many challenging feats, such as landing humans on the moon and returning them home safely, building space shuttles to test the limits of human spaceflight, prolonged robotic exploration of Mars, launching a space-based telescope that can see far beyond our galaxy, and conducting scientific research on the International Space Station. Just a few short years ago, we had our first up-close look at Pluto, and soon we may see what lies beyond. It certainly is an exciting time for space exploration. More and more commercial space companies are popping up with new ideas and bold missions of their own. The President has reconstituted the National Space Council with Vice President Mike Pence as chair. The Senate just recently confirmed a new NASA administrator. Now, NASA will have the leadership and direction it needs to move forward with a bold new mission for human exploration. I've always believed that NASA must have a bold mission, and sending humans to explore Mars should be the goal. Now is the time to start that journey. May God bless you and all the great work you're doing, and may God continue to bless our great nation, the United States of America.
Let's thank Congressman Posey. So before we get started with our fireside chat here, we've got an audience participation element. This sticker right here is something that Congressman Perlmutter has developed. 2033, we can do this. Now, this particular sticker was carried to 19,000 feet by two NASA people, David Schumann and former astronaut, former Associate Administrator John Grunsfeld. So I'd like to present this memento to Ed. And what we want to do is we want to get a picture with you, the audience, and us up here, of everybody holding their sticker. So, Ed, you had an idea about how you want to organize this.
All right, so everybody's going to have to squeeze a little bit. Sorry about that. This really is an audience participation thing. So everybody move towards the center. And then when we finish this, then you can all go back to your seats.
Yeah, we've got to show
where's our camera person? Where's our...
Right behind you.
All right. So...
Okay.
Down here.
Okay. Okay, I don't feel comfortable leaping.
Okay. Good. You guys take instructions very well. Thank you. There's Scott. Here he comes.
From the codes. And then this lighting is all up as high as it goes. Can I get any more house light?
Okay, where's the congressman here?
As much house light as you can.
Oops. Okay, okay, Ed, here we go.
Here, you get in here. Okay.
Say Mars.
Mars.
We can do this.
Yes. Mars, we can do this.
Let's go Mars!
Go Mars! Yeah.
We're going to jump?
Yeah.
No. If we were on Mars, we could jump.
Yes.
Yeah, we can. Easy. It would be all my side warriors.
All right.
Okay,
Thank
very
you,
good.
everybody.
Thank you, Ed.
All right.
That's terrific.
That used up a lot of my time, so that's good.
So let us. Thank you. Hey, thanks
back.
everybody for that. It'll be a memento when on October 6, 2033, we land. I'll be 85, and we'll have a picture of that. So let's talk a little bit more about Mars, Ed. Okay. I was really impressed with We Can Do This. I have to say I give a lot of lectures, and the last slide I always use is a Mars base with We Can Do This. So either great minds think alike or we both got the same vision. Tell us about your vision.
Well, my vision is that, we have just tremendous talent, engineering, scientific, technical talent. And I think from a little kid on, just seeing the space program getting us to the moon, and then just kind of things slow down. And I've always felt like, okay, humans, Americans, we have in our DNA the desire to explore, to know what's on the other side of that hill. And I just felt like it's time to get going. And we talked to a couple NASA administrators a few years ago in the science committee and said, realistically, when can we get there? We should have been there by now. That's my feeling. Yeah. And, politically and financially, there's been difficulties and all that stuff. But they said 2033, because the orbits are, aligned in a good way, and put the building blocks into place to do that. And I said, well, we can do this. And they said we can do this. And I think they were, following kind of your lead on some of this stuff, too. So that's where the We Can Do This came from, and the 2033, based on some testimony we'd had in the science committee.
That's terrific. So what can the Mars community, the citizenry, working with their representatives do to advance this trip to Mars?
Well, I mean, hold conferences like this, you know, to really make sure that, you know, those that are in the business, whether it's public or private or international, that everybody starts getting on the same page, that this, you know, you have bumper stickers. I have this bumper sticker on my car, and it's right next to my Perlmutter political bumper sticker, Perlmutter, your neighbor, your voice. And my next door neighbor came to me and he says, okay, Ed, I get your bumper sticker. What's that 2033? Are you running for president in 2033? I said, no, that's when we're going to get our astronauts to Mars. And so it's just something that I think is going to capture the imagination of young people. It already has. And it will give us a goal and a point to work towards. And if you have that, things start moving.
So that's a very interesting concept. And we've heard, well, we'll get there in 20 years, we'll get there in 30 years. It sounds like you believe we really need to put that stake in the ground, that future goal.
I think when you do that, then folks start having that a similar vision. Until then, it's just kind of amorphous. And if you were to ask folks on the science committee, I've been so persistent and beating the drum so hard. You know, ask Jim Bridenstine tomorrow. I think on that committee now there is a real coalition and coalescence around 2033. And we got some language into the NASA reauthorization bill, at least as it's coming out of the science committee, about 2033. And so you got to just build and focus. You know, it's not, that is not rocket science. That's just sort of human nature. We just need to be moving. And the hard part, you all do the hard part, which is the engineering, the science, the technical pieces. The part that members of Congress need to do, and it's not easy, but it's a long-term goal, is to provide the revenue and the financing for a project of this magnitude. And it's big. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But obviously, I think over a 15-year period, we can do this. And so there's the financial side, and then there's the technical side.
That's a terrific goal for all of us. I do have to ask, since the administration has announced what some people call a pivot to the moon or U.S. leadership to return humans to the moon, can those goals be compatible? Do you see a way in which both things can happen, or is it either or?
Oh, I don't think it's either or at all. I think they are definitely compatible. And again, you know, I'm just a lawyer, you know, who grew up on Tom Swift and Dune and Stranger in a Strange Land and things like that in every movie you could imagine. So the technical piece, the building blocks piece, that's up to you all, you know, with some input from Congress or the administration, obviously. I don't think it is an impediment. I think it's just part of the building blocks to get us to Mars. And the committees in Congress, I think, are focused. Certainly the Science Committee is. I think Mike Pence is also focused on getting to Mars. So how you put the building blocks into place, that's for the engineers and the scientists. And you'll figure it out. My job is to help you with, make sure that there's certain financial resources at your fingertips to get it done. And if I were you, Scott, I'd say, okay, be a little skeptical. You know, having been at NASA for, you know, quite some time and observed us from afar, but there seems to be really a bipartisan, Democrats and Republicans, with an eye towards getting to Mars by 2033.
Well, that's great to hear, because since my early memories, NASA has been not only, and space exploration, not only bipartisan, but even nonpartisan.
Correct.
I mean, you look at the jobs, you look at the leadership, the inspiration, it gets people, I think, from both sides of the aisle. Let's talk a little bit, though, about the budgetary piece, because that's clearly in your bailiwick. And there have been numerous studies, we'll hear more about that later today and tomorrow, about how you would actually afford humans to Mars. And there's a couple of key pieces in there. One is a sustained budget, maybe with inflation for human exploration. But there's a big piece in there called the International Space Station. And I've been on record, I don't know how you see it, but as saying, we can afford one major human space program, probably not two. How do you see the transition from the space station era to deep space, moon, and of course, the journey to Mars?
All right, well, let's first put things in perspective as to the wealth of our nation and the resources of our nation. And these aren't exactly the same, but just so you understand, over the course of a weekend, back in 2008, we came up with $800 billion for the banks. Now, they paid it back, and they paid it back with a lot of interest. But the resources are there to do things of this kind of magnitude about going to Mars. The country has those kinds of resources if it chooses to do it.
Right.
So I don't see these things as a zero-sum game. Now, it may be that the space station has passed its time and it's time to move on, and we can use those resources towards getting to Mars or for planetary science or atmospheric science or other things. But personally, I don't see this as a zero-sum game between Mars exploration and going to Europa or doing some weather satellites or things like that. That's how I look at it, and that's how I, as an advocate, would try to describe it to my colleagues. Now, that's maybe unrealistic in a number of ways, but I know the resources are there.
Good point, and we should always try to keep moving toward the future and keep that vision in mind. There are practical considerations that come with the horse trading on the budgets. I lived through a lot of that, and I understand it. But you mentioned Europa, you've mentioned science, and you're on the science committee. Let's talk a little bit about science, particularly Mars science.
All right.
And I know my good friend Jim Green, now the NASA chief scientist, is here in the audience, but he used to be in charge of the planetary program. And the next thing that the National Academy of Sciences recommended as the top two priorities were, one, for science, a Mars sample return.
Yes.
And there's approval now for Mars 2020 to start that. And the mission that's now called the Europa Clipper.
Right.
And so both of these deal with looking for past or possibly present life elsewhere in the solar system. How do you see the science budget? How do you see this community getting support to complete the Mars sample return?
Let's start with Europa.
Okay.
Okay, and then work to the sample return. So Europa is a project that is, again, a big project, couple billion, $3 billion. I don't know exactly the amount, but we got to
better be around two, but
yeah. So, but it involves a big rocket and which rocket and those kinds of things. But there is a real champion in the Congress for that project, and that's John Culberson.
Right.
And that helps. And so he's been able to be there for a long time to assist this project, to see if there's life in whatever oceans are on that moon. The Mars sampling project, same kind of thing, but it's part of a bigger package, which is Mars.
Right.
And so again, from my point of view, that's a building block towards our goal of humans on Mars by 2033.
Okay.
So that would be, part of this bigger goal. Now, obviously, it's an important in and of itself for science, but it's also part of a bigger package.
That's a very good point. The Academy Decadal Survey, which I got to serve on the steering committee, was focused on the science piece, which is getting those samples back and trying to understand if we saw the fingerprints of life in there. But if, as you say, we step out to the bigger picture of exploring Mars, I've always thought, and I don't know if you agree, but it would be good to have a robotic demonstration of going there and coming back, before we send people there,
Yes.
just to show that we know how to do this?
Well, I think one of the biggest tasks and one of the most difficult pieces here is for the doctors and the biologists to make sure that our transportation to and from that planet is as safe as possible. Certainly not without risk. Any space travel is going to have risk. But part of what NASA is so good at is to minimize that risk. And obviously, getting there and back robotically will be very important. I don't know exactly whether there will be individuals on the space vehicle, whether it's Orion or something else that transports the samples back, but it will be part of learning and protecting, to the degree we can, our astronauts.
That's an excellent point. And since we've talked a little bit about space transportation, let's talk about the other new participants in this enterprise. You know, when you and I were kids, there was NASA,
right?
Period, and their contractors. Now you've got disruptive, some people believe, entrepreneurs like Elon Musk and SpaceX and Jeff Bezos and Blue Origin and so forth. And it's my understanding that there was a bill just passed in the House that is attempting to define a little better this ecosystem on space entrepreneurship. What can you tell us about that?
So we just passed out of the House a space commerce bill. And to try to put a little more meat onto the bones of our some space treaties we've entered into. So to allow for more commercial enterprise, certainly in low Earth orbit and maybe beyond, in terms of space resources. And I'll put a shameless plug in for the Colorado School of Mines, which just opened curriculum, thank you, on space resources, one of the very first in the country. And obviously they're mining and engineering, and that'll, figuring out the property rights and how you stake a mining claim and all that has to be done. But this bill is designed to provide businesses with some certainty, a little more certainty, as to the legal nature of their exploration or their activities in outer space.
And I think that in order to keep pushing the frontier of space exploration with entrepreneurs, that's a necessary ingredient. If they don't know if they're going to be able to make money or not make money, the investors are more reluctant.
Correct. And so you want to take, there's plenty of technical risk.
Yes.
So you want to also try to minimize the legal risk, if you will, and who can jump a claim and things like that, kind of Wild West type of things. But the other part of this is, as we add this commercial expertise, I think it only helps us nationally and internationally. Because however we finally come up with the partnership to get to Mars, I'm certain it's going to be international partners, and it's going to be a public-private kind of enterprise. And I obviously, right now, I see it as NASA clearly as the lead, but certain of the SpaceX, they'd like to get there earlier, and God bless them if they do, to get to Mars. So, but at the end of the day, I think this is such a big undertaking. It's going to require international partners, private partners, and the expertise that we have at NASA to do this right.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And you brought up two very important things I want to just touch on. One is risk. And having lived through as you have in your time as well, the Challenger accident and the Columbia accident, there is a reaction, a very natural human reaction to these sorts of tragedies, but space exploration is not without risk. How do you think we should communicate to the public that this is risky but worthwhile, and that we try to mitigate risk as much, but it never goes away completely?
Well, I think we have to reach to the part of all of us that really does have that exploration gene, that it's never without risk to go to the other side of the hill, to go across the ocean, to, see what's out there, and just remind people of that. I mean, obviously, tragedies do cause you to step back and take stock, but I think most people do understand the inherent risk. Our job is to minimize that, but we'll never get rid of it completely. And I think we just have to remind folks of that. And we also have to be mindful that if there is, some big mistake, that, okay, we got to figure it out, but we got to keep moving forward. And that's what I will, press on.
Yeah, that's good to hear, because in my years with NASA, one of the things that you would talk to your colleagues about is not wanting to appear in front of a congressional committee if there was a problem, but you can't explore space without taking some risk. You just try to not take foolish risk.
Right.
Let's talk about international collaboration a little bit and the role of U.S. leadership. I know that my longtime colleague Pascal Ehrenfreund is here, the head of the German Space Agency, and there may be other international partners as well. How do you see this working, this coalition, collaboration? What's the best way forward?
I don't know exactly how the partnership will be made, but there will definitely be an international partnership. It could be the technical piece, it could be in terms of our astronauts, it could be in terms of, the boosters or whatever it might be. I don't know what that is. Again, that's going to be more within the industry and within NASA and within, the technical expertise as to who can provide the best help where. So it could be the European Space Agency part of it, could be Japan part of it, could be China part of it, could be Russia part of it. I don't know. In 15 years, we'll figure that out. Because we can do this, and we are going to do this.
Absolutely, and with partners, and it'll be a major international effort. But I think that one thing that we can look at was the 16 or so countries that participated in the International Space Station. Tremendous technical achievement, engineering achievement, but something that's rarely talked about is the fact you had 16 countries working together to create this orbiting manned human-tended station in space. And that's quite an achievement.
And it's gone well. The partnership has worked well. So we know we can do it. I had the good fortune to be down at the Atacama Large Millimeter Array, ALMA, down in the Chilean Atacama Desert. And that's a partnership, I think, of the United States, the National Science Foundation, European Union, Chile, Japan, and South Korea. And that is working out great, looking to black holes at the center of our galaxy and beyond. I mean, scientists and the engineering community have this ability to talk about business that sometimes people, elected officials or politicians, we kind of run into some conflict. But certainly the technical community it isn't a question of rising above it, you just focus on the job at hand. And that really benefits the partnership.
Let's hope that we can make that work for the journey to Mars as well. I have to ask you, do you know Jim Bridenstine? And have you worked with him in the past?
I do know Jim. He's a friend of mine. Actually did an op-ed in favor of his candidacy to be the administrator of NASA. And I really like him. I think he's a very smart guy. He's a former fighter pilot. But, in the committee, one of the most detailed-oriented members of our committee by far. And, focusing on some of the nuts and bolts like space debris and, how we clean that up so that we don't have accidents and things like that. But also was able to work with him on a number of weather issues, Earth science type things as well as planetary science. I look forward to his lead for the agency.
That's good to hear. I'm glad to hear that, because I knew that he was probably a colleague of yours, but I didn't know how well you knew each other. Yeah. Well, we've got just a couple minutes left, and I passed by Jeff Faust, one of our leading space reporters here, and whenever I would get interviewed, he'd come to the end and say, "Now, is there anything I forgot to ask you?" And I would usually bring up STEM and inspiration and education, and I want to be sure that we touch on that as well, because I think it's part of our whole space exploration community.
Well, I think that there is really a renewed emphasis and interest in STEM studies, if you will. My wife is a high school math teacher back in Colorado, and a lot of interest in math, which is pretty, not remarkable, but it's gratifying. I think the University of Colorado has seen a number of their engineering courses just really begin to explode, you know, whether it's in communications and apps and that kind of stuff, but also aerospace engineering. And I know at Stanford the same thing is happening, just looking at that. So I believe we're going to have a lot of young people really refreshing and bringing this new interest, enthusiasm, energy to the whole space program. I mean, it's already there. There's just by the numbers of people here today, but I think that that's really good for our future.
Well, thank you very much. Let's thank Ed for his words of inspiration.
And thank you for agreeing to that picture. Thank you very much. Thanks, Scott.
Okay, thank you, Ed. Thank you.
All right, I'm taking my 2033 bumper stickers.
So we all heard we can go to Mars as we simply claim more budget. Then we can go to the moon as well, which of course is true. I mean, it is about spending your money, and it's not like the United States or even this planet Earth is bankrupt. We do have money, we're spending it. Sometimes, if I look at my own Dutch government, I'm not talking about the American government here because I don't really think that I know enough about that. We spend it sometimes very unwisely, and we could spend it better on things that will bring us forward. Anyway, the next panel, what I would like to say is say space news, and I think you say Jeff Faust. I think you all agree with that. The wide field of space exploration needs dedicated journalists that know what is being discussed and worked at vis-à-vis putting humans on Mars. Hence, the key discussions on the path to Mars I leave in Jeff's capable hands. So without further ado, Jeff, you're on.
Good morning. Thank you for the introduction, Artemis. I'm going to have to ask for a raise next time. But
we'll just sit where we are.
Why don't we get our...
I was just following the name tag. All right.
Well,
all right, that's right.
Good morning. And this panel session is called Key Decisions on the Path to Mars. And undoubtedly, there are a ton of key decisions that are associated with sending humans to Mars. Some focus on the technical decisions. What kind of spacecraft do you design? What sort of launch vehicle do you use? When do you launch? What sort of mission concept do you develop? How much it's going to cost? There's a lot of key decisions. For this panel, though, I think we want to focus on one key decision that's already been made, and that was the signing of Space Policy Directive 1 by the President last December that directs NASA to return humans to Moon on the way to Mars. So the good news for those who are Mars exploration advocates is that it is directly in national space policy for humans to go to Mars at some point in the future. The bad news is if you want to go directly to Mars, you now have to first go through the moon. And the question is, does that risk deferring, delaying, even diverting attention away from Mars in the long run? So we've got a panel here of experts from government and industry who are going to talk a little bit about it. We build this as a conversation so that while I do have some questions, I want to encourage conversation among the panel, and then hopefully we'll have a little bit of time towards the end for some audience Q&A, keeping in mind that we only have about half an hour. I'm going to start with Thomas Zurbuchen, who is the Associate Administrator for the Science Mission Directorate at NASA. He is in charge of all of NASA's science projects, from Earth science to the studies of the distant universe, and of course, missions to Mars. And congratulations on the successful InSight launch on Saturday, as we saw the video a little earlier this morning. Thomas, NASA rolled out this concept called the Exploration Campaign a few months ago as part of the budget. And it includes a lot of things like the formerly Deep Space Gateway, now the Lunar Orbital Platform Gateway, small commercial lunar landers, development of larger landers. Where does Mars exploration fit into the Exploration Campaign?
So you, of course, refer to Space Policy Directive 1, and you realize that there's important characteristics that are in there that apply to both lunar and Mars exploration. And they are that the way the policy directive asks us to do that is to do it in partnership. Do it in partnership both with commercial and international partners. You see, this morning, just before I came here, I kicked off an event over at NASA headquarters focused on commercial partnerships to get payloads to the surface of the moon. So what we're trying to do in this initiative that is directed towards the moon and Mars is to really, as a first priority, get out of low Earth orbit. I mean, to me, no matter where you want to go, I actually think that's a really important step to do that, and do that movement away from low Earth orbit in partnerships with both commercial and international partners in a way that sustainability is achieved. The word sustainable is actually really critical. And so what are we going to do in each one of those cases? We're actually using the speed and the excitement and the very natural behavior of the commercial entities to drive fast ahead. We're doing that right now with Lunar, but you already are aware of the fact that actually we're having similar discussions in the Mars type of environment. We also, of course, are then really building the infrastructure together with our commercials and where appropriate within NASA and with our international partners to actually bring humans out there for long duration. We have to learn how to do this and do it in a way that has the appropriate levels of safety and the appropriate level of knowledge. So yes, are we directed towards Mars? You know, we have a proof point this last weekend. Somebody referred to it as the best launch they ever heard. You know,
no one saw it.
And I can tell you, just this morning, I looked at all the health data, and everything looks great, including, you didn't refer to it earlier, the two small satellites that are out there are becoming the first interstellar CubeSats, interplanetary, that is, CubeSats, interstellar is a little ways out. The interplanetary CubeSats that are there to actually help the communication system.
All right, great. Peter McGrath is Director of Business Development for Boeing Space Exploration, been involved with a lot of the company's efforts to develop its concepts for a path to Mars, as we see up here on the stage. Peter, with this new space policy directive, how does this affect Boeing's vision of doing humans to eventually to Mars via the moon?
So I would say it really hasn't changed. And actually, I was going to pull up a slide if we want to pull it up. It's actually the one that was on the top left in Joe Cassidy's briefing, I think. And really, the only thing that really shifted in the philosophy was, you know, when we were looking at the architecture before, NASA had talked about going to the surface of the moon was going to be either done by international partners or commercial entities. And I'd argue that really hasn't changed. There is a government push to go there, and we talk about commercial landers maybe with government payloads. So it really hasn't changed much. The real key to this is really looking at an architecture that is sustainable. And I like that word because the concern is if we really vector ourselves to the moon and somebody says, hey, I want to get to the moon quickly, we're going to go direct to the moon and we're going to do something like Apollo. We'll fly 6 missions to the surface of the moon and we'll be done. So whatever we do in terms of the architecture, we ought to set it up in a way that it's always extending ourselves further in the solar system, and also it's developing technologies that we're going to use as we go forward to Mars, right? And you know, if you look at it today, NASA, and we're working with NASA and our other industry partners on building the initial capabilities that are going to take us deeper in space with SLS and Orion. And then there's a lot of talk about the gateway. And I see the gateway as kind of that that key element that allows you to be sustainable. Because it's from that gateway that we're going to build as an industry team with NASA, you know, this and in international partners. I would say that gateway is not going to be a U.S. funded element. It's going to be an internationally funded element. But from there, you can do sample return missions to the surface of the moon. You can do telerobotic missions, which helps you do some demonstrations for things you might do around Mars at some point. And you know, you can actually use it as a staging point for human missions to the surface of the moon with a reusable ascent vehicle. So it really creates more of a sustainable architecture than just going direct there. And it's a great proving ground for a lot of technologies we want to do outside the Van Allen belt. I think we talked about radiation earlier. It gets you out into deep space and you actually get a look at human health factors and other things. And it's going to be a good staging point to go to Mars. So we're actively involved working with NASA on those things. And as it kind of shows, the architecture really hasn't changed much from what we were looking at before the new directive.
All right. Eric Stallmer, president of the Commercial Spaceflight Federation, an organization of dozens of companies and other groups involved in the commercial space industry. How do these companies fit into this new space policy direction?
I think they play a critical component and an ever-growing component to future exploration missions, whether it be to the, just low Earth orbit, the space station, Moon, and Mars, and beyond the Moon and Mars. So it's a pretty exciting time in the commercial space industry, as we all see the rapid growth, from not just the launch perspective, but from the miniaturization of technology and the innovation that's going on, and the reduction of cost and the cost to access to space. And I think that's one of the most critical components that we're seeing. So we're very enthusiastic about the direction that the White House is going with the mission statement that they have. We think the Moon is a very, very viable business plan for many companies. I think with the partnership with NASA that the commercial industry has had, and it carried over from Lightfoot to now Administrator Bridenstine, that it's not an or proposition, it's certainly an and proposition, and I think we're gonna see a lot more of that. So we're pretty inspired by the work, not just from the administration, but on down to the National Space Council on what their vision is. And I think it's a sound vision. And as we just heard from Congressman Paul Perlmutter just a moment ago, you really have a good bipartisan spirit too in the Congress to help push a lot of these initiatives along. And Congressman Perlmutter was one of the chief advocates for Congressman Bridenstine from the Democratic caucus to get him into office. So it's a very exciting time, and I think the commercial industry is they're playing a tremendous role now, and it's only going to increase.
All right. You mentioned, and Thomas also mentioned, this commercial lunar payload services concept, this program. There's an industry day actually going on at NASA headquarters right now about that. Does that serve as a model for other approaches to bring in more commercial, non-traditional players that could more directly support Mars exploration?
I think so. Look, to me, before coming to NASA, I was part of a venture fund. So the way I'm pattern matching this is really as a partner to venture funded companies, right? So for me, it's a hypothesis, right? My hypothesis is the hypothesis that we put forward is that with the appropriate kind of partnership, kind of a service model, without stifling with contract, language, and so forth, these new partners, new potential partners, and creating, in some cases, by the way, partners that have already been around for a while, but are trying to learn new tricks. The hypothesis is that we can do things faster and for lower cost than we otherwise would do if we did it the meticulous kind of our own way internally to NASA. It's a hypothesis, so let's figure out what happens. We will know in 2 to 3 years whether the hypothesis bears fruit. Make no mistake, I do not expect that every one of those payloads will be successful. To me, my hope is it's not 0% success. 0% success will be we never take off, by the way. To me, we want to go take off. 100% success is also not what we're aspiring to, because if that's what we did, we would have to go a lot slower. We want to be there in 19 to 20. at the surface of the moon. For me, if that model works, yes, we want to use it in other places too. You should not be surprised if we come and ask the industrial segment about similar type of collaborations in the context of Mars as we go forward, for example, with Mars sample return or otherwise. This is a type of model that we really want to tap into and learn. Others have done this before. If we learned anything from commercial cargo, and is how powerful that kind of model can be under certain circumstances. Of course, the story is always more complicated than a single bullet.
But just to touch on what Thomas said there, I think the venture model is a great model to look at. Certainly, the Silicon Valley model is, 1 in 10 will succeed. If they have one success out of 10 companies they invest in, they consider that success. I wouldn't think NASA would consider that success, but I think a 5 out of 10 ratio, those are Hall of Fame numbers. So I think if you have those kind of venture programs that have success, and I think you're seeing this as Thomas touched on with the Commercial Crew Program or Commercial Cargo Program, the tremendous success and cost savings that we've seen on that, and the innovation that you've derived from those programs. So I think that it's a good program. I think it's a good way to go, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for commercial in that aspect.
Yeah, I was just going to comment. The analogy I was thinking of is more like the launch service business. I mean, it's very much like, bring me a payload, I'll go integrate it into my rocket, I'll fly my rocket, right? So a lander is not much different than a standard launch service. A little more complicated because you got to go land on the moon. So you got a higher risk probably posture than you have in the launch business, but it's not a different analogy from that.
And Peter, you talked about developing this infrastructure at the moon, with the gateway and landers and so on. At what point do we know it's time to move on to Mars?
That's a good question, and we were kind of talking backstage about, is there enough money to get to Mars? And I think the answer is yes. The question is, how much time and money are we going to spend on the moon? And that just means how much longer is it going to take to get to Mars? And so the question is, what technologies do you really want to prove out in the proving grounds of cislunar space and or on the surface of the moon? I would say cislunar space, we're going to do things around like power propulsion element, which is going to give us some high solar electric propulsion technology development that we're going to probably use to look at systems that'll take us further out towards Mars. The human factors is a big deal. Psychological effects of living further from home for longer durations, radiation effects on the body outside the Van Allen belt, we talked about that. Those can be done relatively, I think, quickly within certain mission things. Environmental control systems is one that's a big concern. I made this comment last week at a conference, when we did the ECLSS system for space station, it worked great on the ground. We took it up to space station, it didn't work so well. And we've been continually tinkering and fixing and repairing, and it's kind of needs a lot of hand-touch labor. And we need to get to a point where it's a little more autonomous and can work more. To me, that's the one I know we're spending a lot of time on station right now working that, and I know we're going to send something up to the Gateway to demonstrate it. When you get down to the surface, though, ascent and descent aren't really the same on the moon as it is Mars. It's probably better to do that here in the Earth system than it is out around the moon, but you can prove out some subsystems on it. Question is, do you want to get down to surface systems? Because you can definitely demonstrate surface systems for Mars on the moon, but that's going to take a lot of time and money. And ISRU is the other big one, right? How are we going to? There's a lot of talk about technology about mining things off the moon, but we haven't really validated we could do it, and we haven't determined whether it makes sense to do it. And so doing some of that experiment is probably a good thing to do on the moon. But you can do a lot of that robotically. I don't have to send humans down to do a lot of that. So maybe that's a long answer to your question, but I think there's a lot of things we can do in the moon vicinity and on the moon to help us. The key is take more of a minimalist view versus trying to prove everything out. Pick the key things you want to go do, and then let's move on to Mars. And back to your commercial point, if it shows that there's promise, commercial will follow and pick that up. You don't have to do it all as a government at that point. Let the commercial, kind of like Commercial Crew and Cargo, let it kind of follow behind the government.
Eric, do you see that sort of transition?
I see it a little differently, but in a similar vein. I think the moon will be used as long as people see a viable resources there and business plan and whatever they want to be, doing on the moon. But I think also it's not exclusively the stepping stone. I think if there's commercial vehicles and opportunities available to Mars, it could bypass what the moon, bypass the moon aspect of it. So, we're seeing, two new generation launch vehicles, the BFR and Blue Origin's next generation launch vehicle, that they just may bypass and, create, have an opportunity for a Mars mission. And it doesn't have to wait on NASA. It could partner with NASA, or it could do it on its own. So I think it's a two-prong approach, perhaps, where you can, the moon, as long as the moon is viable. And I think once we have settlements on the moon and commerce on the moon, I think that will be fully operational. But I think, bypass that with Mars as soon as possible.
Yeah. Thomas, one of the things that Joe Cassidy mentioned in the report this morning was the importance of Mars sample return, both from a scientific standpoint on a standalone basis, but also as a precursor developing technologies and learning skills for later humans missions there. We've got the Mars 2020 rover under construction. What does the future for Mars sample return look like beyond Mars 2020?
You saw in the budget proposal for 2019 is a specific mention of Mars sample return in the late 20s and directing us to start studying that. And the way we want to do that is precisely the way we just talked about, in the spirit. Namely, we're not going to do this in isolation. We're going to do it in partnership of organizations around. It may, for example, be that under certain circumstances, there may be possibilities of buying commercial services for communications, for example, in orbit. It may be that there's launch capabilities that's available for us that, for example, 5 years ago were not there. But we have every commitment to do that. These kind of analysis, that's what we're spending time on right now. What we're doing internally is working with a couple companies to actually look at really the propulsion side of this question, which is how do we take off? So first of all, suppose we land an ascent vehicle. How do we survive there during the night when it's cold, kind of autonomously? And how do we flip the switch from somewhere else and take off reliably into orbit around about Mars, right? And so for us, it's really a technology development, at the same time really looking at potential partnerships that makes this a campaign to get Mars samples back, because we want the best labs on Earth to analyze these samples for the science reasons that you flagged, just because, irrespective of where these labs are, and that's how we want to set it up.
All right. I've got one more question I want to ask each of the panelists, and I'll open it up. Probably should have a few minutes for audience Q&A, so if you want to start queuing up at the mics, this is a good time to do it. In the previous panel, Congressman Perlmutter talked about humans to Mars in 2033, about setting a goal and sort of crystallize what might otherwise be an amorphous humans to Mars effort. Is 2033 realistic from a technical, fiscal, programmatic, other standpoint, in your opinions? Is there a better date, or is there in fact a need for a date? Eric?
Yeah, I don't like to get locked into dates. We're being in the commercial aspect, commercial side of the house. We've put dates out there for, suborbital and for different launch vehicles, and they tend to push to the right a little bit from time to time. I'm always happy when they push to the left. To fix a date is challenging in itself, but I think what it's going to take is more what you're saying on the sound policies and the funding. And how we spend our money today is what's really going to help enable us, whether it's 2033 or 2027 or 2040, God forbid. So I think the way NASA spends their money, I think they're obviously good stewards of the taxpayers' money on a lot of programs. I think there's a lot of smaller programs out there, the tipping point technologies, the venture class launch systems, that they did a great job of finding new technologies and bringing those new technologies to market. And I think that's what it's going to take. It's going to take new and innovative approaches. I would like to see that timeline beat. I'd like to see a challenge thrown out to say, who's going to be there first? Is it going to be NASA? Is it going to be the commercial sector? Or maybe it's both, doing it together. So I try to steer clear of timetables and projections, but I do envision that if the sound policies that we're having now that are coming out through the White House, through Congress, and implemented by our different agencies, I think that's going to help enable us to get there soonest.
All right. Thomas?
So my personal feeling is that there's going to be a time where we have to put some kind of target date down. I don't think that time is right now. And the simple reason for that is the most important challenge we have is to bring humanity out of low Earth orbit into deep space. That's what we want to do and get it out there in the vicinity of the moon. An idea that's by itself in isolation is not new, as you earlier said, Peter, right? It's something that's really important that we do. How we do this, how much effort comes to bear outside of NASA, internationally in the commercial sector, how much effort comes to bear is going to really help us understand how ambitious we can be going forward. I think we're going to really go through that exercise right now. My hope is in 2 to 3, perhaps 4 years, we know what the plan can really be. I think there's a number of forks in the road. We just really don't know. I told you, the commercial kind of Lantern initiative, it may not work. Simple as that. We're betting on a set of early stage companies in some cases. It's like, will they deliver? We don't know. It may not work. And we have to be open to that. So we shouldn't go make a plan in which we assume 100% of a success of the element as a whole. So for me, yes, it will be needed, I think, to, eventually. I don't think we're there.
Mm-hmm. Peter?
So I would say, yes, we need a target date. I'm waffling on whether it's now or later. I would argue we wouldn't have gotten to the moon if Kennedy didn't stand up and say, we're going to get to the moon within this decade, right? It drives a sense of urgency and focus. And I think the biggest concern is if you don't put something out there, you don't have focus around what you're defining in terms of the plan, right? And so that's the fear is, if you make it so open-ended, we may never get beyond the moon. We may spend a lot of time on the moon and never focus towards Mars. So if it's truly our goal to get to Mars, we ought to put some target date out there. My one concern, though, is exactly what Eric was saying. We put these dates out here, and they're targets. They are not firm commitments, and they will move because funding is never exactly the way it's projected. Administrations change, things happen, and they're going to move. And you don't kill a program because the target moves a year or 2 or 3.
All right. Can I amend my answer a little bit?
Go ahead.
So I'm a simple Army guy, which is the polar aspect of the Air Force, which is a little more complicated. And in the Army, it's defined by one thing: it's mission. How do you accomplish your mission? And that's what you put out there. It's not a date, sometimes it's a date timeline, but the overarching aspect is how do you accomplish your mission, and then you work backwards. So I think a clear definition of what our mission is the mission of the nation to go to Mars. If that's it, then put that out there. And what are the stepping stones how we're going to get there? How are we going to do the vehicles? How are we going to do the refueling? All the technological aspects of it. But mission isn't always dictated by a time and place, or a time.
All right, good. So we get time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. All right, gentleman up here.
Hi, I'm from the University of Chicago, so I have a question for Dr. Zurbuchen about I imagine the goal is not just to get to Mars, but sort of what science we would do having humans on Mars that we wouldn't be able to do having robots on Mars. And also I have a question for young people in the audience and around the world, how can we in the next few decades, people that want to get involved? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. To talk about your second question first, the most important thing is to recognize that it's a time of opportunity.
Absolutely.
I mean, I really do believe, wherever I go on international stages within the U.S., the point is we're moving right now. And I think we're moving on all fronts, and there's a lot of opportunity, and we require leaders to stand up there, shoulder to the wheel. Leaders that are currently in school, some of them that have just recently graduated, but leaders who have the humility and the perseverance that it takes to actually be successful These leaders are required in any one of those contexts. And I tell you, every time I turn around and one of my former students is out there at bat, whether they're at SpaceX, whether they're at Boeing, whether they're within NASA, I'm proud, because it's them that are going to get us there and create a move forward. There's many research disciplines today on Earth that, in principle, we could do without humans, but we are doing as humans because that's the right way to go. For example, geology, field geology is a discipline where today we train experts within universities and beyond to learn how to pick up the right samples in the right context and so forth. Some of this stuff theoretically can be done with a robot. Theoretically, everything can be trained. A robot can be trained to do everything. It's not the most effective way. Humans just have great judgment. We do that even in very dangerous areas. Near volcanoes, we bring humans there, not because we don't know how to fly a robot there. It's because the right way to go. I think to me, we should not understate, the tremendous impact that humans will have in terms of speed of exploration, but also the type of exploration that we can have. What really happens when a human opens up, they find something we have not thought of before. And so for me, that's how I would really talk about it. I think humans in that environment are really critical. And Mars is a very science-rich environment. I mean, we only have scratched the surface.
So my one comment I always make on humans versus robots on Mars. So development time of a robot for Mars is 3 to 5 years. We pick what mission we're going to go do. We define the tools and the experience we're going to go do. We launch it. It gets there in about a year. So we get down there. We go inspect something, and we find out we don't have the right instrument. We have to wait another 3 to 5 years to send another robot to go do that. When I have humans in the loop, they can go grab some instrument and go do it right there. I mean, the autonomy, the ability to do things real time and make decisions is different, and it allows you more opportunities, I think, to really discover.
If I could jump on the second part of your question, just echoing what Thomas said, there's never been a better time to be in the space industry. We recently took a trip out to San Francisco, Silicon Valley, met with folks at NASA Ames who are doing fantastic things, if you want to go that route. The startup community that is constantly looking for new talent and young professionals to get in there, to work hard, to be part of this tremendous innovation wave that's happening. And then even your more established, your larger companies that are looking for, to expand on their workforce. So I see it with our intern program, where we have interns for 4 or 5 months and just push them right out to the workforce, and companies are dying to get with them. So it's a great time to be in the industry, and there's so many opportunities out there. It used to be hard to look for them. Now they're sort of everywhere. So yeah, let us know.
Yeah, and I'd comment. When I came out, it was Space Station. That was a big program that was going, and that kind of pulled a lot of the workforce in. That's now the senior folks in the industry. This is a good inflection point. This going to the moon again and Mars, you're seeing actual budget and work going against it. It's a great opportunity to come into the workforce.
Unfortunately, we're out of time, but I think what you've gotten from the panel is that, yes, there are a lot of key decisions that have to be made, but there are also a lot of key opportunities out there for enabling humans to go to Mars by way of the moon, commercially, with NASA, internationally, and so on. So there are going to be a lot more key decisions to be made, but I think we see a lot of factors coming together to enable humans to go to Mars in the not-too-distant future. So please thank the panelists for this great discussion, and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Nice job.
Well, we now know that some dates are not set in stone, they say. I say it is. 2033. It's a matter of really working hard. Isn't that in life always the way it is? Anyway, the next panel. Being a space journalist and a space program maker, a space talk host, gives you all sorts of critical insights in science and in Mars. You know enough to know what we still lack, what knowledge we still need to acquire. And you also know that we cannot go that alone and need all hands on deck. It's just how the game will need to be played. Matt Kaplan will lead his panel into closer international collaboration so we know what we're up against on Mars once we land there. Matt, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Artemis. I should help you out. This is what they call such other duties as may be assigned. Good morning again, everybody.
Thank you.
Very glad to be up here on stage with our very distinguished panel. And I will introduce them now, beginning with Jim Green. And I can start that with congratulations.
Thank you.
You know, a lot of people thought that you were not going to leave heading the Planetary Science Division until we found life up there, or you got to go yourself. But now you're the chief scientist of NASA.
I haven't left NASA. Okay, so I'm still in the game. And that is the plan.
We're going to come back to you in just a moment because you have a rather famous slide that shows us the status of what's going on Mars right now and in the near term. But I want to go next to Pascal Ehrenfreund. Dr. Ehrenfreund is the chair of the executive board of the DLR, the German Aerospace Center. Welcome, Pascal.
Thank you.
And Adnan Al-Rais at the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center is the director of the Mars 2117 program, and we have talked in the past about that. Welcome to you as well, Adnan.
Hi, Matt. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very pleased and honored to be here to share with you our programs and our activities and our journey in the space.
So this is a small fraction, of course, of representing the nations that are involved in space exploration, even a small fraction of those that are involved in Mars exploration. And since we are here to talk about science, let's start talking about some of the science that is already underway. Jim, take us to that slide.
All right. Can I have my first slide, please?
There we go.
All right, great.
Oh, it's not here, but it is up there for everybody else.
It's all right. I know what it is.
But you know mine as well.
I do know yours too. There it is. All right. So let's start out and talk about what's currently going on at Mars, which is indeed the 6 orbiters and the 2 rovers. It's a very international program already. There's many of these spacecraft and rovers, indeed, that have international instruments. You always have to have an agency that leads, and so consequently it's never a 50-50 game. It's really one lead agency with participation by other agencies through instrumentation and sometimes subsystems associated with those. When we look at the orbiters, okay, we see indeed an international set already. You have, for NASA, Mars Odyssey, Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, and MAVEN, and ESA with Mars Express, and now, just getting into orbit, the Trace Gas Orbiter. A really great set there. And then, of course, in the last couple years, just at the same time, or nearly the same time MAVEN arrived at Mars, was the Indian MOM mission, which is the Mars Orbiting Mission. These missions, other than Trace Gas Orbiter, have now entered what we call the extended mission phase. They all had very well focused science objectives, but we're now entering a phase where there's a lot more correlative activity going on. And this is really exciting. Now, a couple of these missions take what I would say more global views, you know, like MAVEN and MOM. MOM looking at the entire disk, in addition to with MAVEN looking at solar-wind interaction on the front side of Mars, on the day side of Mars. And then you have much more of the higher resolution imagers like the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter and Mars Express. And then, of course, with the Trace Gas Orbiter coming online, taking more of the global views, you then have a wonderful set of not only global context, but also well-focused surface assets then that can connect to that. The orbiters provide spectacular global measurements not only at once, but over time. And then with the rovers, Opportunity and Curiosity, you have the ground truth that's associated with it. It's really a spectacular set of instruments. Now, some of the science that's being done is now starting to be very correlative. In fact, we've done a couple workshops over in India where the MOM scientists and the MAVEN scientists got together, and several papers are coming out that are very correlative in that. In September of last year, a coronal mass ejection hammered Mars. And these missions had an opportunity to observe that and are beginning to correlate their data in a really important way. The Earth was on the other side of the sun, so it was all up to them to be able to make those kind of observations in situ. In fact, there's some indication even that Curiosity had seen this coronal mass ejection. So indeed, without a magnetic field at Mars, solar wind interactions hitting the ionosphere do then propagate through the atmosphere. Now, what we're connecting those two are through theoretical modeling. In Europe, there's a great global circulation model, but also in the United States, we have another global circulation model for which we can look at the pressure and temperature and predict this, and wind speed globally based on observations that are coming in that are being assimilated from these orbiter assets. So this is a great opportunity to really study Mars as a global planet and look in very fine detail with indeed our surface assets. As we look to the next era, we see another major step forward in exploration of Mars. Of course, we just launched InSight on Saturday. Fabulous launch. It's doing quite well, as Thomas mentioned, along with our first 2 CubeSats that are going to participate in the relay function. We'll see how well that works in that framework, and I know that's being set up very nicely. Once InSight gets down to the surface in November, on November 26th, we're also going to be making measurements seismically, heat flow, look at that interior. But even the magnetometer that will be sitting on InSight is going to be able to measure those currents in the atmosphere caused by that solar wind influence, and will participate in also the global activities that are going on. The weather measurements that will be made on InSight, also international. We have both CNES, DLR is participate, and the weather station by Spain. So this is another major international mission, absolutely spectacular. And then as we look forward, we have other participation. China will be there, 2020, ExoMars in 2020 rover, and then the Mars 2020 rover from NASA, and then bringing those samples back. So another rich environment over the next several years of more correlative work. It's a great time to be a Martian.
Not a bad time to be an Earthling either, seeing this kind of correlation and collaboration on Mars. I just am blown away by the fact that there isn't just one climate model for another world. There are two. There are two, and obviously still being refined.
Right.
Pascal, Jim obviously mentioned a couple of the extremely important and significant contributions to Mars exploration that have been made by Europe, ESA. The DLR has been no slouch in that. You've got an image already in front of us here that talks about just some of the contributions from the DLR.
Yes, so Germany is involved since more than 2 decades in Mars exploration. And so we contributed an imager to Mars Pathfinder, the Mössbauer instrument, but also the alpha particle X-ray spectrometer, measuring first with the Mössbauer instrument, iron-bearing molecules, but also elemental composition with the alpha particle X-ray spectrometer. And most recently, Curiosity, I think we contributed very big parts of the RAD experiment, the radiation assessment detector. And I think that's a very interesting instrument because it somehow leads us to crewed mission. It gives us the indication, how much radiation astronauts will be able to endure, and gives us a lot of important information. And obviously, we have been part of the European Mars Express mission, and we delivered the high-resolution stereo camera. And here, this is a really, really large cooperation where also the US is involved, a Mars Express mission. And this high-resolution stereo camera has, as you can see here in the background, has really scanned the Mars surface, made a digital terrain model, and has made really wonderful images, which also helped a lot for landing site selections for many missions all over the world, and the US missions, and also for the ExoMars mission. And in general, also the Mars Express mission is a relay, for also other US Mars missions. So I think this shows that there is a very strong international cooperation in Mars exploration. Germany works through the European Space Agency as one of the major partners of the European Space Agency, but also in bilateral cooperation, for all those missions with the US. And as we have already said today, inside, I have also attended the launch.
Shall we go to your next slide? I know you've got...
Oh, yeah, actually, that's a good thing to say. I don't know exactly where to point, but yeah, that works.
There we
go.
go.
So I've heard this really lovely comment, the best launch I've ever heard. I definitely can confirm that, Jim as well.
Yes.
But still, it's always really exciting to be there. And as already been mentioned, the German Aerospace Center contributes the HP3, the heat flow and physical property package, and will burrow down in centimeter per centimeter.
Deeper than anyone has ever gone before on that planet.
Definitely, 5 meters, hopefully, and then we'll do a lot of measurements for the heat flow for more than 2 years, and also on the surface with a radiometer. And so we are very, very proud that we are contributing to this mission, that it is on its way to Mars. And we are looking forward to the 26th of November and a period thereafter. And just to mention very fast, of course, ExoMars 2020, the second landing mission after the TGO, the Trace Gas Orbiter. There we have also strong cooperation with the US, Germany, and France. We delivered to this European Space Agency mission the MOMA instrument, the Mars Organic Molecule Analyzer, which is the first laser desorption spectrometer ever flying and trying to detect also larger pieces of carbon molecules, not only smaller ones. So that will be really exciting, and hopefully we will also drill 2 meters to the surface, which is a little bit cut here on that picture, but it's supposed to be 2 meters in the subsurface, and we hope that this will be really successful.
2020 is going to be a very busy year. We may need air traffic control over Mars before too long. You have on your next slide some of the other activities that DLR is involved with. And one of those I was not familiar with. It's ROBEX is on that?
Okay, yes. So I think it's important to understand, how we have to prepare for the future. And the German Aerospace Center, has nearly 4,000 researchers in space research, and we do a lot of crazy things, and of course interesting things. And ROBEX is actually a mission with many different institutes in Germany, how to do autonomous navigation and autonomous planning. And this rover ROBEX is actually bringing a seismometer to the surface, totally autonomous, and trying and actually bringing it back after the measurements are completed to the mother station. And this is what we, with a lot of different institutes in Germany, we are on the lead in the German Aerospace Center, but also with international cooperation, which we are just working on. And there's also a component of deep space, of deep ocean exploration, you know, to see the synergies. And in robotics. And yeah, we have also a really exciting experiment in the Antarctica right now. This is Eden ISS, which is looking for plant cultivation technologies. So it's like controlled agriculture, which we are at the, right now, there is a crew at the Neumayer 3 station in Antarctica, and there's a lot of blogs and feeds if you want to look what's happening there. And we want to really grow plants, and we want, this is a European Commission project, also with international participation, and we also hope that we can reproduce this experiment on the International Space Station, and that we learn a lot about, you know, for future planetary outposts.
And speaking of ISS, as Scott Hubbard mentioned, 16 nations involved in that really grand international effort that I hope we'll have time to come back to in a moment. But I'm guessing that that fellow we see on the top right there is someone you're looking forward to what he'll be doing very soon.
Sure, this is Alexander Gerst, a European astronaut with German passport. We have always to be very careful to mention that when ESA is watching. And he will go back to space on the, and to the International Space Station on the 6th of June for a 6-month period. And he will do a lot of experiments, German, but also international experiments. And this is actually just an experiment of artificial intelligence, Simon, which is helping him documenting all his work, can hear and see and speak and fly, obviously, and follows him everywhere. But Alexander Gerst is also performing a lot of experiments in the medical research, which are really also crucial for the future of astronauts in long-term flights and also on planetary outposts. A lot of experiments are concerning the immune system and of course also bones and muscle research and cardiovascular systems. So a lot of these experiments, I think, will be really very helpful for the future of Mars exploration.
Is that Simon that we see him
This is
interacting
Simon,
with there,
yeah.
floating next to him?
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely. Yeah.
Fascinating. Adnan, I hope you don't mind being the representative of other nations that don't just aspire to be more involved in the exploration of Mars and in planetary science, but are actually putting programs in place to make that happen. You know, as we said, you are the head of this ambitious program. Still, well, now the target is only 99 years away, the 2117 program. But you know, if you could talk to us, remind us a little bit of where the UAE is in its work in this area.
Sure. Let me tell you about the journey, how we reached this far. So the whole, I mean, the UAE and the space program in the UAE is relatively new. However, it is robust. We have clear plans, objectives, and projects for the future in order to enable and implement those different ambitious plans and projects that we have. So the whole journey started back in 2006 when we established our center. Our focus was basically to develop the basic capabilities that would allow us to develop our own space systems here in the UAE, in our country, within 10 years. So we had an intensive technology know-how transfer program. We sent a group of our engineers to South Korea, worked with the Korean partner in development of our first 2 Earth observation satellites, DubaiSat-1 and DubaiSat-2, which were launched successfully in 2009 and 2013, respectively. After the completion of those 2 projects, we reached a level that we can depend now on our local engineers to develop our 3rd mission, which is the KhalifaSat, which is fully built 100% by Emiratis and developed in-house in the UAE and will be launched in October this year. So from 2006 to almost 2018 or 2016, we developed those capabilities. We developed those skills that will allow us to work on bigger projects and ambitious plans. After the completion of that journey of 10 years, we reached that level where we can develop our own satellite systems. We announced the National Space Program, which has 4 main pillars and 4 main areas that we're focusing on. which is continuation of the development of space systems and satellite systems, including the Earth observation program. The second one, which is the Mars exploration program, and our catalyst project is the Mars mission, or the HOPE probe. This is an ambitious plan of the UAE to send a probe to the Red Planet by 2020, which is coinciding also with the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the UAE. But the objectives is beyond that, in fact. We have strategy objectives of the Mars mission, as well as scientific objectives. Once it comes to the strategy objectives, it's basically to support the strategy of the country to diversify our economy from being an oil-based to knowledge-based. Also to inspire the next generation from students to look into the areas of the STEM education. Also providing a hope and opportunities for the youth in our region, not only in the UAE, to tell them that the future is actually full of hope and opportunities. We introduce those opportunities for them so that they won't focus on and direct it to the wrong groups, if I have to say. The Mars mission, this is an orbiter, will be launched in 2020 and should reach Mars by 2021. The scientific objective behind this orbit is going to be for the first time that will provide a global, seasonal, diurnal, day-to-night coverage of the Martian atmosphere. It will provide a better understanding of the Martian atmosphere. Currently, the status on Mars that we have more than 80% of the Martian atmosphere unexplored. With the current missions studying the Martian atmosphere during a certain time of the day and night, leaving more than 80% unexplored. So this is the situation here. Imagine that on Earth, that you have the weather stations that provide, the forecast during a certain time of day or night. So this is the situation. So here in the UAE, we developed this mission, of course, in collaboration with the international community. So when we defined the science behind the mission, we had to look into the gap in the human knowledge, coordinating with the international communities, and accordingly we defined that science that will be basically new and will help the humankind and also support the future missions to Mars. Thirdly, the third program that we have under the National Space Program, which is the Mars 2117. 100 years plan, 100 years strategy to basically send humans to Mars, to build a full settlement there on Mars. As we always say, it's not the destination, but it's the journey, in fact, the journey in the next 100 years. What we are going to achieve that will help us today before tomorrow. We are working also very closely with the international community on identifying the challenges that we're going to focus on, and also the future projects that will be under that, and we'll talk more during the session today. And fourthly, we have the National Astronaut Program, and it is a sustainable program from the UAE to develop a core astronauts team from the country, and initially to send them to the International Space Station, and hopefully in the future to send them to the Moon and Mars. Those are the four main pillars, four main projects that we have under our National Space Program.
I'm especially interested in the value that the UAE has apparently seen in this for the inspiration for the young people in the UAE, which you just addressed and you've talked about before. How big a pillar of this program is that?
Exactly. I mean, when we started the space program, when we started the Space Center back in 2005, 2006, we were in fact struggling to find the candidates who will join us in our journey. Because the market was very challenging, we had challenges, from the other sectors, taking those young graduates, especially the oil sector, banking, real estate, and other sectors. So we were struggling, in fact. After the announcements of those huge and big programs like the Mars mission, today, in fact, we are struggling to basically to hire, in fact, because we're getting a lot of candidates, and we are doing, interviews on regular basis and hiring a lot in order to work on those different projects and different programs. We've noticed also that there is an increase in the interest of the STEM education. We've noticed an increase in terms of the graduates from the disciplines related to the science and technology as a result of the introduction of such missions and such projects.
Jim, as we see more nations becoming involved in exploration, is this something that, what is NASA's feeling about this? I mean, obviously, I don't know if there's been a mission to Mars since Viking without some level of international collaboration.
Well, this is just a fabulous opportunity to really open up Mars internationally. We recognize that each and every one of these missions do important and unique observations from a scientific perspective. The correlative work, it really explodes when you have those kind of opportunities. I mean, other than Earth, there's no other body in the solar system that has the set of missions that we do at Mars today. And of course, because Mars has no magnetic field, and it goes through a solar cycle, and the concept of being able to have humans on Mars, there's so much that we need to do and learn about that environment, and it's so much different than ours, that it's just really a wonderful opportunity to be able to get access, scientifically exchange people, in addition with the data, and learn these cross-discipline activities.
Pascal, the 2020 rover, the U.S. rover, that will accompany ExoMars on that trip to the Red Planet, one of its jobs, of course, is going to be this, short of a human mission, this holy grail of sample collection that has come up earlier this morning. And the idea right now is it's just going to hold on to those sealed up samples until something or someone makes it out there to bring them home or bring them here. You think there's a shot that Europe might be that someone?
Well, I think there is, of course, a Mars Sample Return Program, which has always been discussed, since decades in Europe and, of course, also in the United States. And I have been a part of the Decadal Survey, where this is a mission which was #1. I think there are discussions how we go in the future together. And we will see. In Europe, we have our next ministerial conference only in 2019. So we have not made up any kind of decisions where we will go. We have some cornerstones missions which are currently under discussion. And one of them is, of course, a contribution to the Mars Sample Return mission when it is actually also really happening in the US. But I think it will still take a little bit of time until we are, able in Europe and also in Germany to commit financially to a future exploration program that will only happen after 2019. Because first we are still busy with the International Space Station. We have committed in Germany until 2024. And it is also very important to understand what happens after that, what is the transition phase, and how the transition phase will be, how much money will be involved. So I think there are really a lot of open questions. On the other hand, I want to say that from the scientific community, this scientific community is international and has always been working together and has always been making fantastic strides, be it in laboratory research, in field research, in experiments on the International Space Station, in preparation for exploration. And this is something which will always go on, even if things have not been decided yet on the budgetary side, and on the political level.
But of course, we have an overall architecture for returning the samples in terms of being able to create them, cache them, or drop them, several piles of them in certain locations for later pickup. So then there's the Fetch rover concept, and then there's the Mars Ascent vehicle. Then there's also, after the samples are retrieved and packaged on the Ascent vehicle, lofting it and getting it into orbit. And then there's the orbiter that will go down and retrieve it and return it. Now, whether the return goes to the gateway or actually comes back in direct entry, But that's the overall architecture, and many from an international community perspective have started to look at that architecture and say, these are the elements that we feel confident that we can do. And I think what's emerging over this next year to 2 years will be a really solid plan whereas we go through our own budgetary processes, we can firm up roles and responsibilities and then chart a finer detail in that overall architecture, and then execute it and bring those samples back.
And there's good reason that sample return, which has been this holy grail for decades, has still not happened. It's going to be really hard. Adnan, do you see a role for nations like yours that are breaking into this business in these kinds of really ambitious efforts?
Indeed, in fact. One of the projects that we have under the Mars 2117 is the Mars Science City. And this is the area where we're going to simulate the life on Mars and also tackle certain problems and challenges. So the challenges that we are focusing on currently on the food, water, and energy security, which are relevant to our region, but also we're looking into developing the analog facilities that we can simulate the last part. When you bring the sample to the Earth, how are you going to handle that sample in a very controlled environment? Those are the things that we are currently exploring. What sort of labs, what sort of R&D centers that needed in order to complement the existing efforts. And this is the way that we always do that. We always coordinate internationally. We ask, what are the gaps? What are the areas that we can contribute? And we focus on those areas.
In the area of planetary protection, we should not underestimate how difficult that is.
Right.
The ability to bring back samples from Mars, which we now know in its past had a significant amount of water with a significant atmosphere, went through rapid climate change.
Right.
Samples will tell us, perhaps, about how fast that change was from a geological perspective, perhaps even telling us a little bit about that environment being habitable to life. And then the ability to manage those samples correctly, to be able to extract that kind of information out is really quite the challenge, and it's going to take a lot of international work to do that.
Indeed, developing those facilities, the analog facilities, to train these scientists and experts on handling those samples for sending a mission or getting the samples. This is where we see that we can contribute, in fact, at the international level.
Great. Pascal, you mentioned ISS 2024, maybe beyond. NASA's just issued this transitional report looking toward the future of the station and some kind of transition to more commercial involvement, though it says in the report not turning it into a commercial station. There are a lot of international partners involved, including ESA, the DLR's contributions, as you pointed out. Can you say more about what the DLR, since that's who you are best able to speak for, is looking toward that time and maybe looking toward the U.S. as the leader in the ISS project from the start?
Well, we have a very large community in Germany which is doing experiments in low Earth orbit, and very, very good people, be it from academia, be it from industry. And you can see that also on the experiments, which we will do now in the next 6 months. So we have this community, and we are, of course, thinking what will be there after 2024. Will there be still possibilities? And we are very interested to understand, I think also the European Space Agency, to understand how will be this transition to commercial players. How strong will they be? How capable will they be? Will there be stations where you can do experiments if the space station will be descended at one day? And these are the thoughts we have right now. We, of course, have already commitments together with the European Space Agency for robotic exploration of the moon. And what is going to come after, and how Europe will actually contribute to the gateway. I say only gateway because it changes name all the time. Yeah, this is something we haven't decided yet. This is something which the countries of the European Space Agency, including DLR, will still discuss in the next year and a half. Obviously, it is an exciting time, and I have been in Colorado Springs, a week ago, and there is a lot of emotions and a lot of interest, and it has been also discussed today. It's a bit really a reconnaissance of space. We want to go in the future, and obviously Europe wants to be a part of it. But it will still take some time, how we look at the real elements, which we are best in, and what we can contribute to an international endeavor.
We're going to go to questions from the audience in just a moment here, but before we do that, Adnan, you've heard mention of these 2 CubeSats,
right,
just on a test basis, right, Jim? They're not doing any science, but so far so good. I mean, I think the NASA press release was they responded polo to our Marco, and so far so good. These companions to InSight.
Yeah.
Does, though, the concept of an InSight, and really this is for all of you, open up at least the hope of being able to do real planetary science, Mars science, with, at the much more affordable level that a CubeSat generally represents?
Smaller framework, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually a big advocate for that, in fact, on developing small CubeSats to other planets. I mean, I'm actually watching very closely the Marcos A and B, following the InSight and monitoring the EDL and transferring that to Earth. And I mean, this is a great idea for that mission that will last like 5 months and 6 minutes or so for the EDL, basically.
Yeah, 6.5 minutes to get down to the ground.
Of terror, right.
Of terror, yes.
Exactly. Maybe in the future missions where we can have, the orbiter and other CubeSats orbiting Mars and collecting a lot of science. There will be, of course, there's those challenges and how do you gonna coordinate the operation of those CubeSats with the orbiter and how gonna relay back to Earth. But I think it's very interesting.
Yeah, I think this is exactly the right concept. We've been studying what we can do with CubeSats and planetary science for a while, and we recognize there are huge challenges in terms of being able to get into orbit and then communication.
Right.
And then, of course, the thermal aspects of it, depending on where you are in the solar system. Right. And so an infrastructure that we've developed at Mars for communicating with the surface, if we can leverage that for our CubeSats to then be being put in orbit or get in orbit somehow, and make those measurements, but then relay them through the larger satellites, then really enhances the kind of science that we can do, and opens up, I think, a whole new way of looking at how we can support orbital observations.
Exactly, and makes it accessible also for the universities and academia.
Yes, exactly.
To contribute as well on those.
I think Mars is the next big place that we can do that at.
Right.
Besides Earth, the next one's Mars.
Right.
See a high school, international high school Mars probe.
I don't know why not.
Pascal?
I just want to say I'm a big fan of CubeSats. I was a project scientist of
Yes, you
NASA
were.
CubeSats
Yes, you were, our first
or
one.
Oreos, and
Oreos.
that was conceived and designed and completed at NASA Ames Research Center, and it was a quite sophisticated CubeSat, which really measured, the degradation of organic material, but also how microorganisms are affected by radiation, in 600 kilometer. And we had a lot of papers coming out and data collected. It was fantastic for a young generation. I think that's an important point, that you actually can design a satellite, you can build it, and you can actually have also the possibility to get the data back and analyze them. That's very, very rare. Imagine all the people which have been working on Mars sample return, for decades. And I think this is also an element which is really crucial. I've seen so many postdocs, working on those missions and then really jumping into big missions because they have got the experience, of making a mission from the beginning to the end in a rather short-term scale. And of course, it's more complicated for planetary applications, but I do think this is a really important subject.
I can't actually see well enough into the house to know if they're here, but I know you heard that we had a lot of students who were coming from the DC area to join us today at the summit. Are you guys out there? And if you are, do you want to send a probe to Mars? Yes. Yes. Okay. Do we have questions from the audience here at Listener Auditorium at George Washington University? Right up here in the front. And there is a mic that he's headed to over here.
Hi, I'm Vince. Wow. I'm Vince Cerf. I'll be up next.
Oh, everybody knows who you are, Vince. Thank you for the internet.
But I figured I'd get ahead of the game. I came in late, so I didn't get all of your introductory remarks at all. But I've been thinking along the following lines, and that is, if under ideal circumstances, what conditions would we like to have been met before we actually try to put people on the surface for any extended period of time? What do we want to know? What do we not know? What would we like to be able to do? So I'm going to try to address some of that myself, but I'm very curious to hear what you have to say along those lines.
Let me add to that by saying what one of my colleagues, Emily Lakdawala, says, that we better do a lot of work with robots first, because as soon as we send people, it's game over for planetary protection on Mars.
Well, I was thinking, Vince's question a little differently. I was thinking about an exploration zone. We were talking about an area where humans would go and go several times. It's not like the Martian where there'd be several stations. It'd be one station, one area. And then they would be able to roam and do a variety of things, deploying ISRU experiments, but also performing a variety of science that we want them to do. And of course, from a scientific point of view, we want them to reach out and move out. The ability then to communicate back to a location that's 100 or 200 kilometers away may indeed require a set of satellites that are relay satellites. The ability to go out into the field, where you also have your pet dog rover going along, that you're going to create some samples and let the rover analyze the samples and then communicate the results back. That'll enable you to talk or interrogate, an ancient river valley or something that allows you then to move in different directions or in certain ways. So I think the satellite infrastructure will be critical for us to be able to branch out and move further, not only for communications, but for geolocation, and then for rapid and high-resolution imaging transfer and voice back and forth to where a main station would be. So that the exploration zone will naturally increase in terms of the range and capability that our humans will have down on the surface. So I think it's a very important time to be able to look at those architectures. It's just around the corner. 2033 is when we start.
Pascal, you and your colleagues at the DLR have thought a lot about this.
Yeah, obviously I want to come to one basic aspect, because obviously robotics, and that has been already covered, and how we in field trips actually are trying to enhance technology readiness level and for the future. But I think one of the basic aspects which I think is important in this context is the health of astronauts, and how they can actually survive, be it radiation, be it psychological tests, and of course also the cardiovascular system and bones and muscles. So these kind of medical conditions, I think we are testing them, of course, also in DLR, but all over the world. And I think this is something which is crucial before we actually are able to send humans to Mars. We have really to understand what is the risk, and what can we do with eventually telemedicine if something happens, and how can we protect them in case they have to stay there for the first missions. Will be probably staying there for a few days. How do we protect them with habitats from the radiation, and what kind of countermeasures there are? I think this is our really ethic responsibility, that before we send humans to Mars, that all this is looked at. And I think the research is actually happening all over the world, and this is a very important topic.
Adnan, anything to add?
Yeah, sure. I mean, here you covered basically all the aspects and the challenges that we have basically, and we have to overcome those challenges to be able to sustain and live on Mars. But one thing that we'd like to tackle and focus on, which is the standardization. This is something very important that we need to work on it today so that we are ready for that day when we send humans to Mars, to have these standards available, already agreed on, the way that we communicate with the different parts and different elements, different components, with the infrastructure that we're going to build on Mars. Standardization is very important. It's not mature yet compared to the other sectors, like in IT and other sectors, if we're talking about the space. So this is something that we really work on and have it ready by that time.
Artemis and Chris have done a tremendous job so far this year and in past years of keeping us right on time. And so I know that's still a high priority. I'm sorry I didn't get to our Q&A a little bit sooner, but all three of our panels, I hope you'll be sticking around for a few minutes, because we do right now have a break coming up, as a matter of fact. And Artemis, I guess you have something to say, but I know that we are going to, when Artemis is finished, be going into a video from one of the sponsors of the H2M Summit this year, Aerojet Rocketdyne. And then a couple of moments after that, we will continue during the break. I will be back as the host of the webcast, standing in the aisle there with Scott Hubbard. Much more coming in the next section of the summit. But please help me right now thank our terrific panelists. And thank you. Artemis?
Okay, while we might not be on Mars yet, and we might not all of us get there, there is a way of at least simulating that. There's virtual reality by JSC and also by Aerojet downstairs with the coffee. We might need both the coffee and the virtual reality. Munch it over, it will get us to Mars, and we've heard this morning there's a lot we need to work for. So even those of us like me who don't drink coffee, perhaps we should, because we need to work for the next 15 years to make that date. Be back in 20 minutes for Windsurf. That's what I recommend.
Trophy ignition.
Flight lock in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
After 7 decades of exploring our solar system, Aerojet Rocketdyne is now embarking on its next great space endeavor, sending humans back to the moon to create the Deep Space Gateway. This lunar outpost will provide explorers a safe place to live and work while preparing for the long haul to Mars. Our power and propulsion elements will play a central role in the orbital maneuvering and station keeping, life support, and other essential electrical components on the Deep Space Gateway. When the Space Launch System makes its climb into space, it will be powered by 4 RS-25 booster engines. Once the rocket has safely reached space, our jettison motor pulls the launch abort system away from the rocket. 4 RL-10 engines on the upper stage will then take over to propel the crew toward their destination. The Orion spacecraft's reaction control system, along with the European Service Module's OMS engine and auxiliary engines, will provide trajectory correction maneuvers. After 7 out of 7 successfully landed robotic missions on Mars and 5 orbiters circling the red planet, humans will soon be joining them. Sending habitats and cargo to Mars with electric propulsion ahead of the crew will enable shorter travel time and shorter setup time on planet. Additionally, we are working on nuclear thermal propulsion to quickly transport astronaut crews to deep space and safely back to Earth. The SLS rocket will also allow in-depth exploration of potential life-bearing worlds such as Europa. This extensive suite of propulsion will be responsible for opening this new chapter in space exploration, science, and discovery, and may one day reveal the answer to, are we alone in the universe? We're ready for the next giant leap in space exploration.
All right, as promised, we are back in the center aisle here in Listener Auditorium at George Washington University. I hope you enjoyed that first session of the Humans to Mars Summit. I did enormously, and partly because of the session that you heard with the gentleman standing next to me, Scott Hubbard of Stanford University. Also, the first, I don't know if only, Mars Czar?
Certainly the first Mars Czar, yeah. That was my good friend Leonard David of Space News. When I was asked by Dan Golden to come and fix the mess, he dubbed me, not Golden, but Leonard David, the Mars Czar. So it stuck. I've ever since known, even though I was director of NASA Ames, all these other things, it stuck.
And at a critical time, because it was not a great time for Mars exploration, and that's why you got that job, right?
That's right, yeah. 2 missions had disappeared, Mars Polar Lander, Mars Climate Orbiter, and the whole program was in disarray. There'd been this report by Tom Young saying that there was technical problems, budgetary problems, risk problems, communication problems, and somebody had to go fix it. So I got the job.
And it worked out pretty well.
The last 15 years have been extraordinary. And I think part of the key to the success was putting some things like systems engineering and real understanding of how to make these missions successful, a little bit improved budget, at least for the first 5 years or so, all contributed to that. And having the buy-in, I said in my book that I spent an enormous amount of shoe leather going around and talking to every constituency to be sure they were on board, and that's part of the sustainability as well.
I think we continue to see that payoff of that kind of work with those constituencies today. And I would include among those constituencies, perhaps the most important one, members of Congress. Your session earlier today with Congressman Perlmutter was very enjoyable, partly because of the enthusiasm that he obviously has for all of this. Is that something that you generally see among members of Congress?
I would say to a large extent. I mean, there's some folks who just don't want to venture out of the cave. They don't want to explore. But you talk about space to Congress, senators, representatives, and you strike a chord, and I think it gets to their early career, their childhood, watching Star Trek, reading books. You heard the congressman mention reading Tom Swift way back when. So I think it gets to a core sensibility and a core interest of just about every citizen, and those citizens are reflected in the Congress.
I liked hearing the congressman talk about Heinlein books like Stranger in a Strange Land as well.
That brought me back, yes, to long, long ago.
While we're on the subject of the House, you mentioned a bill that is currently being considered by the House of Representatives. Talk more about that, because I know you have some concerns.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's a House bill, I think it's 2908. It was passed by the House. It's gone over to the Senate. And it deals with commercialization, entrepreneurship, and so forth. Things like space mining. It's intended to make the approvals much more streamlined. It assigns that responsibility for things including space traffic management to the Commerce Department, which is part jurisdictional. That's who the Science Committee has some authority over. But if you get down into the weeds a little bit, and I hope I don't lose people here, but there are a couple of issues. One is the current existing expertise on traffic management, air traffic management, is with the FAA. When I was founded the Stanford Center of Excellence for Commercial Space, we did some very detailed studies with some PhD students on how you do space traffic management, and it's not a simple issue. You can imagine zipping through the 40,000 flights a day that we have over the continental US, particularly near the launch sites, is something that takes some work and some doing. So I hope if Commerce ends up with that job that they lean on that expertise out of the FAA, or as I think Congressman Perlmutter put it, maybe it should be with the FAA. We'll see about that. The other aspect is that buried way down in the bill is a statement that the federal government shall not presume that the same issues, the same restrictions that apply from the Outer Space Treaty of 1967 that apply to the government also apply to private actors. And I have to point out, since I've been involved in a National Academy study of planetary protection policy, that there is something called Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty that says that the signatories apply not only to the government, but all their state actors as well, which the legal community interprets as being commercial ventures and so forth. So planetary protection is something that the world has agreed on for over 50 years. It's an important and complex topic. And I hope that as this bill moves through the Congress, that the right space lawyers get involved to help interpret this, because I don't think anybody wants a Wild West where you just send whatever you want to other worlds and contaminate them for future investigation, nor does anybody want to bring back something that might be dangerous. So it's, as I said, it's down in the weeds of this bill, but it could be a very important topic.
This kind of concern, until very recently, has been mostly speculative. But now we are seeing the beginnings of real examples of, I mean, it just happened in low Earth orbit where somebody is getting their wrist slapped because they put something up without going through the proper channels. And although I am a tremendous admirer of putting sports cars in space, there are people who've expressed concern about doing that without proper planetary protection procedures when that thing is going to be going by the red planet now and then.
This is an important point. Lisa Pratt, who's the new planetary protection officer for NASA, I think said in one meeting I was at that she wished she'd had a little more discussion with Elon Musk and SpaceX before the cherry red Tesla Roadster went by the orbit of Mars. I do have to say that I spoke to a good colleague of mine who is in the FAA Commercial Space Office. There were discussions. There were detailed discussions. Probably Lisa was just not aware of them. But yes, it's no longer academic. It's no longer theoretical. We're sending, we've got a whole lot of missions in orbit and on the surface of Mars. Many more are coming. I think sample return after waiting for 40 plus years is really going to happen. So this is something that we have to really focus on.
Exciting time. I want, because you are also a bit of a space policy wonk, if not a czar, throw one more at you, and that is the return of the National Space Council and the role that it's going to play. Are you happy to see this?
I think it's good to have coordination across the various space interest agencies. Having had a little interaction, having had a lot of interaction with Scott Pace in the past, he and I were in NASA at the same time, and having spoken to him a little bit recently, the concern, as I understand it, of the Space Council is coordination, particularly across the national reconnaissance and military space as well as civil space. And I think their focus is to see that all the players know what's going on and that can be coordinated. It's not necessarily to provide detailed directives down in an agency, although we did see the pivot to the moon come out of this. So I think on balance, it's been positive thus far, and I hope that continues.
Thank you, Scott. It's always a pleasure.
Absolutely. Good to see you, Matt.
Scott Hubbard of Stanford University, the original Mars czar here, at least in the United States. And we are going to go now into a video from Boeing, which I think is, I think is our platinum sponsor, anyway, a major sponsor of the Humans to Mars Summit this year. And then another video after that from actually one of my colleagues at the Planetary Society, our board member. Some of you know him as the holographic medical doctor from Star Trek Voyager. After that, we'll come back here and head into the second session of the Humans to Mars Summit at George Washington University.
Ever since I was a little kid, I wanted to be an astronaut. I became one. I remember as a youngster, I watched Neil Armstrong walk on the moon. My father and I developed a love of flying in space together. We would go to museums, we would go to air shows. I was lucky enough to become a Navy pilot and then fly and command the space shuttle. For 16 years, we have been living in the relative comfort of low Earth orbit. What we need now is the challenge of living a little bit further away from home, living days away. What will it take to keep humans safe as we go into the unknown of the rest of the solar system?
Taking humans all the way to Mars and bringing them safely back to Earth will be very challenging. Mars is at least 100 times further away than the Moon. The opportunity to travel from Earth to Mars comes around about every 2 years. The Earth has to be catching up with Mars in its orbit to give you that shortest distance, and that's the ideal launch window. The first phase of going to Mars will occur at the International Space Station, where we'll learn about long-duration human spaceflight.
We're perfecting the things that will help astronauts get to Mars safely. And first and foremost is the things that keep astronauts alive, like clean air and clean water.
The next phase will be to establish an outpost near the Moon, where we can test the capabilities and limitations of the hardware so that we can get humans all the way to Mars and safely all the way back. Having a cislunar outpost enables international partnerships and commercial opportunities, such as exploration of the lunar surface and scientific and technological research. After cislunar space, we'll start the actual missions to Mars. The first mission will be to Mars orbit. This mission will teach us about the space systems that will take us to Mars and back. The next mission will send humans to the surface of Mars. The crews will undertake detailed scientific research and investigation. They will start to unlock the secrets of Mars. The race to the Moon captured the world's attention. Building the International Space Station united 15 nations. The journey to Mars will inspire all of humankind as we push deeper into space than we ever have before.
Who are our next space explorers? Chances are they're around us today. I'm sure there's a young man or woman somewhere in a classroom today dreaming of going to Mars.
We are looking at an actual spacecraft that's about to launch on a trip to Mars. This is so cool.
This is Robert Picardo, and you're watching The Planetary Post.
Greetings, Earthlings. That's right, I'm back. In exoplanet news, NASA's Transiting Exoplanet Survey Satellite, or TESS mission, recently launched from Florida and is now on its 2-year search for Earth-like planets around other stars. TESS is similar to the famous Kepler mission, which has discovered over 2,000 exoplanets. But instead of focusing on only a single patch of sky, TESS will have a bigger viewing area. And most of the exoplanets TESS discovers will be just 30 to 300 light years away. To find out more about the mission, go to planetary.org. Next up, we at the Planetary Society would like to know your opinions on some important space topics. So, we have created a Space Priorities Survey, so you can tell us what you think. Your opinions will help us shape our advocacy program. With your help, we can have more missions, more science, more exploration. So please take the survey and consider making a donation to space advocacy. Finally, our main story for the month is a new Mars mission. The InSight lander is scheduled to launch in just a few days. The complex robot will land in November and study the inside of Mars, its core, mantle, and crust. It'll give us insight into the inside. You get it? Its sensitive instruments include a seismometer, which will measure not earthquakes, but Marsquakes. Recently, the Planetary Society sent Emily Lakdawala to visit the InSight Clean Room to get up close and personal with the spacecraft before launch. Have a look.
Thanks, Bob. We're here in the Astrotech Payload Processing Facility at Vandenberg Air Force Base, where we're looking at a real spacecraft that's just about to head to Mars. This is the InSight spacecraft, all bundled up inside its aeroshell that'll protect it for its journey to the red planet. Probably the number one question I get about science on this mission is, I thought a seismometer is a real sensitive instrument. How can you possibly launch it and land it and put it through all those shocks and still have it work once it gets to Mars?
It's extremely sensitive. I mean, when we get it onto the surface of Mars, it's supposed to be measuring vibrations, motions of the surface of Mars. The French Space Agency and the Institut de Physique du Globe in Paris have been working on the seismometer, designing it so they can take the launch loads, it can take the vibrations and the G loads.
The reason we're all dressed up here is because we're protecting Mars from Earth microbes and spores that might want to hitch a ride there and go start a new life and a new civilization on a new planet. We got to make sure we don't get any skin cells, any little fungal things, any bacteria, any little creepy crawlies onto our spacecraft and possibly onto Mars. You know, Bob, it's all about the Prime Directive.
We can remove a lot of that noise, the noise from pressure variations, from magnetic variations, and get our seismic noise level down lower than we can get on the Earth. Because with the Earth, anywhere you go, you actually have seismic noise from the oceans, even if you're in the middle of the continent. When we were in Denver with this spacecraft and we had our seismometer operating, we were still picking up the waves hitting the coastline in California. You just can't get away from it. On Mars, you're away from the oceans, believe me. This is probably the last time I'll get to see it before, well, ever, except in pictures. We'll take some selfies when we get to Mars, but this is it. We're getting close.
That's all from the clean room. Back to you.
Thanks, Emily. That InSight lander inspires us all to continue to explore our solar system. And that InSight lander clean room inspires me to clean my kitchen. See you next time.
Welcome back. Well, the next speaker already announced himself by posing a question, and so you all know it's Vint Cerf from Google, an internet evangelist, he calls himself, because at Google you can pick your own job title, I've heard. That's great. I would pick my job title as being the Mars Goddess. Oh wait, I actually did that in 2004 because that's my Gmail account. If I'm thinking about Mars and talking to Mars, and that's very important, of course, and I'm getting really serious now, then I always have this question, do we have internet on Mars yet? Because, I always say, if people ask, would you go to Mars? And I say, well, if there's no tea on Mars, I'm not going. You have to draw the line somewhere. But actually, I think I should add to that, if there's no internet, I'm not going either. Because, our society and the way we do things and the way we solve problems is using internet. So I hope that there's going to be internet. Vint Cerf, our next speaker, and I expect him to give Google to give us internet on Mars. Vint, there's some good news. Google still has 15 years to do it, so, you're fine. In the meantime, we're talking to Mars at an increasing rate. All these rovers and landers, they need bandwidth. It's not as bad as having a couple of teenagers in the home, but it's still growing, that bandwidth. So we need that, and Vint is going to tell us what's up with that. Vint, the floor is yours.
Very much, I appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. What few of you have come back from coffee. Well, first of all, I don't have a bunch of slides to show you, so if you were looking forward to a fancy slideshow, sorry about that. You're just going to have to listen. I have a set of topics that I wanted to cover this morning. They are related in some ways to the question I asked the earlier panel, having to do with what conditions do we want to have met before we do a serious job of putting people on Mars. I accept that there are some folks who are just going to go there anyway, Elon Musk being a prototypical example of that. But if we really want to do something that has some sustainability, we have to get answers to a lot of questions that don't exist yet. And we have to have other infrastructure in place, in my opinion, in order to make this a viable enterprise. So let me start with communications, because that's really the place where I feel like I have been able to make some small contributions. Some of you will be aware of something called the Consultative Committee on Space Data Systems. You'll know that they have been responsible for the development of standards for space communication. Way back in 1998, several of my colleagues at JPL and I got together just after the Pathfinder landed successfully on Mars, and all of you who are keeping track of this know that it was some 20 years before the successful landing of the Viking. So some years went by when many things didn't succeed. So when the Pathfinder arrived, my colleagues and I started thinking about how we were communicating with that system. That was a surface to Mars, back to Earth by way of the Deep Space Network. And we got to thinking, what would happen if we had an interplanetary backbone network to support manned and robotic space exploration? And we even started out thinking, well, the internet works on Earth. Surely it would work on Mars. And probably it would. However, we started doing the math for interplanetary distances and very quickly came to the conclusion that the speed of light was too slow. The TCP protocol, for example, relies on a very simple flow control scheme. It was designed to work pretty well when the latencies between the 2 points that are communicating is on the order of a few hundred milliseconds. But if it's 20 minutes one way and 40 minutes round trip time, the flow control doesn't work very well. As you can imagine, all it basically says is the guy that's receiving says, stop, I've run out of room. And if the other guy hears that, within a few hundred milliseconds and stops, then the few packets that were in transit can be buffered and you're okay. But if it takes 20 minutes before you even hear the request to stop and all that traffic has shown up, then things don't work so well. There was another problem that came up too. Planetary rotation is there, and we don't know how to stop that. And so if you're talking to something on the surface and the planet's rotating, or if you're talking to a satellite that's in orbit and it disappears behind the planet, you can't talk to it. TCP/IP was not designed for that kind of disruptive and variable delay environment. So we started working on a new suite of protocols around 1998. We went through several iterations of that design, and around 2004, when the two rovers landed in January, as you will recall, we ran into a problem with the direct-to-Earth path from the surface of Mars back to the Deep Space Network, and recovered from the difficulties we had. Remember, that data rate was only 28.5 kilobits a second, which the scientists were fairly unhappy about. When the radios showed signs of overheating, and I guess there may have been some other problems as well, after thinking through reducing the duty cycle to prevent overheating from damaging anything, the next alternative was we had X-band radios on the rovers, which couldn't get all the way back to Earth, but they could get up to the orbiters, which had been sent ahead of time in order to map the surface of Mars. So the orbiters and the rovers were reprogrammed to store data in the rovers until the orbiters got overhead. Then data was transmitted up using the CFDP protocols, which is an early version of what we now call the bundle protocol. Data was held in the orbiter until it got to the right place in its orbit to transmit data back to the Deep Space Network. So virtually all the data that's come back from the rovers and the science laboratory have been returned by way of a store and forward network. Well, that's packet switching, that's what the internet is, and that's what the bundle protocol does. At this point, we have the current versions of the bundle protocol running in the International Space Station. We are testing those protocols in a variety of different configurations. We've done some real-time tests as well. I mean, this is a store and forward system. When you have high latency, is closer to email than anything else. I mean, you know all the wonderful science fiction movies that you see where somebody's in trouble in orbit around Saturn and says, Houston, we have a problem, and there ensues a real-time communication between them. Of course, that makes for better drama. But if you did it the right way, of course, the movie would take an extra 30 days and everybody would fall asleep. So this is called professional license. Literary license. On the other hand, we have been able to test the bundle protocols both in high latency environments and also in low latency real-time environments. So we have tested the protocols from the International Space Station, which is a relatively low latency environment, down to Earth. There have been some real-time experiments controlling rovers from the International Space Station using the new bundle protocols. And that has worked out reasonably well. And then more recently, some tests were done using laser communications to the moon and back at 600 megabits a second. And so this is the next big exciting possibility, is that we could use the bundle protocols at those much higher data rates in order to deliver substantially more data between Mars and Earth by way of the relays. So the comments about the CubeSats, for example, are quite important and relevant. We are in the middle of doing some plans for CubeSat tests of the bundle protocols so that we can try these out in a fairly small-scale, low-cost framework. And so I'm persuaded that the communication requirements for Mars-based networking are largely in hand. There's still some work to be done on the security side. Nobody wants to have a headline saying 15-year-old takes over MarsNet, so we're very concerned to make sure that this is a well-secured system. The second thing that is trickier than it is for terrestrial networks is network management. And if you think just for a moment about an interplanetary scale system, one where it's not always assured that a packet that you transmit is actually going to make it through multiple hops to get to the destination, real-time control is not realistic. When you send a ping message in the internet, you have reasonable expectation that either it will get there and you'll get a response, or it will have gotten lost, but there isn't any uncertainty after a certain amount of time has elapsed. In the case of the interplanetary backbone, there's much more uncertainty about how long it will take for any packet to get to its final destination, especially if it has to go through a series of hops. Those hops may be delayed by celestial motion and connectivity and everything else. So network management turns out to be a really interesting, almost autonomous kind of challenge, where you have to be able to send a bunch of instructions to some distant place and have it interpret those instructions and take actions without any further interaction. So nonetheless, in spite of all that, I think that we have a reasonable chance of introducing a good communications environment for further exploration of Mars. The second thing which has occurred to me, and it's probably occurred to you, and that's why I hope that you'll engage in some discussion after I finish with my preliminary remarks, is precision landing and being able to pinpoint and land things where we want them to go. The reason I think that's so important is that if we're going to do any kind of supply to a landed party, we're going to need to be able to put things down very close to wherever it is we need them to go. We can't have too much variation in landing site, short of being careful about not landing on top of the astronauts who are there on the surface, because they may not be able to go very far in order to get access to whatever it is that we've delivered. So that suggests to me that before we get too ambitious, we should be demonstrating our ability to land payload at very precise locations on the surface. This also suggests to me that as we start thinking more and more about sustainability, that we're going to want to ask ourselves, well, what else can we do ahead of time in order to prepare ourselves for a longer stay, even if it's only a question of months on Mars before we could return a landed party. That's a long time to sustain a group of astronauts. And so all of you know these things, the in situ fuel production, for example, the ability to produce extra oxygen by finding water and cracking it, possibly using solar power for that purpose. There are a variety of things along those lines. I guess also, in remembering the famous movie that we all enjoyed, and that's whether or not we can actually raise any food and what would we need to do that. I would guess that it might not be so easy to deliver enough food for a group of astronauts for a period of 9 months or more. And if we did want to do that, we're back to the precision location and preservation of that material. So figuring out whether we're capable of doing anything local in the way of, let me call it farming, is another big issue. The point that was made in the earlier panel about standards, I'd like to reinforce that for several reasons. The first one, clearly, is that if we're going to make this a cooperative and collaborative effort, which I believe it must be, then things have to interwork. Whether that's true for communications, it's true for mechanical interfaces and things like that. We have to be able to take advantage of the capabilities of all the spacefaring nations, some to do launch, some to do interfacing and building of assets, some to be able to land, for example, habitats and so on, and have everything fit together. And so agreement on standards, I think, is going to be a critical part of a successful exploration of Mars, especially for any lengthy attempt to stay there. So my question for you, as people who've been thinking very hard about this for longer than I have, is what else should we be asking to put on the agenda of things that we want to know in order to prepare ourselves for successful missions? There was mention of virtual reality and the idea of allowing people to explore Mars virtually. I'm going to suggest that there is the flip side of that, which is getting enough information in order to successfully emulate or model or simulate Mars conditions well enough so that we can test our ideas for building habitats and infrastructure that will support these missions. And so that suggests that we have to have more knowledge than we already have today. I have to admit to you, I was driving over here this morning. It's a beautiful spring day. And I was thinking, why would anybody want to go to Mars when the weather is kind of closer to Antarctica than it is here? On the other hand, that planet has been in our firmament for a very long time, and it's been an attractor for people for literally thousands of years. And so I can still see it, although on a pretty spring day like this, sometimes I think wandering around in an atmosphere like Antarctica might not be your best choice. So let me stop with this beginning remarks and ask whether you would like to engage in a discussion about things that we should know and things that we should do to check off on our agenda in order to have a successful series of missions and a sustainable location on Mars. If nobody has any questions or doesn't want to raise any issues, we can all go to sleep, or you can start the next session earlier. But I'm going to challenge you to engage. Now, I need to warn you that I'm hearing impaired, and I didn't come to speak and not listen. So I'm going to move over to the center stage where there's supposed to be some speakers that provide good quality sound, because normally on the stage you can't hear a damn thing because the speakers are all aimed at you. If that doesn't work for me, I'm going to jump off the stage and not kill myself. I'm just going to go off the stage and then go back and forth to the microphones in order to lip read if I have to. And so if that is necessary, I'm going to ask the house lights to come up so I can actually see you. So let's see whether anyone has any comments to make about my remarks or some of the other things you've heard so far. Go.
Well, the first thing that we don't know, that we really need to know, is what are the effects on humans of 3/8 gravity on Mars. And this is something that various space agencies have recognized. That, there's actually a test thing sitting in a park in Japan that never got launched. So without knowing that, it's dangerous to try embark on a long term.
Especially for any long periods of time. So is somebody taking notes? Because we should there she is. Let's make a list of these issues and let's challenge our scientists and our mission planners to tell us whether there's any progress being made on that. Do you have any answers to the question of progress there?
Well, No.
No. Okay, no, that's a perfectly good answer.
Yeah. But besides things that we don't know that we need to learn about Mars, there are other decisions that should be made early. And one of them is what is going to be the atmospheric pressure and composition inside a habitat.
Yes.
Because when you're on Mars, depending on the pressure, you'll be building all your buildings to that strength. And this is a question I've been trying to get answers out of NASA. I wrote a paper in 2006 about this.
Wow.
And they still...
Only 12 years have gone by, right?
And there's implications about flammability. Lower pressure, higher oxygen means that when you put on your spacesuit, you don't have to spend 10 hours getting ready to do an EVA. And when you're on Mars and something goes bump in the night, you will want to go outside and see why your power just flickered and what's going on. So that's another thing we need to do.
These are all terrific questions. Some of you must know Scott Pace, who is the Secretary of the National Space Council, with whom I've known for quite some time. I will be happy if you will make your list to relay that to Scott and say, "Dear Scott, this is what we discovered at the Humans to Mars conference." Go ahead, you're next. Oh, I'm sorry, we should be alternating. That's all right, go ahead.
We had a line, he went over there. But anyway, yes, thank you, Mr. Cerf, for coming today. I want to get your perspective on, the previous panel was talking about international cooperation, and you, of course, worked on the predecessor to our modern internet, and that was a very secret government project at one point. And we're going to be using some cutting-edge communications technology to communicate with Mars, but we have certain restrictions on working with other countries like China. Do you see, and even the Defense Department has some reservations about doing too much through companies. Like, what do you see that environment looking like as we head towards the really crucial part where we need to share our best technology with some people we haven't in the past?
So this is an interesting kind of story. The predecessor to the internet was called the ARPANET. It was a Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency effort. It was built to do resource sharing. It has nothing to do with survivability after a nuclear bomb or command and control. It was about allowing about a dozen universities to share their computing resources together in order to make progress in artificial intelligence and computer science. When the Internet project came along, it really was focused on command and control. Bob Kahn and I, when we were doing this early work in 1973, thought about whether we should patent the technology, whether we should limit where it went. And we thought about this and we said, well, if we patent it and we put licensing restrictions on its use, we will give an excuse to people not to adopt it because they don't want to go through the licensing process. So we said, let's just give it away. The second question was, who are the allies that we should be sharing this with, since we know that command and control will require interoperability with our allies. But then we thought about this. Remember, this is 73. So the first question we asked was, who were our allies 25 years before? Who are our allies now? Who will our allies be 25 years from now? And we couldn't figure out a good answer to the future. And we concluded, since we couldn't figure it out, that we should just give it to everybody. So for this kind of thing, it's so fundamental that I think we should accept the idea that every country in the world should have access to the communication technology that's needed in order to do space exploration. And I would argue that even with the tensions between some of our countries, China, Russia, the US, and so on, that we have still managed to maintain fairly good scientific relationships with all of them. The Russians we rely on pretty heavily right now for launch capability, for example. So hope I'm answering your question, but my belief is that we would be foolish and short-sighted not to recognize how important it is to establish grounds for real collaboration and cooperation, including sharing of technical information. You're next, and then you'll be next. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Steve Brody, I'm with the International Space University, ISU. We spoke a few years ago. You were doing some work on interplanetary internet.
We're still working on that.
And I'd love to hear about it. Let me pose it from a point of view of what I think we need a heavy dose of, which is humility in not knowing what we don't know and circumstances that will arise that we haven't planned, out ad infinitum for. So the access to knowledge for the in situ devices, artificial or otherwise, humans, whatever, to solve problems in real time, to me is a key element of the grand scale of making something successful. And I guess I would put that forward as sort of one of these challenges is not only how does that infrastructure come into play so that those who need the knowledge, not just data, but the knowledge and what it really means to help solve an unplanned problem, how will that both be accessible to them? And then is there any way that we can envision, just like what has happened with the internet, monetizing this whole system, things coming out of it that make it a money-making enterprise, so it's not just there solely for the purpose of these people and machines that are wandering around falling into situations?
Okay, so first point is be careful what you ask for. There are some side effects of monetization that you should appreciate that may not be what you would like. I'll come back to that in just a minute. The thing I would like to suggest, because you mentioned knowledge and information, think for just a moment about being on Mars, isolated except for whatever communications we can supply for some period of 9 months or more. And imagine that there may be situations arising for which we were not absolutely prepared, and that access to information is important. You could say, well, we can always do some kind of a remote internet access and people can do Google searches or what have you, although with a 40-minute round-trip time, that's going to be a little boring. And so one possible thought would be to find a way to export a substantial amount of information that's available on the internet into an orbiting resource. And I suggest the orbiting resource only because that's sort of safer from a lot of environmental concerns, except for radiation, by the way, which is another thing on your list of desirable knowledge is what's the radiation environment en route and on the surface. And will we have problems sustaining electronics and other kinds of things? So we could imagine the possibility of helping the astronauts get access to local information. If they can't get it there, then they may have to send messages back through the interplanetary network in order to get access to content on Earth. But let's go back to the sustainability question, because that's really the interesting driver behind the internet. When the internet was first launched, it was purely an experiment and then later a development for command and control. It did not have a business model at all other than support from the National Science Foundation, Department of Energy, and NASA for building networks to allow them to carry out their business. But by 1989, I had gotten permission to allow some commercial traffic to go on the government-sponsored backbones. And the reason that I asked for that permission was precisely to see whether there could be a business model to sustain the spread and operation of internet. So I resonate with your thinking. The reason that I said be careful what you ask for is that we've now seen what happens when you monetize various aspects of the system. Domain names used to be free. John Postel just handed them out when people needed them in the geek community that was just trying to build the net and make it work. But around 1992, a question came up about how to sustain the domain name registration system. And Network Solutions proposed $50 a year for 2 years. The Congress erupted and they claimed that was an illegal tax, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff that happened. But eventually we ended up with the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, which manages this enterprise and a very distributed structure. Internet addresses were also given away without any charge because it was just part of the experiment. You had to have an address in order to participate. Well, now there's some monetization going on in two senses. One is to maintain registrations of IP address space so that people know who has the authority to use those addresses. And then there is a market right now for IP version 4 addresses, which are only 32-bit numbers. When Bob and I did the original design, we tried to figure out how many addresses we needed to have in the system. And so we did a very simple line of reasoning. We said, how many networks will there be per country? Remember, we're thinking global command and control, right? So we said, well, we just finished doing the ARPANET. That was a national scale system, and it was not exactly cheap. So we thought maybe there'll be 2 national networks per country. That was our start. Then we said, how many countries are there? And we didn't have any Google to ask, because this was 1973. So we guessed at 128 countries, because that was a power of 2, and that's what programmers thinking.
Yeah.
So 2 times 128 was 256. So we had 256 networks. And then how many computers per network? And we said, well, that's, how about 16 million? That's 24 bits. So there's 32 bits. Do the math, 4.3 billion terminations, which is more terminations than there were people in the world in 1973. So we thought, well, this is surely enough to do an experiment. And that actually was true all the way up until about 2011 when we ran out. Fortunately, in 1996, we'd standardized on IPv6, which is 128 bits of address space. That's 3.4 times 10 to the 38th addresses. And I used to say that's more than enough address space so that every electron can have its own web page if it wants to. I don't say that anymore because I got an email from somebody at Caltech. Dear Dr. Cerf, you jerk, there's 10 to the 88th electrons in the universe. You're off by 50 orders of magnitude. So I don't say that anymore. You can imagine in 1973 the reaction if I said, I think we need to have 3.4 times 10 to the 38th addresses in order to do this experiment. So monetization is absolutely important. There are side effects, and we will have to work our way through. But we won't be on that planet unless there is, in fact, a sustainable way to do that. So I'm with you. We got to figure out how that works. It takes time. I mean, if you think about settling the West, and you think of all the things that had to happen and the stages that we went through the pioneers who were risking everything, then the railroads start coming through, and there were incentives for building the railroads. The incentives were a square mile of land on either side of the railroad. That was a government-instituted incentive. There were other incentives that led to the telecommunications and electrification spread in the country. So the government has a role to play in figuring out incentives that will create a sustainable operation. So that's a really interesting policy question. So let's add that to the list of what policies will potentially create a sustainable ability to occupy Mars. I hope that answers your question. Yes, sir.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you for coming. I have another question to add to the list, and actually when you were talking about the government supporting colonization across the U.S., that kind of answered part of that, I think. But I think as individuals, a lot of us, and especially outside this room, want to know what can we do to help us get to Mars, because I know not everybody has the means to work for some company or some government that's doing a project. And they usually hear either vote for somebody that supports your cause or donate your dollars, but maybe they want to be more directly involved in that. So that's another question.
So let me suggest a couple of things, and I'll use some reasoning by analogy, which is usually dangerous, but I'm going to try anyway. Some of you might remember or have heard about the ascent of Everest in 1953, almost coincident with Queen Elizabeth's coronation as Queen of England. When the 2 climbers who made it, Edmund Hillary in particular, the New Zealander, were asked, why would you do that? And Hillary said, because it's there. I think in a way, once they showed you could do it, then a number of other people, and many hundreds now, have made it to the top of Everest. And so it will be people like Musk and others who actually get there, and maybe not in person, although we hear that's what he wants to do. But once we have shown it's possible to land a human on Mars, and I hope return that person. I mean, I'm pretty sure there are some people who would be willing to just go, and that's it, end of story. I would prefer to be the first human to return from Mars, but that's just me. But once you demonstrate a capability to do something, you remove an enormous amount of uncertainty. Now, those of you who know anything about research know that if you can demonstrate something in the laboratory you're probably about 10% of the way to a product or a service. The other 90% is a lot of work to do. So finding a way to get past that laboratory thing involves finding incentives to reduce uncertainty. So if you can push a little bit further beyond the lab and get to the point where the rest of the uncertainty is acceptable, say, to the venture capitalists, then you've made an enormous step. So I think the answer to your question is several-fold. The first one is we have to be able to show that we can actually get there and survive. And I think that's going to happen because there will be crazy entrepreneurs like Elon and others who will do that. I'm not even persuaded that even a government-sponsored program will necessarily erase some of that. One thing we have done is we demonstrated we can land on the surface and that the equipment will survive. In fact, amazingly, it survived 10 years or more beyond what we originally planned, which is really cool. So there are these demonstrations of capacity that remove uncertainty. After that, it becomes a question of creating incentives that will allow entrepreneurial interests to invest in trying to get there. So most likely, there'll be an interesting combination of research that drives some of the demonstrations of capability, and then possible business models, which again is on our list of agenda items. So espousing pursuit of answers to these questions, and advocating for investment for research are some of the things that we can all do. Some of us may even be in a position to put some money into it. I'm post-IPO, not pre-IPO at Google, so I'm not in the same boat as Larry and Sergey. But nonetheless, those are things that we can do as citizens, is to advocate and reason soundly about why this is important to do. Okay, thank you. And I think that's all the questions we got, and I think I'm out of time anyway. So I'll turn this back over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And so Artemis.
Now, we all know that we have to listen to our elders, right? That's how we have been raised. But actually, as a community, as a society, we also must learn to listen to our young people. Because, well, after all, it's their future. And the next panel is going to do right that. Brittany Wett is going to lead that panel. And as she has a very wide variety of working with the young generation, I think that's a very grand idea to have her do this panel. Brittany, the floor is yours. So you have as much time as you can, and I'll get their name tags now.
And then Russell. Spell my name wrong. Yes. So good morning. Thank you all for being here with us today on this opening day of the Humans to Mars Summit. As you know, over the course of today and in the coming days, you will hear from speakers from all over the world as they talk about this endeavor to get humans to Mars. These speakers represent leaders in industry, in government agencies, as well as the scientific and entertainment communities. But this panel is unique because it's comprised of students from different stages in their academic careers. One of the things that I've learned as an educator in the museum field is that when we talk to the public about this effort to get to Mars, one of the aspects that is often overlooked is the impact that students have, whether it's space policy, building leaders and mentors, or just creating or encouraging students to become inspirational forces in their own communities to further advance the public perspective of the space effort. Students have an incredible impact. And that's why we have these students here today. They come from different backgrounds, and they are the true embodiment of what the Mars generation is. So if you're not familiar with the Mars generation, it is this idea that over the past few decades, technology has advanced so much that the reality of getting humans to Mars is closer than ever before. So the youth of today, which again comprises the Mars generation, will be the first generation to see this reality this dream become a reality. So our panelists today are two of which are from the Weiss School. So the Weiss School is a private school in Florida that caters to gifted students in early childhood through 8th grade. They have a heavy emphasis on STEM and STEAM education, particularly with regards to hands-on engineering. The school also encourages their students to participate in academic competitions throughout the year, and especially with the focus on aerospace. So if you would allow me the distinct pleasure to introduce those two panelists. The first is Russell Witter, and I'm going to read his bio because it's so expansive. He is a 7th grade student at the Weiss School. He is a member of the Weiss CubeSat development team, the Stellar Explorers team, and the captain of the Weiss golf team. He is also the student manager in charge of numerous 3D printers at the Weiss School, where he manufactures both CubeSat emulator components and other projects as requested. He has sparked a love for 3D design and aerospace since entering middle school, and he also has a Taekwondo black belt. If you also would allow me to introduce Bradley Link. He's also a 7th grade student. He is a member of both the Weiss School debate team as well as the public policy and legislative advocacy team. He has advocated to Congress on behalf of the Space Exploration Alliance's legislative blitz, as well as calling on the Florida State Legislature in support of Florida Space Day. He actively engages with legislatures at both the state and federal level. And mind you, he's in 7th grade. Bradley is a regional science fair finalist. He plays travel baseball, and he's also a senior black belt of the Taekwondo. Our other two panelists are student board members for the Mars Generation Student Space Ambassador Leadership Board. The Mars Generation is a nonprofit organization that focuses on inspiring young people to go out into their communities and to share their passion for STEM and STEAM education, as well as human space exploration, all while highlighting the importance that those two elements have on the future of the human race here on Earth. So Morgan Irons is the vice chair of the Mars Generation Student Space Ambassador Leadership Programs Advisory Board. She's also the founder and chief science officer of the company Deep Space Ecology, as well as a PhD candidate at Cornell University in the field of soil and crop sciences. Her research interests are in understanding how biogeochemical cycles and feedbacks are developed in degraded soil and regolith in extreme environmental agroecological systems. Aaron Shepard graduated with a bachelor's degree in biochemistry from Claflin University in 2012. He is currently a post-baccalaureate student pursuing a graduate degree in electrical engineering at Clemson University. Go Tigers. His research focuses on biologically inspired robots for satellite and orbital debris captures. He is the recipient of the Minorities in STEM Research Fellowship through NASA and the South Carolina Space Grant Consortium. This summer, Aaron will be interning at Langley Research Center as part of the NASA Academy. It's important to note that Aaron's passion for changing the narrative of diversity in space exploration and STEAM led him to join the Mars Generation Student Space Ambassador Leadership Board. He serves as the chair of the SSA Outreach Committee, which works to provide the information and resources that student space ambassadors need to become inspirational forces in their own communities. So before I head into the panel, I do want to note to the audience that if we have time, at the end of this panel, we will open up our panel to questions from the audience. So if you have questions in mind, there are microphones located on the left and right side of the stage. So Bradley, you are first up. So your generation is commonly referred to as the Mars Generation because Your generation will be the first generation in human history to see people touch foot on Mars. So my question to you is, as a young student, how do we go about inspiring and creating a generation of youth that is serious about this space effort?
Right there. So personally, what I believe we need to focus on is interactive and innovative STEM programs, not only in Florida and in Washington, D.C., but all across the country. So with STEM education, it opens up a large field and a large opportunity, as well as programs that will allow the youth to not only get inspired and excited about learning and going into space, aerospace, and stuff like that, but also give them the tools, resources, and education to do so. So with different STEM opportunities and STEM programs, they could range from different things, from just basic STEM learning to going into more aerospace and possible satellite work, which are all important things that we need in order to get to Mars. So with a more broad STEM education, you can not only work on rocket sciences, but also go into the fundamentals that it requires to know how to operate many of the capsules and modules that are required to get to Mars, and a lot of these sciences that have to go on in Mars, planetarium sciences, and possible terraforming, that are all things that can be possibly learned through STEM education in different programs of STEM education.
That's a great answer, Bradley. Now, Morgan, this question's for you. And you know something about inspiring youth to go out and pursue STEM education as well as space exploration, because you're the vice chair of the Mars Generation Student Space Ambassador Leadership Program. So could you tell us a little bit about this program and how it builds leaders in communities all across the globe, not just here in the United States, but globally?
Sure. So the Student Space Ambassador Leadership Program is a free leadership program that was developed by the Mars Generation. And it's to inspire and encourage students and people of all ages to go out and pursue their passions when it comes to STEAM education, STEAM being science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics, as well as their passions for space exploration. And so ways that the SSA, which is the short acronym for it, goes about doing this is by providing mentorship to students. Parents and teachers can also join the SSA to help support these students. And we are very heavy with social media to help communicate with students around the world, with helping answer questions that students may have with education or career goals, and also being in a community where everyone shares the passions for space. And with that shared passion, also having that diversity when it comes to what people are bringing to the table. I know that with me, when people hear that, oh, I do space agriculture, it really isn't something that you hear a lot about when it comes to the space industry. So being able to bring that perspective in, and I've had the opportunity to mentor some students through the SSA program who have a passion for biology and environmental science, but didn't really know how to connect the two together. So the SSA provides this opportunity for students of all ages to get in contact with people who are knowledgeable about the fields and maybe experts in their fields as well, which is very invaluable, starting these students off at a young age with these experiences. And the SSA also has a variety of programs that we put out, such as Train Like a Martian. And the Train Like a Martian program brings awareness of STEAM education, space, and physical fitness to students, to communities, to schools. And this is a week-long event where individuals, teachers, students, communities, schools, they can get involved with daily challenges that we set out over social media. And these challenges are fitness challenges that are based off of the astronaut training program that NASA has put out. We also have STEAM challenges that are daily, and we also have biohacks. So just combining a lot of different perspectives and challenges that people can participate in at any level. And this program also is used to raise money for sending students who have financial need to Space Camp. So that's one thing that, when I first heard about the Mars Generation a couple of years ago, really drew me in. Just being able to be part of an organization that is aware that exposing students and giving them the opportunity to pursue their passions, no matter what circumstances they find themselves, is something that really drew me in. And Train Like a Martian is one of my favorite events to happen annually, and it's happening actually next week. So you can go on and sign up at themarsgeneration.com, .org, and it's going to be May 14th to the 18th.
Thank you, Morgan. So it's like, as Bradley and Morgan identified, having access to STEM education is incredibly important, especially as we talk about this need for the human race to get to Mars. So with that said, Aaron, you are the committee chair for the Mars Generations Outreach Committee. Why do you think it is important for students to go out into their communities and advocate for space and STEM education?
Well, for starters, we all know that space is really, really expensive, right? And we know that space requires a large investment, and it's a big risk. The major things that happen in outer space will only happen if there is a public interest to do so. That wasn't hard back in the 60s because we had the Cold War and Sputnik and Yuri Gagarin, everything going on that made us say, okay, we really want to go to space. And within a decade, we were on the moon. Well, when all of that goes away and there's no political fear, what are we supposed to do? How are we supposed to create that interest? I find that a lot of people, regular people, not just space nerds like me and a lot of the people in the room, hopefully, with regular people, space is temporarily interesting. For example, the eclipse happens and everybody looks and everybody goes, oh, cool, that's space, that's awesome, and then they go on about their daily lives. And it's not hard to get people initially interested in space, but it is hard to get people to stay invested in space exploration for the long term. And that's why we encourage these students to become advocates for human space exploration in their communities. Because not only are they sharing the idea with the people that they know and the communities that they live in, but for them personally, space exploration isn't just this cool thing that they see on TV. It's something that they're working with every day. And in working with that every day, it's becoming a part of who they are, and they're becoming invested in it. And so in this process, you're not only trying to inspire the community, you're also creating a lifelong interest in space for those people who might not otherwise have it. So that's why it's important to encourage students to advocate publicly. Otherwise, it will be a very, 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 very long time before we make it past low Earth orbit.
Thank you, Aaron. And one of the things that we strongly encourage at the Mars Generation is for our students and our ambassadors to dream big and shoot for the stars. And that's something that the Weiss School fully embraces, as well as your teacher, Mr. Simmons. It's my understanding, Russell, that this past year, the Weiss School was selected by NASA for the CubeSat satellite launch, and you will be launching later this year. So could you tell us a little bit about this project, but also why it's so important for students to take advantage of opportunities like that? I mean, Bradley kind of touched upon it a little bit ago, but...
Yeah. So the CubeSat launch, or our WISeSat-1 mission, is essentially where we're sending extremophile bacteria into a low Earth orbit to test if it survives or not. So this opens the possibility of extremophile bacteria being able to live on other planetary objects, such as comets or another planet. If you don't know, extremophile bacteria is a type of bacteria that can survive at extreme temperatures. So that's why we're wanting to see if it could survive the vacuum of space. But I really think that engineering and aerospace and other fields in science are going to be very important in the future for jobs. And the way to get into these fields, I think, is really to make connections. And the best way to make these connections are by going to events like these. The Weiss School has its own AIAA high school chapter at Weiss, AIAA being American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. And we constantly attend banquets to network and meet new people. These people can help us with the WISESat-1 for testing, or just to come to speak to the school. I mean, it's really amazing because we get these opportunities where I'm a 7th grader from South Florida who flew up to DC to speak in front of a few hundred people. But I really think that evolution is going to be the motivator to go to Mars. This is the future of the human race. We are going to be eventually an interplanetary species. And we really need that motivation, and that motivation could be from the Earth dying, such as pollution or overpopulation. But I would really say the best way to get out is to expose yourself and to get into these programs as much as you can. And if you really want to pursue aerospace, just make sure this is what you're getting into, because once I started, I really got hooked onto this, because all of these opportunities, I can't resist them now. It's amazing. Flying up to DC, and then, for instance, at the end of May, I'm flying up to LA, and then after that, in August, I'm flying to Utah. So we really get these amazing opportunities from Weiss, and aerospace really creates a good environment for us.
Thank you. So, I mean, look at this. They're 7th graders, and they've already talked about some pretty heavy topics here. That's one of the best aspects of being in this position, is I get to see students be passionate about the various STEM and space topics that they are. And that's a good lead-in to my next question, Morgan. So the Mars Generation last year launched an awards program to recognize young leaders in the STEM and space world. Could you tell us a little bit about this program, the 24 Under 24 Leaders and Innovators in STEM and STEAM and Space Awards, and talk to us about how students who are passionate in any STEM field can merge it with space?
Sure. So last year we launched the 24 Under 24 Awards, and this program recognizes some of the brightest students who are working in a position to shape our future when it comes to STEAM and space exploration. And I would just like to share 2 examples of these students that we chose for the class of 2018. So we have Rebecca Barron, who is age 17 and from Canada. She is an activist scientist and founder of the nonprofit organization Because of Her, which encourages and inspires female students to pursue STEAM-related fields. And she has crowdfunded more than $1 million to promote literacy and girls' education in developing countries. It's really impressive. And then we have Deepak Atyam, who's age 24 and from the US. He is the co-founder and CEO of Tri-D Dynamics, which works to produce low-cost liquid rocket engines. So these are just 2 examples of the 24 students that we chose for this award, and they are all fantastic people, and people who are going to help lead us into the future when it comes to innovation and getting more disciplines involved in STEAM projects and in space exploration. And the sponsors that we had for 24 Under 24 were the United Launch Alliance and Aerojet Rocketdyne, so thank you to both of them for sponsoring. And then for our class of 2019 applications, we should be releasing those in about late spring of this year. And so one thing that I saw when we were looking over the applications for 24 Under 24 is just the different angles that a lot of these students came from to get to their goals. A lot of these students are in different disciplines, whether it's sociology, biology, engineering, just different fields that they were able to connect back to space exploration and to STEAM projects. And being able to foster a community where that is able to flourish, I find is very important. Because one of the things that I find a lot of students having problems with when it comes to entering the space industry is when you think of the space industry, some of the first things that pop into people's heads is heavy STEM, rockets, rovers, things like that. Not really artists, musicians, agricultural people. Just, there seems to be a more insular thinking when people think of space. So being able to change that mindset and change that view that people have on the space industry and welcome people of other disciplines who can help us further space exploration and further the goals that we have to help people across the world and into future generations. That's something that through the 24 Under 24 awards we want to show and to recognize these people for what they're doing and show other students that they can do whatever they want. They can pursue whatever passions they have, and they can combine it back to space exploration. I briefly mentioned that before, but one of the problems that I had when I was first looking at what I wanted to do with my career was finding a way to connect my passions for environmental science and space exploration, because I had that same mindset. Space industry is very engineering heavy, very mathematics heavy. But through the support of friends and family, through being able to talk with other people and doing my own research into it, I was able to find a way to combine my passions for environmental science and space exploration, and that led to me writing my thesis on the development of closed ecological systems for space habitation, and eventually founding the company Deep Space Ecology. So just being able to provide mentorship and inspiration and examples of people that other students can look up to and be inspired and know that they too can become that they too can enter the space industry, that's something that I believe that we need to help flourish, and that's something that the Mars Generation and the SSA program is working to do.
Thank you. And we did see that with, when we announced the winners from this awards program, we saw how all of the other SSAs and all of the other young people were inspired to go out and to do their own parts to change the world. So with that said, Aaron, you know, this is being live streamed, and hopefully some of the takeaways from this panel is for young people all across the globe to be inspired themselves. So what are some ways that young people can go out into their communities and, again, share their passion for STEM and STEAM and space, and particularly if they live in geographical regions where they don't have such a heavy emphasis on space?
Well, and that's the big challenge with space exploration and creating this Mars generation is the effort to get to Mars isn't going to just be the United States or Canada or Japan. It's going to be a worldwide thing. And so with students who are from countries where there are no space programs or there's a minimal interest in space, I think that the greatest thing that they can do in getting involved is connect with organizations like the Mars Generation and the Planetary Society and the NASA Solar Systems Ambassador Program, because what that allows is a connection to people who have the resources, who have the ability to say, hey, if you want to go out into your community, we have a PowerPoint that you can share. Hey, if you want to read books, you want to read space-themed books to children at a local museum, we have books, you can borrow them. One story that I really want to share is that we have in our SSA program, there is a student, his name is Jeremy Santana, and he is from the Dominican Republic. And in the Dominican Republic, there isn't a big interest in space exploration because it's a smaller island and there just isn't the same resources like we have here in the United States. And so him linking up with the Mars Generation has allowed us to send resources to him. We're getting ready to send him books. We're giving him materials so that way he can go out to his school. He asked us, he said, hey, I really want to share my interest in space with my school. Can you help me? And we said, yeah. So we got documentation from us saying that he can do this. We sent it to his school. We're prepping materials for him. But the point is, if you want to go out into your community and advocate for space, the best thing you can do is link up with organizations like us, because we have the tools, we have the technology, we have the internet, and we have the ability to share that with you, so that way, if you can't find a copy of a certain book, we got you. If you need an activity to get everybody excited and pumped about space, we have a ton of them. We have Train Like a Martian going on. We will have all these challenges that we're sponsoring and we're taking care of on the front end, and we make it shareable. We make it easy to spread. And so hopefully by doing all of that, you can foster that interest and spread it, even despite being from places where there might not be as heavy of an investment in science or space exploration.
Thank you, Aaron. And a big aspect, when I talk to people about the student impact on space, is space advocacy at a young age. So Russell and Bradley, this question's for both of you, because I know you have an incredible opportunity at the end of this week. I'm not going to go into it. I would like for you to tell everybody about what you'll be doing at the end of this week, as well as what are some arguments that you feel best support going to Mars from a space advocacy perspective.
Want to start with this one, because you're space advocacy. So when we advocate about space policy and aerospace, one of the biggest talking points that we use that really seems to work is both the economic and educational benefits of not only just going to Mars, but just increasing interest in space in general. So obviously by increasing STEM education, STEAM education, and getting more interest in terms of education and knowledge, we can benefit education, which could help with a lot of poverty, deliteracy rates. And by giving education, it really opens up a lot of young people's minds as well as adults' minds. And with some of the economical benefits, for example, after we closed the shuttle program in Cape Canaveral, the housing market really went down, because that had a lot of the jobs in it. It had a big portion of the workforce, and it gave a lot of jobs. So by increasing more interest for space, expanding upon it, we allow for a lot of economic benefits to come out of it, because we're getting more high-paying jobs, more engineering jobs, and more scientists and space-related jobs that have a lot of the benefits, not only in terms of economy, but also education throughout all stages of educational development, from very young stages up to college.
And you'll be advocating at Congress this week, later on?
No, not this week, but we do go every year with the Space Exploration Alliance and their legislative blitz, and also to Tallahassee for Florida Space Day.
Perfect, thank you. And our panel does have time. If there are members of the audience that would like to ask the panelists questions, please make your way to the highlighted microphones, and we will do our best to accommodate the questions. And once you have got to the microphone, if you could just give us your name as well as the question.
Hello, I'm Victoria Cross, and I'm also in the White School. What makes CubeSat satellites, and like our school has the WISeSat-1, so in particular, what makes CubeSat satellites such an important tool for student education and inspiring the youth?
Satellites, or CubeSats, were invented for universities and smaller companies. So as a middle school, we're at the really low end of that, because they were made for universities. They were made by two college professors. And the problem is, how do we make a satellite when we're a private school with a very small amount of children? So we have, the toughest part of creating the CubeSat was actually finding the components and partnering with companies that had a low enough cost for us to be able to afford this CubeSat and launch it. So yeah, but that's really, it's really used for smaller companies and universities to inspire other children and other grads and stuff. So yeah, it's a tool for smaller companies.
It's inspiring to me, because I was saying backstage that when I was younger, at least I wasn't aware of opportunities like that. So it's wonderful that you're able to take part of that. And I know that there's many small schools as well as universities across the country that take that opportunity. Yes.
Hello, my name is Christina Cross. My question is, you touched base upon the importance of STEM education earlier, but how can we further increase the awareness for STEM and for space exploration programs around the country?
So obviously we know all of the benefits of STEM, but in my opinion, the best way to increase the awareness of STEM is by pitching it to the people in power, the legislators, the congressmen, because by getting to them all of the benefits that come from STEM education and all of the reasons why it should be pursued at local and federal levels, they have the best tools in order to spread it to the public, increase awareness about it with legislations. And currently our school, we're still working on and drafting on a local legislation in Florida that allows for STEM grants for other schools, so they have some of the opportunities that we have at the White School to pursue so many of the missions and goals that we do with aerospace and CubeSat satellites.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as our panel wraps up, I just want to leave our panel on the note that I fervently believe that if you can touch the heart of a child and ignite in them a passion for any given topic, they can go out and change the world. So I challenge each of you to do that and become a mentor or a leader in your local communities. Thank you.
Good job, guys.
Well, like I said, we need to listen to the younger people too, right? The next panel is about the economics and manufacturing of space exploration. Because if there's something true about space, is that if you don't build it, it's not going to fly. And doing that, of course, space needs money, like everything else you would want to build or undertake. Nothing remarkable there. Which means that space exploration needs solid economic thinking. The various ways of tackling that are discussed in the next panel led by Ian Steff of the US Department of Commerce. Ian, please lead us through economics to our goal. Okay.
Thanks. Do you guys know if we're waiting for anything? Okay.
Are you waiting on something?
Ian.
Oh. Good afternoon. Thank you for making the time to join today's panel discussion. I am Ian Steff, and I am the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Manufacturing at the U.S. Department of Commerce. It's certainly a pleasure and a privilege to be here. As I'm sure you already know, Commerce Secretary Ross is very enthusiastic about the expanded role that the White House has asked Commerce to play in the promotion and regulation of space. The exciting part for me is that Secretary Ross isn't just focused on creating an environment that will support current space activities, but he is also equally enthusiastic about what that means for manufacturing, for satellite communications or imaging. But he's also thinking about tourism, exploration, habitation, and even gas stations on the moon. At the Department of Commerce, We have already committed to establishing a one-stop shop for commercial space in the Office of the Secretary. As Secretary Ross recently said at the National Space Council meeting recently held in Florida, the rate of regulatory change must match the rate of technological change, and so we must unshackle business activity in space. We believe that by doing this, we will ensure that business choose the United States as their flag of choice for space activity. And we also believe that by removing these regulatory barriers, we will be allowing all of you who have visions of what the space sector can be to be positively impacted, and our economy thus as well. And of course, science, the implications for science are incredible. So now I'd like to introduce each of my panelists, but before I do so, I was just so incredibly amazed by the young students out here before us. That is the true future, and I'm humbled to be going after them. So now I'd like to introduce each of the folks sitting to my left and ask them to tell us why they think it is important to encourage economic growth, technological growth in this field, and what they think we need to do to achieve success. We are short on time, so I'm not going to read all of the panelists' bios. You have them at your disposal. But I'd like to introduce Rick Tumlinson, the founder of the New Worlds Institute. Rick has been involved in the founding of numerous organizations and efforts that promote space exploration and development, including the new space industry, space tourism, and commercial use of Mir Space Station. He also recently started a new private equity company called Star Century Partners. Rick, the floor is yours.
Do you want us to give a couple of sentences?
Yes, no, I'd like that. Yeah.
Look, we're, as was just mentioned, the previous panel of young people that are out there, we're doing all of this for them. And while I do want to see our timeline move quickly and get us to Mars as quickly as possible, in fact, one of the earlier panels said, well, when do we know that it's time for us to be moving, the government programs towards Mars? And my thought was, when you see the rear end of Elon's rocket, that's probably a good time. Although I would like to see the anticipation of that in the form of the governments of the world working cooperatively with the private sector in a way that dances with or anticipates what it is we're doing. One of the great examples that occurred over the last few years was the FAA AST office, which in its creation immediately injected people into the launch, the new space launch industry. And they grew up with us. So the learning curve was, how do we work with the government? And the government was, how do we work with them? And we were all together. They were at all of the events. They were at all the launches. They were at all the interactions. And so there was a common dialogue, a common language, and an interactive dialogue created from the very beginning. That, I believe, is what's critical right now. But I think we're on the verge of something very exciting. The other point, and we can come back to this later, is that we need to make sure that the people of the Earth are not only able to benefit from this, but are informed and educated as to what's possible in a way so that there isn't a reactionary, anticipatory blocking off. Yeah. What I like to call, and I'm working on an article about what I call a wall around the world. The one thing we don't need is a wall around the world that stops us from going out into the solar system.
Well, thank you, Rick, for those opening thoughts. Next, we have Alex McDonald of NASA. He's not only worked at JPL and NASA Ames, but is now serving as the chief economist in NASA's headquarters. Alex.
Well, thank you. As the token economist on a space economics panel, I do feel I need to start off with a working definition of an economist, which is someone who is fascinated by money and the movement of money, but who can't seem to be motivated to make very much of it. And so, you should take anything that he or she says, if they're an economist, with a significant grain of salt. That said, if you are fascinated by money and its movements, today is a really exciting time, especially in the space industry, right? The space economy overall is widely understood to be over $300 billion in annual expenditures. Most of that is in communication satellites. What's interesting and has changed in the last year is that you now have major financial institutions, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, that have come out with essentially prospectuses for their investors that have said that that number is expected to grow very significantly. Some have even projected up to $1 trillion in a couple decades. That's something that we've been hearing for years in the space industry. But now you have Goldman Sachs and Bank of America seeing that. What's also interesting is that you've got actually very significant real investments by the venture capital community and the private equity community, right? The Bryce Startup Space Report, which was initially funded by NASA, has said that basically the last 3 years we've seen around $2 billion a year go into startup companies or early stage companies. That's very, very much larger than we'd seen in the previous 10 years. And so that's very exciting. I mean, essentially, to steal a phrase from Zoolander, like Hansen, space is so hot right now, right? And with the kind of policies that the administration has put in, I expect that it'll continue to be hot. There have been some very pro-commercial space policies. Secretary Ross has been very forward-leaning in terms of what we're trying to build out in this country. So I expect that kind of trend to continue. And also at NASA, it's a really exciting time as well because, in addition to having very significant budgets, the FY18 budget was about $1 billion appropriated larger than it was in FY17. So you're now approaching close to $21 billion. But in addition to that, we have a lot of really exciting challenges that we're working on. LEO commercialization, right? Building new pieces of infrastructure out around the moon, like the Gateway. Thinking about how we encourage commercial activity on the lunar surface. And then figuring out how we essentially structure a portfolio in a way to ensure that we get onto Mars. So from an economic perspective, it's a really exciting time to be watching money and where it goes.
Thank you, Alex. The last person I'd like to introduce is Maggie Handler, who, while still in college, founded a student organization called Business in Space to promote space exploration and expand students' knowledge of the importance of growing this sector. She is currently interning at the Commercial Space Flight Federation, but is here in her personal capacity, and we're so glad that you are. Maggie.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here. I've only been in this industry for 4 months, so this is incredibly amazing to be here. I can really speak to the fact that space is something that's already amazing. It's already incredibly cool, and that's why we're all here, but a lot of my generation doesn't really know what's happening unless they're in an engineering background. So I took it upon myself to really just educate others and how they can be involved without a technical background. I have a marketing degree and a marketing background, so I am by no means an engineer, and here I am. So I'm really excited that I think the commercialization of space and how NASA is partnering with amazing companies is something that students from all walks of life and all backgrounds can get really excited about.
Thank you so much, Maggie. Now, we want to ensure that we have plenty of time for the audience's participation, but I know that there are a number of topics we'd like to discuss here as well. And we'll begin with Rick. Rick, I'm guessing I know the answer to this, given that your recent venture capital firm is starting up, but is there really a business case for Mars? And if so, how near term is that business case?
Well, I'm going to surprise you, which never happens. But there really is no business case for Mars itself. I know there's a couple of people in the audience that are going to object to that. But as of yet, on the first order, i.e. getting out to Mars, et cetera, there's no business case. There are people who have, I'll be frank about it, again, surprising, that want to do a reality show, and that's somehow going to fund a colony on Mars. That is, as we say in Texas, excuse my language, BS. Not going to happen. There are people who think that there's going to be IP creation on Mars, that somehow the IP, the intellectual property, the products that are created to allow you to survive on Mars are going to pay for you to live there. I would like to point out that if you're waiting until you're actually on Mars to be developing those things, you're probably dead. Okay, the people, one of the representatives from the UAE is here. The people that are going to develop all of that IP are going to have done it a decade before. They're building a a simulated Mars colony in UAE. They're going to work out all of this stuff and gradually go percentage-wise to more and more and more closed system. So they're going to have a closed. You want to know what's going to happen to the DuPont paint on your wall 10 years into living in a closed habitat before the reaction occurs with the oxidation of your breath and it kills everybody. We need to do that on the Earth. The other point is that IP and those kind of products to help you live in space, you're going to be competing with the people on the moon and the people in free space and the people in, in LEO who are also going to be developing those things. So that's not going to be your product. The real profit that comes out of space is going to have to be looked at in terms of, or out of Mars in particular, is going to have to be looked at in terms of strategic, scientific, and philosophical / spiritual. If your profit is defined as expanding the scientific horizons of the human species, learning about life in the universe, et cetera, if your profit is described as being able to plant, I hate to say it, but plant a flag, maybe just for humanity or whatever, on another world, and if your profit is described as something that, no, all puns intended, I guess, comes from following a prophet to Mars, then that's where it's going to come from. And the real financial profit will come from the people that sell those people the way to get there and back, the equipment they need, the old story of Levi's, the clothing they're going to wear, and all of the infrastructure they're going to need. But there is, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, they really don't have a business plan when it comes beyond some of the near-term stuff they're doing. Jeff and Elon are basically giving a charitable contribution to the future. That is true. Elon has said, I'm going to give everything I make from all my other companies to the future. They're creating a central pillar around which an ecosystem can be built, where the young entrepreneurs, the young people can get out there and start feeding into that. And that's what I'm doing with my company. We're going after seed. We want to catch young people after they walk off the stage from presenting a business plan and go, hey, let's talk. We might have some funding for you. That's where it's going to come from. So we have to understand that and be very, very realistic. Now, once we're out there and the transportation costs, the infrastructure costs are all covered, then you might start getting into some economic back and forth between there and the Earth. The last point I'll make is the economy to focus on isn't that of Mars. It is the industrial infrastructure of the Earth, Moon, Mars system. That's where you're going to start to see things that can then translate into large fortunes being made and economic return.
Very good. Thank you, Rick, and I'll turn to Maggie now. We talked about business in space. I'd like to get a better sense of what inspired you to start that entity, and how has it guided your understanding of working with the next generation to continuously inspire them and generate interest in this industry?
I've loved space since forever, but it wasn't until I really started learning about the commercialization of it in high school that I knew I wanted to make a career out of it. And of course, when you're in high school, you know exactly what you want to do with your life, so it was all good. But when I got to Miami of Ohio, where I studied and graduated this past December 2017, I would speak to my peers about it, and a lot of them had no idea that A, it was being a commercialized sector, and B, that NASA was even doing anything anymore. They just kind of thought, oh, space is cool, nothing's really going on. And to me, that was just devastating. And so I asked myself, how can I show them that they can be a part of this, that this is something that is happening and that we need them? So I took it upon myself to start Business in Space, and it really was just designed to help my generation grow in their understanding of the importance of this industry to society, and just kind of let them know that you don't have to have an engineering background. We had students, I started this club 2 years ago, and we had, of course, we had engineering students, we had business students, and we even had med students. So it just proves that this is a topic that can excite people from all walks of life, and we had speakers from NASA come, and that was really cool to hear what they had to say about their experiences getting into the industry and the government part of it. And we also did NASA Technology Transfer University program, where we actually took a NASA pen and commercialized it and created a marketing plan for it. And just the fact that we had so many different backgrounds of students we just had amazing ideas come from all of them, and it was just great to see that all of that unique perspective, and business in space has been a really great experience.
Well, thank you for that, Maggie. And now we'll turn to Alex. What are some of the elements of the national infrastructure that are very much in the spotlight as we develop the infrastructure that is supporting the development of the space economy? And where do we see that moving forward, and how quickly?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it builds right off of Rick's last comment there. I mean, at the first level, of course, at NASA, we think of all of the 10 centers that we have across the country as infrastructure, and the engineers as a type of intellectual and technological knowledge infrastructure on which we've been able to have a wide variety of commercial businesses build. KSC is the most obvious example, right? And when you have the launch of Falcon Heavy from the old shuttle pad, that is literally new commercial activity launching from the infrastructure of the nation, right? The knowledge of the people at JSC and Ames and JPL everywhere in terms of how do you take these commercial ideas, make them basically spaceflight ready, transferring knowledge for heat shields, transferring knowledge for avionics. That's a type of infrastructure. Thinking about the in-space infrastructure, which is what Rick's talking about, the best example we have is the International Space Station. And it's infrastructure in a couple ways. The first is that it's a type of platform on which we're building things. The example of being able to launch a lot of the earliest big CubeSat constellations. It's arguable whether or not we would have been able to do that without that type of infrastructure being provided by the nation. Another way is in terms of manufacturing, right? We're thinking about manufacturing new materials. Z-Bland is one that's particularly hot right now. We have not just one, but 3 different companies who are pursuing the manufacturing of that, using the ISS and the microgravity environment there as the infrastructure in which to do this. For me, actually, the most important part of the infrastructure, though, is the fact that because you have a regular demand for services, you have a logistics chain. And that logistics chain is incredibly important. That logistics chain of cargo and of going to a permanently inhabited facility out in space. Because you have that logistics chain, you can innovate within that logistics chain continuously at discrete numbers of years, but in the long perspective, you have the opportunity to bring in new commercial capabilities, right? And we have. That's exactly how we were able to get COTS approved. We had a need for new commercial launch vehicles, right? That, for me, is also, as an economist, right, which is kind of where I look at these things, the principal value of the gateway. The gateway will allow us to develop logistics chains that take us significantly farther than the Van Allen belts, get us experience, not just in terms of human spaceflight, but in terms of the resupply of the capabilities out there. And because we'll have a logistics chain, we'll be able to innovate within that logistics chain with new capabilities, potentially commercial in the future. So I think continuing to think about the evolution of our infrastructure and thinking about it like an infrastructure development project with logistics chains and abilities for commercial companies to build off each platform is going to be a really critical part of our strategy.
Thank you, Alex. And I'd like to continue along with this discussion, and we'll continue it with Rick. What are the key technologies we should be investing in, federal versus private, in addition to the infrastructure requirements that Alex noted?
There are very valid areas where federal or international government tax dollars can be very, very useful. Mr. Cerf was up here talking about communication, establishment of those kinds of things. And I love what Alex is saying, where the government is going to be trying to work on developing that infrastructure. I mean, we do stand on the shoulders of giants, and we all know that we're using and building off of and leveraging off of many decades of federal investment. But let's make sure that as we move forward, that investment is handled consciously as investment. I had a joke with somebody, or discussion with somebody, about the fact that we were talking about how would you develop the technology to go to Mars if you're going to settle versus exploration. And the idea was, well, if you're going to go to Mars as an exploration mission and you need a shovel, you're going to need a very light shovel that's collapsible, can be put into a small space, is going to be stuck into the Martian regolith 3 times and left behind. If you're going to go settle Mars, you need a shovel that's going to last 50 years and be replaceable by Martian materials. So we need to have our federal investment working in that area. Now, I will believe that the federal government, and I'm speaking to Mr. Bridenstine right now, in a sense, is serious about this when they announce that they're going to fly centrifuge that can give us Mars and lunar gravity in space. That will be a real sign that we're starting to think about permanence in space. As far as going outside of NASA into non-technical,
sure.
Tax regimes, regulation. I have a Deep Space Industries was the company I just left, and I'm still chairman emeritus, which means I'm the guy who's standing in the corner, and they kind of listen to me now and then. But we had people tell us very sincerely, investors say, look, we need regulation. So I know you can, with the brilliant minds you have, you can get out to an asteroid. I know you can harvest the resources. I know you can process them. I know you can bring them back. What I need to know is once I have those resources, that there's a regulatory regime I'm working within that allows me to keep them and profit from them and trade them back and forth. So we need that. We need a strong advocacy. And the US government is already stepping forward in that area. So working together on that, and then leading edge, as far as I know you work with manufacturing a lot, that very leading edge stuff where you're not quite sure yet whether there's going to be a profit center that can be created in those technologies. Investment in those kinds of activities would be very powerful because they're sort of pre-investment level, especially space is already very expensive as far as infrastructure goes, the ability to fly into space, building rocket ships, et cetera. So if there is anything you can do to chew the edges off of that cost as far as development, that's going to be quite helpful.
Thank you. Now, very insightful. Maggie, we'll go with one more question for you, and then we'll turn it over to the audience, who I'm sure is thinking of a lot of questions. Can you name one or more the aspects of space exploration that you believe are important in generating the public interest? We heard from these students beforehand, but you've worked with so many of your colleagues. What are those areas that you feel will drive the next generation to space exploration?
It's a great question. I think, we can learn from history. In the past, we saw incredible amounts of people gather for the Apollo missions and the shuttle missions, and that's one thing that definitely brings people together and gets people excited about this. And with NASA's Commercial Crew Program, I think we're definitely on the right track. Even with space tourism, the fact that anybody could go to space, even though it's a little expensive, that anybody can go to space is, we're on the right track, and I'm really excited that we're in such a great time right now. And I also think one of the arguments that I love to say is, I get the question all the time, why should we invest our time and money into space when there are real world problems right here on Earth? And to that I always say, well, there are companies, specifically commercial satellite companies, that the more that we invest in those and the more that we can increase their competitiveness and their demand, the more that we will have satellite imagery from Earth where we can solve problems that we would not be able to solve here on Earth. And that gets them every time. So I think we're really on the right direction, and those are the two main things that are going to generate public interest for sure.
Thank you so much for that. I fondly recall a moment I came from the state of Indiana recently, where our vice president is from as well, and he's often very fond of saying the first and most recent person to walk on the moon who graduated from a university is in his home state. But I will also say, in terms of the manufacturing base that you brought up, there are manufacturers throughout this country that are not only excited about space applications, but are currently heavily involved. One that comes to mind is a company that's manufacturing Indy cars for the IndyCar 500 in the Indy 500 in Indianapolis. And if they pointed out that you can take a car around a 2-mile track in Indiana at 233 miles per hour. But what they also said is that carbon fiber development that I helped move forward, that's going into space. And I saw that the next week out in Southern California. That, ladies and gentlemen, is excitement for not only our manufacturing base, but for the next generation that are working on those technologies. So without further ado, I'd like to open it up to questions from the audience for our panelists. Right here, sir.
Yes. For the past 17 years, I've been married to a lady from Argentina who is a passionate soccer fan. And I'm going to point to you, Mr. Economist. What I've been fascinated about is the humongous sums of money they collect from television rights. Now, in 1999, there was a very obscure Canadian made-for-television movie called Escape from Mars, and they financed the first Mars mission by selling private, not public, by selling television rights. Now, this wouldn't work for, 20 flights, but what about just financing the first mission with television rights? Just an idea.
I always loved Humans to Mars meetings because they always get me in trouble. And so this idea of kind of, what is the televisable, valuable thing in space, right? It's kind of actually a bit of a classic question, right? People have been thinking about different ways to film sports, right? You've seen the old kind of paintings of people who can, if you pressurize something on the moon, and once it's gravity, you can just use your arms to fly, this kind of stuff. So a while back, a bunch of us were thinking about kind of, well, how would you actually make money off of this, right? And soccer, problem with soccer is you got too many players, right? Each person costs a lot of money, right? So the first thing that you're going to make money off is probably going to be something with only kind of 2 players, right? And in terms of the things that have valuable television rights, kind of breaks down into, my kind of memory about 2 things. You got tennis, or boxing, So, it seems to a number of us that, in the world where you got Mayweather-Pacquiao fights that are bringing over $500 million in revenue rights, that there is a viable plan. We've even come up with a term for it, right? You had the Thrilla in Manila. You had the Rumble in the Jungle, so you're probably going to have the Brawl and Free Fall, right? As I said, the Humans to Mars always gets me in trouble. This is very much only an intellectual idea that people should undergo only to think about how do you make money in space. And I think you're onto something, but I think you have to think through the actual economics of it and, frankly, the physics of it. It's got to be low mass to start, probably.
Thank you so much. Next question from this gentleman.
Good morning. I'm Tom Risen with Aerospace America. I'd like to follow up on something Rick had said about the aspiring regulations and return on investment. Can you try to flesh out a little bit more what you tell your investors when they ask for return on investment? Like, oh, you want to go mine an asteroid? That sounds amazing. When am I going to get some money? Or Ian, since you are from Commerce Department, do you have any idea of timetable of when taxes or regulations on when people could keep their water from an asteroid, or whatever minerals they get from an asteroid, what they'd be able to keep and what they'd have to share? Could you explain a little bit more, please?
Sure. Well, we'll begin with you.
The business plan for Deep Space Industries is a very long business plan. As far as the actual end product, i.e., or end first product, let's call it, which for us is water. We're not doing platinum and gold. I have mining engineers who slap me upside of the head. I literally got slapped upside the head by an Australian mining engineer. He's like, no, Rick. I was like, please, just let me sell it on gold. Nope, not gonna happen. It's about water. So you nailed it there, as you have some background. However, along the way there, we still have to make money. We were launched 5 years ago, and we've stayed alive, which I'm thrilled about. And the way to do that, and the way our company has done it, is to monetize the technologies that we're going to use to get there. So, for example, we're selling the Comet steam thrusters, very small green thrusters that can go into small spacecraft that are piggybacked under large missions where they don't want explosive propellants that might blow up your DirecTV satellite when they have these little piggybacks. So we've got a water-based thruster. And then we're working on the Meteor, which is a little more advanced. That's a full-up motor, both of which are part of the first mission that we're going to launch to the asteroid. They're part of the spacecraft. So we had to monetize that, and I think we've got, I'm going to say several dozens, I think there's more than that, orders already for these little thrusters, and they're fairly expensive. That's starting to generate income, and that allows our engineers to keep working and keep growing. So we have to be very careful. Now, some companies pivot We decided not to pivot. We decided to add a leg to the platform of our concept. So in other words, by moving to a water-based economy, knowing that we're going to be mining water, when we get out to the asteroids, it's in a way like selling the internal combustion engine while you're prospecting for oil. We're going to start building that market that'll get us there. Other companies have other ways of doing that, but if you're looking at this long-term goal, you've got to pay their bills right now. You've got to have the income coming in right now, or you're dead. So you've got to be very, very, very creative without losing track of where it is you're going to try and end up. Because many companies will end up way over here when they started this way. So I don't know if that helps.
Sure, and just in terms of, on behalf of the Commerce Department, what I'd say is that in part and in conjunction with our colleagues on the National Space Council, when we look at investment climate, when we look at the regulatory environment, we're looking at it through the lens of the industry-enabled folks that are enabling our discussion at the National Space Council in the first place. So the question that I have for industry and the question that Secretary Ross has is, what do you need to compete in this environment? What do you need to compete, and how can we consciously choose to compete to ensure that you are competitive not only today, but for a long, long time into the future? And I would say that gets into the investment climate. What you've seen on the national stage is a reduction in the entire corporate tax rate, and I think that has spurred manufacturing in a way that we have not seen for some time, 250,000 new jobs in manufacturing alone just last year. But I think targeted investment climate discussions along with the regulatory framework needs to happen in conjunction with the entrepreneurs and the industries that are actually making the investments in the first place. And so we are very much taking industry's lead and counsel in terms of the timing of any future discussions related to the investment climate at large. I think we have a question over here. Yeah.
Yes, good morning. I think the question of the cost and the complexity of space is something that's been stymieing everyone for a long time. And the boxing idea was fun, but if we don't do mayhem on Mars, what are some ways that we might reduce the other side of the equation? Every now and then you'll see experiments with low costs, such as scaled composites with Spaceship One or NASA with the X-38 program. Those always start and stop, and it's almost like we get excited, but we somehow can't commit to execute a large program in that type of approach. What do you think are some of the challenges to that, and what would be the responsibilities of both industry and government in trying to reduce the cost of space?
Great question. I mean, I know Rick will have some thoughts. You go for Maggie does too. But your question actually had in it the seed of one of the challenges, which is that in order to reduce the cost, we can't seem to execute a large program to do that. Mm-hmm. That may in fact be the exact problem right there, right? What we do know is that in order to achieve all the objectives that we collectively have as a society, as a planet, as a community in space, we cannot do so on the current cost paradigm that we have. So we have to reduce that cost. One of the things that's very interesting about COTS was that it didn't take a large program approach to developing that capability. And because there wasn't a huge amount of money, people actually had to get innovative and figure out how to do it for less, right? And so I think that, for me, is one of the core challenges that we have. Because if you can get the motivation for something, well, then you get the big program. But if your motivation is that we know we need to reduce the cost, you actually can't succeed by spending a huge amount of money. And so I think we have to be very conscious of that. We have to be focused on reducing the cost, not just of launch, but of operations, right? Of resupply, of all of these elements. At the same time, you have to be paying enough to make sure that you're actually getting the right ideas on the table. And so that's the balance that we're always having to struggle with. And I think at least just focusing on that and being aware of that is going to be at least one part of the solution.
Want to add to that?
Okay. So how many of you all are familiar with Cost Plus? Okay, that's how you get $1 million toilet. Cost Plus basically says, if you're the government and you want to buy something from me, I get to charge you 10% of what it costs me to make it. So if I can get that, and and you want this cup of coffee, why would I charge you $1,000 when I could charge you $1 million if I get to keep 10%? Okay, that's how government procurement has operated. That is the aerospace industrial complex. that it was designed basically to crank money into different companies and offices and things like that. Part of what COT CCDEV did was begin to shift that paradigm a bit. And part of what we have to do is convince the aerospace industrial complex that they can make money for their shareholders if they go ahead and begin to adopt this kind of approach. They can still make money. It's a different paradigm. It's a different way of thinking. You get paid for delivery, and on the front end, the government is a good partner in the development of those technologies. So the government works with you. They kind of, you share identifying where it is you need to go. And then once you get to the capability to take that commercial, then you move to a commercial bidding process or a pay-for-delivery process and that kind of thing. The other things you would want to do, for example, would be, if you were trying to encourage the private sector, is that we need to have things like zero-G, zero tax. If you're manufacturing something in space, that your company might have some sort of tax breaks. Go ahead.
Well, so zero-G, zero tax is one that comes up all the time. And we did have it in Virginia for a while, right?
Right. Jack Kennedy introduced it.
Please, some economics grad student, see whether or not it made a difference. Check to see whether or not having a zero-gravity, zero tax regime in Virginia for a discrete period of time actually improved the investment in that state.
Right.
It's an actual research question that we don't have the answer to.
Right.
So I just wanted to encourage anyone who's listening who is motivated to look in that. We really need that answer, actually.
Right. The story we have
correct
is that Orbital ATK, for example, moved to Virginia because of that. But that's about as far as, it's very good. We do need empirical knowledge on these things.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Excellent. Do we have another question here from the audience?
Yes, hi. Thank you today for the discussion. I'm Yvette Gonzalez. I'm a human resilience expert, and I've been part of a discussion that started a few months ago on scientist-astronaut work. But last week at the Hudson Institute, there was a topic that was raised, and I'd like to get your perspective on to what extent, if any, you believe the insurance industry might influence regulations and policies for space.
Let's see. Any comments on that?
Maggie?
I think that, with any new industry and with anything that's new in the marketplace, there's risk with everything. And I think that's just, I don't know much about insurance, but I can say that since it's so new and since we're going to have so many innovative ideas and so many things that are going to be just out, that are just crazy and out of this world, pun intended. I think that we're going to really have to think about that a lot, and we're going to have to really dive into that for sure.
And there already is a really rich insurance market already for commercial launches.
Absolutely.
And so it already is impacting it. People do commercial activities in different ways depending on whether or not they get a favorable insurance rate.
Absolutely.
So that's already happening. Lloyd's of London is one of the kind of critical brokers for all this kind of stuff. It's actually another rich area for economic research.
That's a great question because it shows now we're beginning to get into some depth as to how this can all work. And there's a fellow by the name of Kirby Eichen. I think he's chairman of the board was chairman of the board of the National Space Society. He worked with us in the MIR project on insurance. Insurance already played a role also. I don't know how many of you know this, but the X Prize was funded by insurance. It was called a hole-in-one, and the insurance was betting that nobody could win within a period of time. Now, fortunately for the X Prize, the insurance people hired people who had no idea what New Space was doing to do their diligence and never peeked under Burt Rutan's door. The rest of us knew. But they bet against that. So there is that one. It's a little weird. But there's a lot of different ways that insurance can play, and that's a really interesting area.
And another one, kind of from a historical mission perspective, the Palapa B satellite was an Indonesian satellite that essentially was scrapped because it was either not in the wrong orbit or it wasn't functioning right. The insurance company was able to work with NASA back when the shuttle was able to do these satellite servicing missions to go up, recapture the Palapa B satellite, bring it back down so the insurers actually got something, because they had to write it off, right? They had to write off the investment. So they wanted something back. So they got the satellite back, refurbed it, and sent it back up again so that they got some recovery on their funding. So there's already really exciting ways in which insurance has already really played a role in the development of space.
One more comment on that is that since I already got myself in trouble with the big aerospace guys, on the flip side of that, Orbital ATK and the new Loral company.
The Maxar.
Maxar are both working on satellite servicing projects where the satellites can be refueled, replenished, moved to different orbits, things like that. That is something that insurance people would love to deal with, and that begins to bring costs down, et cetera.
Yep. Very good. I see we have another question here from the audience.
Thank you. My name is Edward Henry. I'm a graduate student, but of politics. Sorry.
It's all good.
So it's talking about a regulatory regime and also from an insurance perspective, what sort of labor and health and safety policies and regulations do you foresee us having when humans do get to Mars?
Alex, do you want to start off with the question?
Gosh. I haven't thought about that one that much, to be honest. It strikes me as somewhat in the category of, what are you going to do when everyone unionizes on Mars?
That would be a good sign, though.
It's a good sign, exactly. And it is a real problem. I'm not quite sure it's one of the ones that we need to solve yet, right? I think the version of that I think is really real, actually, is how do you determine the health and safety standards for human orbital missions to Mars, which are actually much closer on the horizon, right? Where you're going to be sending people out into deep space for a year and a half, 2 years, right? One of the things that we have to, as a society, reckon with is that when we undertake a mission like that, we will be taking on fundamentally new types of risk. Very, very risky activity. And I think that collectively is really something we're going to have to reckon with. I think we're going to have to deal with it in a context like orbital missions before we have to worry about it on the surface.
Great. Thank you. The next question.
Hi, I have a question for Maggie. As a student who's done something a little bit unusual with starting the student club, I'm wondering what kind of barriers you overcame, anything that you thought was surprising that maybe other students interested in entering into the space business may have to overcome themselves. So I think there's a lot of students here, and we could benefit from hearing about that.
Yeah, definitely. I think space is already incredibly cool. We have that story going for us, but it's very big, and I think that can intimidate a lot of people, and that's definitely a barrier with some of my peers that I've seen. I think if we can just normalize it and really just talk about it in educational courses as early as possible, and not just STEM courses, I'm talking about all courses, and talk about it as if it's any other type of career that a student would go into, then that's something that will break down that barrier. And again, space is already cool. We just have to really put that out there, emphasize its amazingness, and then also just try and make it a story and make it more relatable and let everybody know that we need unique people. We need people from all walks of life to join in on this incredible journey.
I just want to add something. And first of all, I mean, it's great that Maggie's on stage. And one of the issues we've been dealing with in our organization is that we need more young people involved. We also need more young women involved. And it's a very interesting question because it's an awkward kind of conversation to have.
You agreed at those, Rick.
Pardon?
You agreed at those.
Yes. Well, thank you. I'll get myself in trouble. But the one thing I noticed, I was in the UAE at Abu Dhabi at a space conference last week, and I think UAE, in their space agency or their space program, has already achieved something like 50% female management.
Love it.
I mean, just imagine if our field looked like that. And so it's great that you're up here, and I just hope that you can keep evangelizing for that as an example of being yourself.
I'm ready.
Sure are, Maggie, and we can't wait to see where you go next. But I will say, I know that we're going to be driven off the stage here very soon. It's not the first or the last time that that'll happen to me. But I'll say what an invigorating and inspirational discussion that's taken place here. I'll just end with Secretary Ross's comments at Cape Canaveral during his last visit there. If the United States is to continue to lead in space, we have got to create the right conditions. It is essential to jobs, economics, and national security. That little red roadster in space does need rules of the road, but there shouldn't be too many one-way streets, dead ends, or U-turns. I promise you that Commerce and the rest of the interagency will be good stewards. So it's certainly a pleasure to be back here at GW, and thank you to all the organizers of this event. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, that wraps up the first morning. It's lunchtime now. As you've just heard, Mars is expensive, space is expensive, so we're actually not serving you lunch. You're on your own. We had to economize somewhere, right? Or we're not getting to Mars. Well, you have an hour. And there's also, I think, still virtual reality downstairs. If you want to believe you're on Mars, right here, you can do that. Hope to have you all back, well fed and full of energy for the next part of the day.
Go ahead. I want you to stand over to the side. Unfortunately, we're in the middle aisle, so it's going to be very crowded. So you're going to have to really pack in together. Go ahead. You can move in there. If they have to go around, they will. Come right over here. And we're going to start in just a second. Aaron, come on down. Just stand behind them since you're nice and tall. It is. Not my choice. Okay, we are through the first half day of the 2018 Humans to Mars Summit. Hope you've been with us all morning for some really outstanding sessions and amazing individuals, including this group talking about the economics of space exploration that we just heard from a few moments ago. I'm Matt Kaplan of the Planetary Society, here hosting the webcast. We'll be going into the lunch break here, and we'll talk a little bit, give you a preview, a little tease as to what's coming up at Humans to Mars in what's left of this first day, Tuesday. But before we do that, we have some folks, well, some of you, 3 of you were on stage, but we've got a couple of others who you participated, but from the audience, I think. And then over here, Aaron Shepard from the Space Generation. And I hardly know where to start. We haven't had this big a crowd before, so I'm going to step in front of you, which I know is not very polite, but I'm going to start with Aaron. Aaron, you're on the board of the Space Generation?
Yes, I am. So the Mars Generation works to excite all people about STEAM education and space exploration, and our goal is to foster and create that generation that's going to take us to the red planet finally. We've been waiting 50 years, almost 50 years, and we're ready to go. And it will be this generation, this group, these students that you see in front of you that are going to take us. So I'm real excited. I'm really passionate about working with these students, and I am just so pumped to see where they are going to take us.
So if you're the Space Generation, this must be the the next generation Star Trek.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. And they are, if you think we're cool, they are going to blow your socks off. They are so cool. They are doing amazing things. Just listening to them talk about their projects that they work on, it's like, wow, when I was in middle school, I was playing video games, and these kids are launching CubeSats and making rovers and speaking to Congress, and I'm like, whoa, you guys are going to be amazing astronauts. So I'm real excited. It's truly an honor to work with students like you.
We're going to talk with you guys in just a second about all of that you're up to at the Weiss School. Blew me away. I had not heard of the Weiss School. I had heard of Space Generation, but I didn't know about the global reach of Space Generation. You've got people everywhere.
Yes, we do. And that's the point of our Student Space Ambassador Leadership Program, particularly, our organization entirely. We understand that the effort to get to Mars is going to be a global effort, and you have to, inspiration is not limited to one country or one group of countries, it's a worldwide thing, and so we try to create these resources and programs that can teach students wherever they are in the world, that they can dream big and act on those dreams and really make space real for us.
Do you have to be somebody who works in space or aerospace in a related industry or in academia but related to space to be part of the Space Generation?
No. The only requirement that I know of for being a part of the Mars Generation is to be passionate about space, be passionate about science and exploration, and love to inspire and to, again, have really big dreams. If you don't meet those requirements, I don't know if we can let you in. You might have to talk to some people. But
everybody should have those requirements, right, guys? I think you guys do. You may be a part of that Space Generation before too long, but now we met a couple of you, as I said, on stage, And so I know a couple of you, I've got your names, but I'm going to let you introduce yourself once again. First of all, are you all 7th graders?
We are 7th graders. We're 7th graders, and then the Cross Girls are 8th graders.
I see. Okay. And you are?
I'm Russell Witter.
My name is Christina Cross.
And why don't you move over that way a little bit so we can make sure the camera can see all of your faces.
I'm Brad Lulink.
Victoria Cross.
All right. So like I said, the Y School was new to me. You guys are going to space. Who wants to talk about the CubeSat plans?
Okay, so our current mission is YSAT-1, and all of the students had never really heard of CubeSats either in space, and so all of a sudden when our teacher, Mr. Simmons, came, we all kind of worked together, and a lot of STEM emerged in our school, and so we were able to come together and through high-altitude balloon missions, captive carry flights, we were able to kind of create and develop our own Cube satellite with the CubeSat development team at our school. And so the YSAT-1 is our 1U CubeSat that will be launching on October 1st on a Falcon 9.
Are you all part of that project? Okay. I'm guessing that Aaron, especially based on what he just said, is just like me, incredibly envious because, I mean, I'm a lot older than Aaron, but even in his generation, when he was your age, the thought of being able to put a spacecraft in low Earth orbit, that was crazy. That was crazy stuff, right? Do you kind of recognize that this is something that's brand new, beginning with your generation?
Well, yeah, it is really something that we look at, and it's honestly, because we have so many experiences, it seems like it's almost something we take for granted. But then when we kind of step back and look at the big picture and realize, wow, we're in middle school and we're doing all of these amazing opportunities, it's really quite something.
And who can tell me, even though we heard a little bit about the Y School while a couple of you were on stage, we may have had some people just join us, who can tell us a little bit about the Y School, which sounds like a pretty special place?
So the Y School is a pre-K through 8th grade school in Palm Beach Gardens in South Florida. And we're all part of the Y School, and there are a lot of students there. And we like to have a heavy focus on STEAM, and we have a lot of STEAM classes, and we also very heavily focus on aerospace. So a lot of us are interested in aerospace, and we're really interested in being part of the generation that's going to lead the way to the mission to Mars. So at the Y School, we have a lot of STEAM-based competitions, activities, and classes. And one of the words that we mentioned earlier is the word inspire. And I really think that the Y School is very important to inspire others and to continue this goal of getting to Mars. So I really think that's important. And we're very excited to be here today.
You're obviously a very special group from a special school. Russell, are you surprised that more people your age are not as thrilled by the idea of space and science in general as all of you apparently are?
Yeah, I mean, we really have the opportunity to do it if we really put our minds to it. Just a bunch of middle schoolers, just 60 middle schoolers can put a satellite into space, and that's amazing. And then we can also put a lunar rover on the moon, functioning by 2020 and 2021. So it's really, I think we're really trying to help other students and try to get them into the field of aerospace.
What do you think is the role within society in encouraging a love of space, a love of science, and the enthusiasm that you guys feel? I mean, we have recently seen, not under good circumstances, but we have seen young people, high school students from your state. We've seen the power of young people on the national front to be able to start discussions. You have something much more positive to talk about. Do you see a relationship there where people your age can play a part in making sure that not just other young people, but the entire United States, maybe people around the world, embrace what you guys are doing, space and science? Who wants to respond?
Okay. So, a lot of people always say you need to look up to your elders and follow your elders because they know the most. But similar to our introduction to the panel, a lot of the young students, while they may not have nearly as much experience, they know a lot too. And sometimes the younger students And the kids are the most inspiring because you look at them and you think that they don't know nearly as much because they're younger, they haven't seen as much, but the stuff they've seen is pretty heavy, and it's important when it goes through not only the eyes of adults and they've seen it all, but also through the younger eyes of children. And so yeah, I think there is a relationship between there. Of course, when we're trying to inspire and advocate, it's more for benefits of space. But I think there is a resemblance because it's showing how powerful the youth can be.
Anybody want to add to that?
Also a very important thing to consider is the older generation was here for a lot of our history. But what's important about the younger generation is we're growing up in a world where we think that everything is possible and that if we put our minds to it, it can be achieved. Because since we're so young, we think that there are endless possibilities, and we're also inspired by all the work that our older generation has been doing. But I think the younger generation is important in actually getting those goals reached, because we think that everything can be achieved if we work hard. So I think that's a very important point too.
Well, I hope you're standing on the shoulders of maybe not giants, those of us who are a little bit older, but at least people who will be continuing to support you the way that they have been. It's awfully early to ask any of you 7th and 8th graders where you think you're going to end up in your professional lives. But do you have an idea of what, I'll go down the line, of what you want to end up doing when you're as old as people like Aaron and, God forbid, me?
Well, I'd really like to go to the Air Force Academy and become a pilot, and I'm also interested in, I'll probably forever have my passion for aerospace, and so I'm also interested in becoming an astronaut possibly, so we'll see how that goes.
Air Force pilot is a good door to go through if you want to end up a little bit higher than the atmosphere someday. Good luck with that. How about you?
So both of my parents are lawyers, so I was kind of brought up in a world where being able to talk to people and being able to form relationships with people was something that was really important, and that's what kind of sparked my interest in debate and public policy. So I think maybe something along those lines, whether it's being a lawyer or possibly a legislator or something along those lines, where talking and forming relationships with people, both professionally and more casually, is something that's really important.
Well, wherever humans go, lawyers will follow. It's not that they're not human, but yeah, especially your parents.
So some of you may have guessed that I am a twin sister to my sister Victoria, so we have...
I thought I saw a resemblance.
Yeah, so we have a pretty similar goal. So we'd like to become Air Force pilots in the Air Force Academy, and then from there go into the astronaut career. And we really think that since we're identical twins, there might be a really bright future for us there, and we'd be able to impact the world and maybe help with the discovery of new things and really help in the whole aerospace society and with the new developments.
I think you need to talk to the Kelly twins, don't you, or have you already?
We haven't talked to them, but we hold them in very high regard, and we really want to reach out to them someday or very soon.
And finally, last but not least.
I want to become an aerospace engineer who would help innovate and help create new technologies for getting to space and other places in that area. So to help create new additions into the community of aerospace and to help innovate and create new technologies.
Aaron, I'll give you the last word. You're already at the level where you, I think, know where you're going with all of this, but it doesn't sound like you're going to lose your enthusiasm either.
I hope not. As the last word, the one thing that I really want to say, and this is to everybody here who's an old head like me, kind of, or maybe a little bit older or younger, is that we need to invest in people like this generation. And I think it's our role to give them our perspective. Again, just being able to simply tell them, like, hey, I couldn't launch CubeSats when I was in middle school, can help give them a new appreciation and understand what they're doing, because at their fingertips right now, there is an immense power, and they will push humanity to new frontiers. But to get them to do so, we have to invest in them and make sure that we're pouring in our collective knowledge and wisdom. And hopefully, we can inspire them to do the same when it's their turn after the next generation comes up and you're like, oh my gosh, I was only launching CubeSats in middle school. I wasn't going to Mars for family vacations, so my bad. Mm-hmm.
Okay, you know how Ray Bradbury finished one of the key story, the last story in the Martian Chronicles. He said, "We are the Martians." Anybody want to go to Mars?
I mean, yeah, I think
Yep, definitely.
most kids, when they're super young, they dream of going to space, being an astronaut, and seeing the stars. So I think definitely going to Mars and space exploration would be not only very fun, but also a very learned endeavor.
So you know the saying ad astra? It means to the stars. We also say ad Aries, which is to Mars. So good luck to all of you for doing this, for going in the direction that you are, and for spending a couple of minutes with us today. Best of luck to all of you.
Thank you.
You bet. So students from the Weiss School in Florida, and Aaron Shepard of the Space Generation on the board there. I'm going to put down my iPad so that I can go ahead and give you that little tease for what's coming up here before we go into some videos during our lunch break. When we come out of this break at 2 o'clock Eastern Time, and we've been sticking pretty much to being on time so far today, we're going to hear from Janet Ivey, someone else who has great belief in young people. She is, of course, Janet Ivey of Janet's Planet, a longtime participant in the H2M Summit, and she will be with us. And then so will a colleague of yours, Owen Welch, right? Also, is he going to talk to us about the CubeSat?
Yes, about the whole Weiss mission.
Excellent. Okay, well, that'll be a short presentation that Owen will give following Janet. Then a full session called How Cislunar Activities Feed into the Human Exploration of Mars. And then, prior to our next break, a special appearance by JAXA, that's the Japanese Space Agency, JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi. We'll be here a little bit after 3 o'clock. And then we'll see you again here in the aisle to meet some more people as part of the webcast here at the H2M Summit. Now, though, we are going to go into a video from another planner, someone else behind the H2M Summit. Steve Sherman is behind the project that he runs out of South Africa called Living Math. And Steve is a very enthusiastic guy, and he is going to share with us an interview that he did actually for last year's H2M Summit. And it is, whoops, I'm going to have to reach down here because I put my notes away. He interviewed John Grunsfeld, formerly of NASA, in this nice long interview that will get us through the lunch break. We'll see you after this in about an hour to continue the 2018 Humans to Mars Summit. Thanks.
And it's going to start. Right, we are now live on air with a very special guest. We have John Grunsfeld, who is not just a hero, but like a superhero when it comes to space terms. I mean, I have had the privilege of interviewing astronauts and chief scientists, but you are all of that packaged in one. And not only that, you've been to space 5 times. How did you get that right?
Well, the truth is, I think I'm really lucky to be able to have gone to space once. But to go 5 times was beyond my expectations. My dream as a young boy, maybe 6 or 7 years old, was to become an astronaut. This was when we hadn't even gone to the moon yet. We had just launched the first people in space. And I thought that was very cool. And I thought that would be something I'd like to do. And so my lifetime dream was to go in space once. But flying in space is very exciting and very addictive. And so after my first flight, I thought, boy, I'd love to go again. And again and again. In fact, I'm happiest when I'm in space. So I definitely could live in space if it were possible.
Well, what I'd like to do is just go back a little bit. What is it that you studied? Where did you go? Because, you know, whenever I interview astronauts and people in the science field, I always ask, what was that turning point? So yes, obviously people going to space might have been something that you were interested in, but did you have a turning point at some point in your life?
Well, I think, you know, the real passion that I had as a child was for science. And I loved math because it allowed me to do science. And I used to explore in the woods and at the beach. I grew up in Chicago, so we were very lucky to be near Lake Michigan, which to me looked like an ocean. You can't see the other side. And there were fossils on the shore. And so as a young boy, I used to think, well, maybe I'll be a paleontologist and study dinosaurs, or a geologist. But I loved all different kinds of science. And throughout my childhood, I studied lots of science, lots of math, worked very hard. I was definitely a nerdy kid. And throughout high school as well, I started working in the laboratory with my teachers, doing experiments. Things would break in the lab over the normal course of events, and I would take them home, laboratory equipment, spectrophotometers, or other experiments, and fix them. And I learned how to fix things. I also like to work on cars. So then through college, I studied physics and astronomy. I wanted to study black holes and neutron stars. The idea of becoming an astronaut was a childhood dream, but it was just a dream. It didn't seem like it was possible or a reality. So I focused on what I really loved, which was learning about nature, learning about the universe, staring up at the stars at night and wondering, are there any planets around those stars? Is anybody out there? I was also an avid science fiction fan. And so I loved Star Trek and 2001: A Space Odyssey and later Star Wars. And so this was just, what I liked to do. When I went to graduate school, I actually started sending my own experiments to space. And this was very exciting, both on very high altitude balloons going to the edge of space, and then on an experiment on the space shuttle was actually my thesis for my doctorate. And working with the NASA team, really cemented that idea that maybe I could go to space someday. So when I got my PhD, my doctorate in physics, I filled out an application and sent it off and thought, okay, we'll see what happens. And, the rest is history.
But now, were you ever you weren't turned down. Were you accepted straight away?
No, actually, my first application was turned down, so to speak, but I actually got an interview my first time. And I thought, well, they must interview thousands of people. And I got to Houston, and there were only 20 of us. And so I was a little shocked at, how extensive it was. It was 1 week long, and the actual interview was only 1 hour, and the rest of the week was all medical testing. So it was actually rather unpleasant. And at the end, I did ask for a debrief. I called the person who was running the process and said, well, how did I do? And they said, well, you got very close. They said, in the field of space science, which is quite broad, we interviewed 20 people, and we selected 2, and you were number 3. So I thought, hey, that's pretty good. So a year later, another call for astronauts, I applied again. And this time I knew the process. I knew, what was going to happen. I could prepare for it. It wasn't just this out of the blue mystery. And so I did prepare for it and came up with, some ideas of how to, strengthen my application, and interviewed again, and I was selected.
So, there's obviously a lesson there. If at first you fail, then try again. But it was something that you were determined to do, though.
Well, certainly it was. But in the meantime, I had moved from University of Chicago, where I did my PhD, to California Institute of Technology. And I was having the time of my life. I was observing on a big telescope on Mount Palomar. I observed on a radio telescope. You have radio telescopes in Africa and big telescopes. And also I had experiments on spacecraft. So I couldn't have been happier. We had just launched the Compton Gamma Ray Observatory, one of the NASA great observatories. And I was an investigator on that. So I had more science than I could possibly do. I was living in California, which is great, climbing mountains and going to the ocean. So life couldn't have been better. And I think there's sort of a message there that, it's important to work very hard, to try and be happy, to find something that you love. And then if there's something else you want to do, it's much more likely to happen when you're doing great than if you're doing really poorly and you're trying to do something else.
So you reckon that you almost attracted yourself to that position because you were in the right frame of mind, and positive people attract positive people. And maybe when you went into the interview, because you were at such a happy space, they kind of connected with you. I mean, that might have, it's almost like the way the planets interact with each other. There's some sort of hidden secret connection between all the planets. Maybe you had this way to get people to gravitate towards you.
Well, I don't know if that's true, although there actually is a connection between the planets. It's called gravity. And the planets actually do align themselves into what are called resonances, where they're stable. So early in the solar system, the planets were all circling around and moving in and out. And eventually, they've gotten into this point where they reinforce themselves to stay in their orbits. And we see that in other planetary systems too. But I think the message is that when you're very successful and you're working very hard and other people can recognize that, it gives you a certain credibility, a certain, sense. Other people will see that, here's somebody who is very successful in their current job, and it's a new job. They'll probably also be successful in the one, that we want to select you for. And so also when later on, as I was, a senior astronaut, looking at applications of other astronauts, I used the same metric.
Wow. So now you've done your studies, you're having a great time, then all of a sudden your application gets accepted and they say to you, look, John, we actually need you as an astronaut. What was that first feeling like when it actually sunk in and you realized it was actually going to happen?
Well, as I say, I'm a great science fiction fan, and I don't know if the kids there watch Star Trek, or know Vulcan. I'm kind of a Vulcan person. I don't have like really big highs or really big lows in life, and so I was very excited, but it wasn't sort of explosive or anything like that. I was just, wow, this might really happen. And of course, there's multiple stages. First is to be selected as an astronaut candidate. Then you have to go to astronaut school, which is about 2 years long. I think I was more excited when I was offered my first flight, which was just about a year after I arrived.
Wow,
that was
that's
pretty
quite a
exciting.
quick
Yeah. Yep, I flew.
Generally, do you generally have a fast turnaround like that?
Well, I was selected in 1992 in August, and I flew in March of 1995. So that's very quick. I was the first in my class to be assigned.
That is awesome. But now you were very fortunate in that you went up on 5 shuttle missions. Which one was the most memorable? And I've got a funny feeling it might involve the hugging of a certain Hubble. Am I correct?
So indeed, I flew 5 times to space. My first mission was spending 17 days orbiting the Earth with a suite of telescopes, 3 telescopes in the payload bay. And we operated as a spaceborne observatory, 24 hours a day. We did 12-hour shifts. My second mission, I went to the Russian Mir space station. And that was very exciting. It was kind of like going to a cabin, distant in the woods, except this time it's a little cabin in space. And then the next 3 missions were to the Hubble Space Telescope. And my first mission to the Hubble was, of course, very exciting. The Hubble Space Telescope is, the most amazing scientific instrument ever built by humans. It's discovered more things and unraveled the mysteries of the universe for us. And when I went up there, it was broken, so we got to fix it. So again, going back to my high school days, I learned how to fix things. And so, that was my specialty, was fixing the Hubble Space Telescope. And I did a good job, so they sent me back 2 times more. I think, my first mission is very memorable because it was my first time going to space. And, it's really a special privilege and amazing to be able to float, fly like Superman, look at the beautiful Earth. But the last mission to the Hubble, STS-125, which was in May of 2009, is probably my favorite mission only because it was by far the most difficult, the most challenging, and we were completely successful. So we didn't break the Hubble, we improved it. And one of the reasons why it's my favorite mission is because the Hubble Space Telescope, even though it was 8 years ago, is still operating perfectly. So we're very excited about that.
That is awesome. And I mean, having a telescope in space is great, but they've now got a rather more technologically advanced version, the James Ellis telescope. Is that correct?
So it's called the James Webb, W-E-B.
Well, James Webb. I'm thinking James Ellis, the rugby trophy. Sorry, the James Webb trophy.
Yep, the James Webb Space Telescope. And it's actually different than Hubble. And the really good news is its launch date is October 2018. It's going to launch from South America on a European rocket. That's part of the European contribution. But that's coming up really quick, a year and a half. And so we hope that both Hubble and the James Webb Space Telescope get to operate at the same time. So you'll have those two telescopes. Now the Hubble operates in the same light that we see with our eyes, the visible band, so the colors of the rainbow. And so all these beautiful pictures you see from Hubble are similar to the pictures that you would see if you were in a spaceship zooming out to those distant galaxies. Whereas the James Webb Space Telescope sees an infrared light. It's light that's invisible to us and is redder than red. That's why we call it infrared. And so it can see things that Hubble can't, and Hubble can see things that James Webb can't. So the two together are really going to be very powerful.
Wow. Well, I know that there are lots of questions that some of the students will have. I know Mr. McNulty's group have to leave, and we've got a lot of online viewers who are watching this live while it's streaming. So I'm going to switch to Mr. McNulty's group. Do you want to ask some questions? They're coming. They're coming.
All right. Looking forward to it.
Come on up, James. You want to ask first? James, we're going to let her ask first, okay? In a minute? 5 times. Okay, this is James.
Hi, James.
Hi. Do I ask a question now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How many things have the Hubble telescope discovered?
Boy, that's a tough question. Hubble has, done so many millions of observations, literally. But I think that, the Hubble was originally designed to do a few things, to measure the expansion rate of the universe. The universe started in this, violent time and then expanded very rapidly. And it was hoped that we would be able to look at galaxies that were half the age of the universe. Well, in fact, Hubble did that measurement, but not only has it seen back halfway to the beginning of the universe, it's seen back about 90% of the way back to the beginning of the universe, to when galaxies, the universe is about 13.7 billion years old. And the reason we see back in time is that the speed of light is finite. It's not infinitely fast. And so the light that we see here at Earth from a distant galaxy took time to get to us, traveling at the speed of light. And if the universe is 13.7 billion years old, Hubble can see back 13 billion years, or actually about 13.3 billion years back to the earliest galaxies. If the universe were a human, it's as if we're looking at galaxies when they were just becoming toddlers, when they were just first learning to walk, perhaps. And so Hubble saw that. The other thing Hubble was designed to do was to determine whether black holes are real or not. At the time Hubble was launched, there was a theory that black holes exist, but we didn't actually know for sure. And Hubble observed the gas swirling around one of these stars that looked like it might be a black hole. And sure enough, the material was still swirling around so fast and so close to the star that the only conclusion is that it must be a black hole. And so we determined, in fact, that black holes really do exist. Now, a lot of the things Hubble was designed to do, we never imagined. For instance, as we were studying the expansion of the universe, all the theories told us that the universe should be slowing down as it gets bigger, because everything is pulling on each other due to gravity. And when we actually measured it, we found out that it's not slowing down, it's speeding up. And this is a big mystery. This is one of the greatest mysteries of all in science. Maybe one of you will discover what it's called, what it's due to. And they called it dark energy, and it's actually the acceleration of the universe. And it accounts for about 75% of all the energy in the universe. So it's a big factor, and we have no idea what it is. In 2011, the 3 scientists who discovered it using the Hubble won the Nobel Prize in Physics. So that's how big a deal it was. The other thing Hubble was not designed to do, but has been able to pioneer, is the study of planets around nearby stars. When Hubble was launched in 1990, we only knew about 9 planets in the entire universe, our own solar system. And then Pluto was demoted, and we were down to 8 planets, because Pluto's a dwarf planet. What we discovered using Hubble and other satellites is that stars have solar systems just like ours, and we're surrounded by solar systems. And so Hubble has been actually able to observe planets around nearby stars and study their atmospheres to see what they're made of. And when Hubble was launched, we didn't know about any of this. So it's pretty incredible that this telescope has been so useful in all these different areas. And we're still discovering things every day.
Sure, that is amazing. Now, I know that, Mr. McNulty, you are leaving soon, so I'm going to let you ask another question. And then I know that the other 2 or 3 classrooms have all got questions too. So fire away.
I'm Bella, and I was wondering what was the process in getting ready to take off to the space?
Sure. Hi, Bella. Typically, we go to school as astronauts. We're called astronaut candidates for about 2 years to learn all the fundamentals. You know, how the shuttle works, how the radio systems work, how the computers work, how the shuttle flies, space shuttle flies. And it's similar with the Soyuz rocket that we're flying now. Once we have all the basics, then we start the specific training for a mission. And for the Hubble Space Telescope mission, that takes about 2 to 3 years of learning all of the tasks, building tools, practicing in the spacesuit, learning how to run the shuttle, learning how to grab Hubble with the robotic arm. You know, all those things takes about 2 years, 2 to 3 years of practice, and then we get to go to space. A lot of work for about 2 weeks in space, but it's super important.
I can imagine.
Thanks, Bella.
Now, I know Barbara's class, their microphone's not working, but I'm going to read some of the questions. Nathan wants to know, how does it feel to be in space? Is it actually moving? Do you feel like you're moving all the time or just floating and staying in one position?
So the way that I feel is truly magical. I mean, it's just an incredible experience. But to specifically answer your question, Nathan, when you're in space on the space shuttle orbiting the Earth, you're actually falling towards the Earth. You're in free fall. And you'd think, well, if you're falling towards the Earth, why don't you hit the Earth? And the answer is you're going so fast that as you go around the Earth, let's find an Earth. Maybe I have
these things at your table.
Okay, I don't have an Earth, but I do have a moon. And if you were standing still, sure enough, you'd fall straight towards the surface. But if you're going fast enough, as you fall, the curvature of, in this case, the moon, but the curvature of the Earth and your falling rate match perfectly, then you just keep going round and round. So inside of the spacecraft, you just feel like you're always falling, which after you get used to it, means you sort of feel motionless. Because inside of the space shuttle, it's falling, you're falling at exactly the same rate. So you just float there motionless, even though you're going at 22,000 kilometers an hour, or 17,500 miles an hour.
Wow. And then there was another question. The one question we'll get to at the end, Carsten wants to know what the requirements are to become an astronaut, but we'll chat about that a little bit later. He wants to know, is it possible for the James Webb Telescope and the Hubble to combine?
When we get the images and the data on the ground, we can combine the two images, make them the same size and overlap them so we can see, what the differences are between the visible light and the infrared light. But the Hubble Space Telescope is orbiting the Earth, and the James Webb Space Telescope, we're going to send 1 million miles away from Earth. I mentioned that it's an infrared telescope. And infrared light is the light that we give off as heat. So sometimes maybe you have a fire in your fireplace and you feel that heat. That's actually infrared light traveling from the fire to you, and you absorb it on your skin and it feels like heat. It's not actually the air that you feel that's hot, it's the infrared light. And that's what that's what the James Webb will see. Now the problem is the Earth is really hot. It's about 20 degrees C or about 70 degrees Fahrenheit or 290 degrees Kelvin. And so if you want to see things that are really cold, far into the infrared, you have to be far away from the Earth. Otherwise, the heat of the Earth will heat up your telescope and all you'll see is a fuzz. So we're sending it far away. So it's not actually possible to join them together.
So you obviously can't join them together. But now I know that Tanya's class might have some questions, and Tony's just joined us as well. Tanya, do you have any questions from your group?
Good, Jackson. Did anybody doubt you? And if they did, what would you do?
Did they doubt me? Is that your question?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, did you doubt yourself?
Yeah. Well, anytime I try something really hard, I always have doubts. But your question is very insightful. That means it's, really a great question, because one of the things we did on this last mission in May of 2009 was to try and repair one of the scientific instruments in the telescope while we were on orbit. Normally we bring up new cameras and just take out the old camera, put in a new camera. But we couldn't do that with this one. So we had to actually take off tiny little screws. I might even have one, but you wouldn't be able to see it. I had to take off a whole panel with tiny screws, pull out circuit cards, put in new circuit cards, all the while wearing those big bulky gloves in my spacesuit. And actually we had a lot of people who NASA hired to review our tasks to make sure that it made sense. And they said, this doesn't make any sense. We don't think you'll be successful. We don't think you should try it. It's a waste of time because you won't succeed and you could do something more important. That because you'll, use time on orbit and time is very limited, you should try and do something easier. And I was the Hubble commander and I said, thank you very much for your input. We appreciate it, but we're going to go do it anyway because it's so important to science. And in fact, that particular task I practiced over and over again. I had a small version of the camera, and every night I would practice with my little screwdriver, wearing gloves, and frequently doing the whole task on a real camera and also underwater in the spacesuit practicing. So when I went to orbit, I knew every screw by name. I could tell you what screw that was. And the task went perfectly. And that's the camera that allowed those scientists to win the Nobel Prize in Physics.
Wow. So now when you think back to the choice of actually going ahead and not following the guidance from the ground, but going with your instinct, it takes a lot of guts, because if it didn't pay off, then the buck stops with you.
Yep, but we're risking our lives to go to space, and the Hubble is something that I view as very important. So that it was worth the risk, certainly, to do that.
Absolutely.
Plus, I had a lot of confidence in my abilities, but more importantly, I had a lot of confidence in the team. And that's not just the team that we had on orbit. My spacewalking partner, Drew Feustel, and he's getting ready to go up to the space station next year. Mm-hmm. But also the team of scientists and engineers on the ground who are, supporting us. So when you have a great team, you can achieve almost anything.
That is amazing. And now I know Mr. Soskill's class, you guys had a question as well?
Yes. Can you hear us?
We can.
Okay, go ahead, Isaiah.
How long can you stay in space?
I couldn't hear that very well.
How long can you stay in space?
Well, the longest I've been in space is 17 days at one time. On the International Space Station, we routinely have people who stay 6 months in space. And the world record for an American at once is 340 days, set by Scott Kelly. And I flew with Scott on my third flight up to the Hubble. And the answer is, if you really, so far, we don't know what the limit is on how long people can live in space in free fall. But the key to being healthy in space is to eat well, good nutrition, and to exercise regularly, which is the same key that it is to stay healthy on Earth, which makes total sense.
Well, I mean, that's actually a very interesting question, because one of the reasons that we are having this discussion is because the Humans to Mars Summit will be coming up starting tomorrow, if I recall correctly. And they're going to be discussing getting to Mars, and getting to Mars is not an easy process. And probably spending a year on the space station is good practice for a mission like that. But why are we choosing to go to Mars now? Should we have been doing it earlier? Should we be doing it later? What is your take on the whole matter?
Well, I think we probably could not have done it earlier with the knowledge that we had, although we certainly could have tried. And what I find so amazing is about where we are today is that for the first time in human history, we have the rockets, with the new Space Launch System, which is a very big rocket, but also rockets from other companies like Blue Origin and SpaceX. They're building rockets. So we have a fleet of rockets to get things to space. And we've had for now over a decade the International Space Station, which has told us that people can spend 6 to 8 months in space and still be strong and still be capable. And, that's about the amount of time it takes to get to Mars. So we have the knowledge of, humans, of people, the medical knowledge, and we have the rockets to get there. And from our robotic science program, we have knowledge that there's water on Mars, that the atmosphere has all the kinds of gases that we need to survive, and that there's hints that Mars was certainly habitable about 3.5 billion years ago. It was much like Earth. It had a blue sky. It had snow-capped peaks and rivers and lakes. And, where did all that water go? Well, now it's underground. Where did the atmosphere go? It's been lost to space. So now it is a dry place with not much atmosphere. But maybe life started on Mars back then, at the same time life started on Earth. And if so, I think human explorers probably have the ingenuity and the perception and the capability to go look in the rock record and see if we find fossils, to dig underground and see if we find extant life, microbes. I think that would be fascinating. And it's very hard to do with these little robots. They're very capable, but it's not like having some human geologist on the surface. So
you were very involved with sending Curiosity to Mars. Is that correct?
Yep, that's right. And
now there's someone coming after Curiosity.
Yep, we actually have a number of missions, but the really interesting one is called Mars 2020. It will probably have a name like Curiosity at some point, but in 2020 it's going to launch to Mars, and not only will it analyze the rocks, have great cameras. It's going to have stereo cameras. It'll have microphones so we can listen to Mars. It'll have 2 lasers that can zap rocks and find out what they're made out of. But more importantly, it's going to have a drill and some little sample containers, and it's going to put samples of Mars into those containers and put them aside so that a mission after that can grab the samples and bring them back to Earth so that we can analyze them with the best instruments. And so that'll be very exciting. Plus,
I mean, that is very exciting.
Plus, if in the 2020s we can send a robot to the surface to pick up those samples, launch a rocket off the surface, and return those samples to Earth, that'll be the first time we've done a round trip to Mars. So if in the 2020s we can do a round trip to Mars with robots, then after that, hopefully we can do a round trip with people.
Now, I know NASA is quite conservative, and they're talking 2030 for first humans on Mars, but Elon Musk obviously has a very different agenda, and the Chinese possibly have a different agenda, and possibly even Blue Origin. Everyone is eager to be the first team to get someone onto Mars. Where are you hedging your bets?
Well, I think, the costs and complexity of going to Mars is not to be underestimated. It's very hard to get to Mars. If it were easy, we already would have done it. And I don't believe that these companies have the resources, with the possible exception of Blue Origin, and they have other objectives, to mount a mission to the Mars surface. And SpaceX is a great company, but their efforts have been almost entirely funded by NASA. And so if NASA decides to go off to Mars and doesn't fund SpaceX, then they don't have a chance. And so I think the best option is a partnership. I think it's truly wonderful that SpaceX is a company that's designed around exploration. It's space exploration technologies, and their goal is to send people to Mars. Lots of companies, Lockheed Martin wants to send people to Mars as well. The difference is they're a very big company and they do lots of different things. They build airplanes, they build ships. SpaceX only does rockets. And so the best is that it's a partnership between all of these companies. I think that's how it will actually happen.
Now, I know that a lot of people are saying that, getting to Mars, we could probably manage by 2030. We've all seen the Mars National Geographic series, and, we know that it's possible, apparently. But the reality is that, once you're there, life on Mars is not so easy, and there are many risks involved. Can you tell us a little bit about that? What's it like on the surface?
Well, for most people, they would say life in space is not so easy either. And if you think about classical exploration, all exploration, is usually done by people who are very tolerant of adversity. If you think about, the European explorers crossing the ocean in those ships, that was no joyride. That was tough. And their health suffered. We discovered that you need vitamin C or you get scurvy. And so you can't just eat meat, which doesn't have vitamin C in it.
Good to be back.
A lot of people died on those missions, and many people died on the way back. Antarctic exploration, is fraught with peril even today, with modern tools and techniques. Mountaineering, climbing, very big mountains like Mount Everest is a dangerous thing to do, and very uncomfortable. We call it type 2 fun. Type 1 fun is when you have fun in the moment. Type 2 fun is where it's really awful, but afterwards you think, wow, that was amazing. And you call that type 2 fun. But space flight is like that. And, Mars, isn't a tropical paradise. It's a desert. And you always have to have a spacesuit on. And, if your spaceship or spacesuit fails, you could easily die. And so it's a challenging environment. But that's what people do. And there are some people who thrive with adversity. They're actually happier when things are tough. I'm kind of one of those people. I don't like to be too comfortable.
Now, I saw that there was another question, possibly from Tanya's class. A couple of the kids wanted to ask a question. So, Tanya, you want to give them a chance to ask?
Sure. Let's see. Hurry up. Sorry. How long does it take to get to the Hubble telescope and then to Mars? They had to leave and go do a test real quick.
Okay. All right. So the Hubble telescope is orbiting the Earth, and it takes only 8.5 minutes to get from Florida to Earth orbit. But then we had to catch the Hubble, and that took a couple of days. But in principle, you could get there in just about 40 minutes if you went straight away. So that's how long it takes to get to Earth orbit. Mars, on the other hand, is 20 million miles away, and it takes, with current rocket technology, typically about 6 to 9 months to get to Mars. So that's a long time.
Wow. I can see that Mrs. Soskill's class also got another question.
When you're flying, how do you go to the bathroom when there's zero gravity?
How do you
go to the bathroom?
Oh, go to the bathroom. Thank you.
Oh, now that is one of the best questions I've heard.
Yep.
How do you go to the bathroom?
So you go the same way you go on Earth from your perspective, but you need special equipment. And so if you've ever seen a bathroom on an airplane, on the space shuttle, we actually have a little room kind of like that. But on the toilet, if you're a man or a woman, if you want to go pee, you actually have to use a special little funnel, and there's a fan that sucks air in, and you have to pee into the funnel, and it gets sucked into a tank, because otherwise it would just float around, which would be really awful. If you have to go poop, then you have to sit down on a toilet, but you have to strap yourself down, because otherwise you'd float off. And the toilet, too, sucks air in, so all the poop goes into the toilet. So
What do you do if the toilet roll floats around and you can't grab the toilet roll and you're attached to the toilet?
Well, fortunately, we, instead of using a roll of toilet paper, we have them kind of like Kleenex boxes. So you pull out one sheet at a time.
That would make, you see, a lot of thought has to go into that.
Right.
And what happens when the one...
we also use wet wipes, not just dry toilet paper, but wet wipes. And they actually have like the little bears on them. They're the soft wet wipes.
And what happens when the toilet breaks down? Because, of all the essentials that you need in a space station or in a shuttle, that's the last thing you need breaking down when you're there for a few days.
Well, on the space shuttle, we only had one toilet, and so several of us were trained on how to fix it. Unfortunately, in 5 space shuttle flights, I only had to fix the toilet once, and it was a relatively minor repair. Sometimes it happens that the toilet breaks down and nobody can use it. On the space shuttle, that's not so bad because they're short flights. On the space station, it could be really bad. Fortunately, the Russian toilet, which is what we use, is very reliable and easy to fix. But if you end up in a situation where there's no toilet, then you have to use plastic bags, and that gets really icky.
Well, that's the reality. But then from my very good friend, Don Thomas, he says that...
Thank you. Can I take my house lights to the show look? Can I bring up my lectern microphone and my lectern lights? Go, please.
If I look at the room, I think we should have served lunch, because apparently it was a lot harder to get some food around here. I found that out myself as well. Nevertheless, we're going to start, and everyone who is not here will have to watch the reruns on YouTube, right? It's my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Janet Ivey. Janet, whom I personally know to be a very gracious and generous host, and for the matter at hand, Janet, whom I know that involving children from early on in STEM has all of Janet's push. Her commitment and veritable interest in our young students while guiding them into the STEM fields is without compare. The how and why, Janet will explain to you herself. Janet?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much. One of the things that you're going to find out about me is that I'm probably going to run around a little bit from here, because anytime that I start telling an audience about why I love to do space education, I get severely impassioned. It's like I think if I could sometimes propel myself like a rocket with my own energy and passion, maybe that I could market that for Mars. So we'll keep thinking here. But what I really want to talk about today is how do we inspire the kids, and why is Mars important? When we did a congressional briefing back in December, we did sort of the mandate for Mars. And for me, it's Mars for kids and space science education for kids is aspiration, inspiration, destination, and ultimately innovation. Because whatever we discover on our way there is ultimately going to be able to help us back here at home. One of my favorite quotes, and yes, I'm a Trekkie, Gene Roddenberry said that we are on a journey to keep an appointment with whatever we are. And so this is my why Mars. Mars is an invitation. It's an invitation to wonder, to explore, to ask, to discover. It's an outstretched hand to the students of today and explorers of tomorrow. And what makes Mars such an amazing STEM to STEAM tool, well, kids are already natural-born explorers, and communicating that thrill of exploration, well, it's about as good as it gets. And if I can get a kid interested in how do we get to Mars, and then what does that habitat look like, and then what else do we have to consider, you will virtually see a dust storm of ideas appear. My good friend Howard Bloom says that a rocket is launched by two different types of fuel. One, the fuel that is in the tanks themselves, and the other fuel that is in a man's heart. And for me, as I introduce Mars and all kinds of science and space concepts to kids, what I find most often is that really you present a kid with a problem and they will come up with some amazingly genius solutions. This year's Young Scientist Award went to an 11-year-old who kind of helped Flint, Michigan figure out how to test for lead for pennies on the dollar and clean up their water systems, based on a paper she read on the MIT website. So please, oh please, join me in believing and knowing that if we offer it to our young, they very well are equipped and can help us to discover what we may not have thought of. Sometimes it surprises me when I realize how old I am and how young they are. They will come up with an idea that my brain growing up in an analog world would not have considered. And so it's like, as we promise them Mars, I always like to do this. I like to get their hands involved. Their hands, minds, bodies. We'll sing, we'll dance, we'll do anything I can to get that moment of science with them. And you'll see here, up in that far corner, we're creating a scale model of the solar system with Play-Doh, and we're using math concepts to do that. Down here, this little guy in a Star Wars shirt, it's wonderful. We have been making our own spacecraft. I'm going to tell you more about that one in a minute. But it doesn't matter whether we're doing stomp rockets or Martian hovercraft or catapults or lunar landers or Mars landers. The idea here is, here's what we need. We explain the science, and then we let them go, and we let it be their design. And in the midst of that, what we've found is that I was in Huntsville a week ago, and we were making these little lunar racers. It's basically a tongue depressor, a couple of pop tops, and some rubber bands, a balloon. And a young kid was working on it, and we were trying to let them do it as much as possible. And he goes, "Oh, I'm just stupid." And I'm like, "Oh, nope, we don't say that on my planet." And before long, it finally worked. And he was like, "Wow, I'm not so bad after all." And I said, "I think you're pretty doggone good." So that is what is asked of us as educators. Can we give our students a moment of wonder as we give them science and we get their hands on it? So,
My name is Joseph, and this is a spaceship called the Flyer.
The Flyer, I like it.
Scientific instruments, a panel, a little part of this room is used to hold electronics, and we also have a speaker so they can speak, the antenna speaking to Earth.
Okay.
We have the another scientific instrument and the thrusters to adjust the orbit. And this spaceship's mission, the Flyer, is meant to fly and see, well, how far does the universe really go? Is there an end? Can it go super far? And the truth behind the universe.
So this is my favorite exercise to do. We did this in Silver Springs, Maryland, over at the community college there. And it was after my solar system show. And we had recycled products everywhere, and they were to build their own spacecraft. And we start out again, we talk about you gotta have a box for your electronics, you need to wrap it in a space blanket, you need to determine, is it gonna have spectrometers, cameras, what instrumentation does it have? Oh, that's right, our parents will probably wanna hear from us, we need GPS, we need communication, propulsion, and oh, is this manned or unmanned? And once we get through the process of what it might look like, and we go over other spacecraft that have gone before them, Voyager, New Horizons, and other things, we leave them to it. And if you'll notice, it's a Wheat Thins box. It's a coffee filter. It's straws with a little bit of masking tape. But in his mind, this spacecraft is called the Flyer, and it's headed to the edge of the universe to see if there's a beginning or an end. And that, to me, is this process of why Mars is so important. We can get kids thinking about designing and creating their own future. Now, one thing that I love to do if I'm a guest educator anywhere and walk into a school is, and especially if I'm working with a small group, I'll usually have them huddle all around me and go, hey guys, it's really important. We've got something majorly happening in the universe, and we're gonna need you. The only way that we're gonna get to Mars is if we do this work today. So who's with me? And again, you'll see the kids kind of get a little nervous, like, oh, something's writing on me. And I wonder what would happen is if every day we walked into the classroom or to our colleagues even, the Earth and Mars, they are in desperate need of our genius. Let's hop to it. Let's get there. But I will tell you that even this past Friday, I was at an after-school program in a slightly underrepresented and underprivileged locale in Nashville, and we were talking about sublimation. We're using dry ice and this sort of thing, simple stuff for the hour that I was there. And this one young man came up to me afterwards. He goes, I sure wish I could take some of that home. And I was like, I had a little bit left over, so I packed him everything he needed, said, don't make a mess. I don't want to be an enemy of your mom and dad, but said, here, take this with you. And again, guys, when we attempt to give kids science and give them the resources, if you guys were in here for that panel that happened earlier with those amazing young students there, you heard them say, what do you need? What do you need from STEM? They need resources. They need access to us. They need to know that what they're dreaming of is a possibility, and then we need to support them and mentor them along the way. And one of the things I always tell kids is like, science, it's the grandest adventure story of all time, because whatever we know now could change tomorrow by a discovery that's made sometime tonight. And it doesn't matter whether I'm in Grand Rapids, Minnesota, Greenwood, Arkansas, Newberry, South Carolina, or Toms River, New Jersey. You ask a group of students who wants to go to Mars, there's a moment in this show where we take people to the moon via green screen, and I always pick a girl since 12 men have walked on the moon, but no ladies, so we decided to make history that day. Then we venture right on, and so then we venture further out and go to Mars, and it's so fun. When I said, my friends at NASA want to know who wants to be those first boots on Mars. The entire auditorium's hands will be raised. There is a yearning. It is human. It has been going on since the beginning of time. It is our search for meaning to go out and find out more about what's happening. And a lot of times, too, it's like you guys, like I've been here at Human to Mars enough over the years. You guys know I'm a lover of art and film and camera and all those kinds of things. What I love to do is show them early pictures of Martian Chronicles and some of the older kind of like space art guys out there, and then ask them, what does your Martian habitat look like? And it's like, sometimes I'll be brought to tears with what they will reveal. It will be so epic, beautiful, and moving. I wish you could see the larger image there in the corner really blown up to scale. It is a moment of kind of like a pondering there, and it was interesting how they kind of drew all of the graphics around to represent scale of that. This little girl I was in Trinidad teaching, and her name is Rizaya. And again, I talked about the moon landing. 12 guys have walked on the moon, but no ladies. The next day, she hands me this piece of paper, and at the top it says Astronaut World. Well, I was busy kind of prepping for the next thing, so it wasn't until the afternoon when I had a chance to read what she had given me that I realized she had written a story and envisioned herself in the future. And basically it said that the day had come for the people of Earth to travel to Mars, and the first woman to step out of the spacecraft and to put her feet on the Martian surface was a woman named Rizaya. And oh my gracious, I cried. I was like, woo, when? Because she had envisioned herself in the future based upon just hearing that one little remark. Now, over the years and this afternoon, the Challenger Center is over in the Marvin Center doing it now with high school students. This afternoon between 4:30 and 6:30, about 40 Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts are going to join us in the lobby. You may hear us come in and out. They'll get a few minutes of being in here. They will take them over to the Marvin Center, and we're going to play a coding Mars rover game, and then we're going to make Martian habitats out of 3D pins. But last year we asked about, this is a couple years ago with the Boy Scouts, we had them tell me what they would put in a Martian habitat. One young man there on the end actually got down to all the details of even driving his rover into a self-cleaning garage. I was like, I'll order one of those today. So again, see, I'm adding to that economical kind of like equation for things you can make and sell on Earth. And then the last year with the Girl Scouts, we created this kind of art thing. What will be the flag that we will plant on Mars? It won't just represent one country. If it represents all of humanity, what will it look like? And you see the one that says human, this is our world. But the one that got me was the one up there in the far corner, all in one, one in all. And again, guys, the children definitely have the propensity to lead us to where we want to go. And so the last story I'm going to share with you in my time with you is this guy. Again, one of my kind of hypotheses, and I suppose like something I stand on, is that real engagement happens when you've got experience and relationship and inspiration. So I was out in Houston. It was a 4-day children's festival. At that point, when Amadeus had walked up to make a lunar lander, we had served almost 7,500 kids that weekend with some kind of space science hands-on experience. And he was one of the very last ones, and I had taken so many pictures, my Android was like, I'm not working anymore. It had just died. And so this was such a work of art because he really was taking into consideration that we're in a vacuum. We got to think about air resistance and friction. How do we slow it down? We don't want to hurt our astronauts. I mean, he was marvelous. So the longer I talked with him, he said he knew a lot about the Apollo missions and wanted to write a book. I was like, awesome. And so before they exited and the things were closing down, I handed his mom my card and I said, would you please do me a favor and would you send me this picture? This is an engineering marvel. I must have a copy. And so the next morning, it's about 3 a.m. I'm driving back to Nashville. It's real glamorous being Janet's Planet. But anyway, I'm driving back to Nashville, and my phone is blowing up, and I'm like, who is texting me at 3 a.m.? Well, it happens to be the mom with these pictures. So several things happen in a row, and I'm like, well, if she's up, I'm up, and I'm driving. So I call her, and she said, Amadeus was so excited. He was still working on it last night. Do you happen to do kids' parties? And I was like, actually, no, I'm headed back to Nashville. I said, when's his birthday? Next Tuesday before Thanksgiving. And I said, you must be up and on your way to work. And she goes, actually, I'm a U.S. veteran, and I'm headed to the VA hospital today. I'm just a mom up early, hoping I'll be around to make sure my kids' dreams come true. And that's all I had to hear. All right, give me your phone number, and we're going to make sure that Amadeus has an out-of-this-world birthday. So I am wrapping it up as I see this, and I'll end with this. So in this day on his birthday, we had 5-time Space Shuttle astronaut Hoot Gibson gave him a call. Astronaut Don Thomas called him. Major General Carl Snyder called him, who is the guy that Buzz credits for telling him to become an astronaut. Marianne Dyson, who's a writer of the mission to Mars with Buzz, sent him an email about how to be a space science writer. And then even our very own Artemis Westenberg called all the way from the Netherlands to wish him a happy birthday. Why would we do that? Because it is our mission to encourage every young person that we can to stand in their inherent magnificence. And so this is how we honor the giant leap of Apollo, by taking an even bolder and bigger leap to Mars. And so we must, with whatever we do, however we can do it, wherever we can do it, we must give our students Mars. Thank you so much for listening.
Talking about students, now a student of the Y School in West Palm Beach, Owen Welch, will be given the opportunity to have the voice of students heard for the next 10 minutes. Like I said before, the future is theirs, and so it's apt that Owen Welch is going to tell us what inspires him in space and what he's doing with space right now. Owen? Oh, move.
Hello, I'm Owen Welch in the 8th grade at the Y School in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, and I would like to thank you all for coming to the first day of the 2018 Human to Mars Summit. Today, I would like to share with you why we need to go to Mars and what specifically we need to do to get there from a student's perspective. As many of you know, Curiosity is a rover that is currently exploring the surface of Mars. But I see it as much more than this. It is inspirational. It is innate. It is instinctual. Curiosity is the facet of human life which causes us to wonder, what would happen if I mix two of these compounds? Or what if we are not alone in this vast universe? And I believe that it is this curiosity which makes us truly human, and it will be this curiosity which pushes us to go to Mars. I find inspiration in this Stephen Hawking's quote, and I believe that we should all do the same when looking to go to Mars. Remember to look up at the stars and not down at your feet. Try to make sense of what you see and hold on to that childlike wonder about what makes the universe exist. A journey to Mars provides an opportunity that humans have never truly seen before. It will give us the opportunity to bring out the curiosity with which we are all born. It is instinctual. If you were to place a box down in front of a toddler and tell them not to open it, chances are they're going to open that box. This is because of the primal, natural force inside of us, which demands that we learn more about life around us. Unfortunately, the very manner with which we train many students stifles this curiosity. We need to do a better job at keeping the spark inside of them alive. In order for us to actually make it to Mars, we need to inspire others and make them curious about what we might gain from doing so. And we most definitely need to go in this generation. As the pace of technological advancements increases, there's no reason that today's bright minds shouldn't take us there. However, there's one critical step that needs to be addressed first, and this is education. In fact, at my school, a group of students have created and taken steps to pass a resolution in which we aim to increase the awareness for STEM education. In February, we were proud to be in Washington, D.C., when Representative Brian Mast introduced the WISAT-1 resolution on the House floor. This resolution is one of many actions which my generation will employ. We need to educate these students because they are the engineers, the physicists, and even the astronauts of tomorrow. Without them, there is no physical way that we will make it to Mars and make it to Mars safely. Next, we need to advocate, educate, and compel our leaders from local to federal and get them to understand the importance of manned Martian missions. In order for us to make it to Mars, we need stable and adequate funding. And we need to employ the brightest minds in the STEAM field. This year's $19 billion budget for NASA does not enable it to accomplish all of its required missions. NASA's current recommended budgets are flat in the next few years. Therefore, I need you to help the students and schools advocate to Congress. We need to concentrate our efforts on a shared vision, stable funding, and leadership driven by results. The idea of going to Mars is no longer a want, but a need for the preservation of humankind. As of now, the human race lives only on the Earth, with at least 876 asteroids out there, which could potentially destroy life as we know it. This makes Mars a trust fund for humankind. It is no longer the question of whether or not there will be another mass extinction on Earth. It is a matter of when it will happen. And now it is up to us to decide how long we want to survive as a species and how willing we are to ensure this. I recognize that billions of people on Earth have many near-term needs, but we're here specifically for this cause of pushing our frontier to Mars. Yes, it will definitely be difficult, and it may even seem impossible to some, but our species will survive only by doing what we see as impossible. Not long ago, the thought of human flight seemed impossible. Yet yesterday, I flew to Washington, D.C. on one of nearly 40,000 planes in the world. Less than 50 years ago, we had not even set foot on the moon, yet today we are exploring another planet with rovers and satellites and planning to send people to Mars. So yes, I will agree with all those who say that it will be extremely difficult to go to Mars. But I will also agree with President Kennedy, who galvanized our nation into going into space and saying, we do not do these things because they are easy, we do them because they are hard. Finally, when we travel to space, there are always major benefits to all of society. We must continue to push the frontiers of technology for the sake of our innate curiosity and for the sake of the people of Earth. Research on the International Space Station has resulted in more efficient water filters, which are now being used worldwide, as well as robotic telemedicine, to name just two of the hundreds of many advancements that we have gained. These innovations create jobs, generate revenue, cut costs, and save lives here and now on Earth. In conclusion, going to Mars is no longer a want for humankind, but a need for the sake of our very survival. By harnessing the corporate intellect that this generation has to offer, with the emerging technologies at the tip of our fingertips, we can do our part. We can be remembered as the generation that made humans a species that lives on not one, but two planets, and bravely advanced our species to the next frontier, changing the human race forever. Thank you.
And now, the elephant in the room, the moon. Hey, this is a Mars conference. The elephant in the room is most definitely the moon. The thing that's there, quite near to Earth. We all know how long did it take? 3 days to get there? Not that much. You know, done. How many days were we on the moon? 10 days in all? So, of course, quite a number of people in the space community and out there want to go back. They dream of the moon. I can understand that. However, if we have unlimited resources, go for it. If we don't, if it is a zero-sum equation, then we'll have to find out how we're going to do as much as possible for both things while not being stranded on the moon or in cislunar space. Now, how cislunar space activities can help us to get to Mars, to get humans there safely, which is really important, is the theme of Mark Mozina's panel. And I kindly invite them out here to come and tell you how they're going to do that. Mark.
All right. Good afternoon. Hopefully your food comas have worn off, or if not, I'm sorry for waking you up. So I'm Mark Mozina. I work for United Launch Alliance, and before we go into the topic, I'm just going to pat myself on the back. I just got back from the InSight launch, and it was fabulous. I saw nothing. It was completely fogged in. Completely fogged in. Not even like a speck of light on the horizon. Nothing. I'm thinking fake news, but anyways. So, I'm hoping this is going to be a rambunctious panel. We have, I think, like she said in the introduction, we have a bit of an elephant in the room, or maybe we don't. What does the moon mean for Mars? Is the moon a distraction, or is the moon an enabler? So the way this panel is going to be structured, I'm going to speak for a couple of minutes now, and then I'm going to introduce our panelists. They're going to speak for about 3 minutes each, give their thoughts, and then we're going to have a discussion on stage for about 20 minutes, and then we'll open it up to questions for the last 10 minutes. If you guys have any questions or gotcha moments that you want to put them on the spot. So this administration for the last year has put a lot of renewed focus on the moon. Just last winter, we had the Space Policy Directive signed by Trump that promised to put a focus of returning humans back to Mars. It called for a US-led integrated program with private sector partners for a human return to the moon, followed by missions in the future to Mars and beyond. For a company, there's a lot of opportunities there. And we'll hear from a couple companies here that are planning to partner with the US government for this moon endeavor. As full disclosure, the company that I work for, United Launch Alliance, sees itself as an enabler of this cislunar expansion. We want to become the in-space transportation system and tug system for enabling a wide variety of economic activities around the moon. The president's budget has also put forward hundreds of millions of dollars to fund landers and cargo delivery to the surface, including right now, actually, I think it's 2:30, so at this moment, the administrator of NASA is actually speaking to a group of industry members that are interested in building small lunar landers for going to the moon. Actually, John ran out of that meeting to be here, so thank you for putting us slightly above the NASA administrator. That might have been a poor life choice. So looking at this from a perspective of sending humans to Mars, what does this mean? Does this lunar focus, does this enable the technologies for us to get to Mars, or does this distract us and really just push our timeline way to the right? What is the same about going to the moon, and what is different between the moon and the Mars, and what is different between the two destinations? Are we at risk of not having the resources to do both? And then finally, how does the journey to the moon, the systems development, the technology development actually allow, and perhaps even the in situ resource utilization development allow for us to successfully get to Mars? So we have 4 expert panelists from a broad background. They're going to give their perspective on how cislunar activities can feed into the human exploration of Mars. So we'll start with Dr. Mary Lynn Dittmer. Mary Lynn is a 25-year veteran of the space industry, specializing in strategy, public engagement, and space policy. I often tease her that she has the strings of space policy tied around her, and so she has to cut those before she goes out in public. Currently, she's the executive director of the Coalition for Deep Space Exploration, which is an alliance of space industry businesses and advocacy groups collaborating to reinforce the value and benefits of deep space exploration with the public and our nation's leaders. Before starting her own consulting firm in 2004, Mary Lynn coordinated R&D and later managed flight operations for the Boeing Company on the ISS. Later, she acted as a special advisor to the NASA Astronaut Office before her appointment as Boeing Chief Scientist for commercial utilization of the ISS. More recently, she was a senior policy advisor to the Center for Advancement of Science and Space, CASIS, which manages the ISS's National Laboratory. She's also served as a senior advisor to NASA and the DoD and the FAA, and I'll let her say a few words and her thoughts.
So thank you, Mark, and just keep those little puppet strings in mind the next time I need something from you. So good afternoon, everybody. It's really good to be here, and I want to thank the Humans to Mars Summit for the invitation. I'm going to give some pretty high-level thoughts about this, and as I think we move through the panel, we can be more specific, so it should be sort of a fun panel. One of the things I also have done in the last several years is I was honored to serve on the Human Spaceflight Committee for the National Academies of Sciences. At that point, actually, the National Research Council has since been renamed. And what we were charged to do from about 2012 to 2014, when we finally published, was evaluate the civil space program, soup to nuts. And with regard to our results, the results, which I think probably most people here are familiar with, is that we reaffirmed Mars as the horizon goal for human spaceflight. In fact, when we talked to all of the international space agencies that were currently partnering with NASA, which we did get a good sample of them, it was very clear that the plans of all of those agencies eventually converged on Mars. So we talked about Mars as the horizon goal. We also laid out some pathways. That the report is actually called Pathways to Exploration. And we laid out some pathways by which you would eventually go to Mars. And those pathways included the moon. In the majority of pathways, the moon was included in those. And another thing that surfaced, and I actually didn't remember this until I went back through the report preparing for this, another thing that surfaced was this idea that deep space habitats that were not surface, but perhaps orbiting platforms around the moon, perhaps orbiting platforms around Mars. Steve, I mean, Lockheed Martin has their Mars Base Camp idea, that those could be very helpful in facilitating the eventual move to Mars, because we have not operated in deep space since 1972. There is a lot that we need to relearn and learn, and the longest that we've ever been out there is going on a couple of weeks, right? 10 days or so. So providing an opportunity to operate in a habitat before going to a surface may be something that's really, really valuable, and that's part of why it's figuring into NASA's plans right now. Plus, the Gateway has a lot of other possible uses. But the key points that really emerged from that study were the need to develop fast forward would be great, but nothing's fast in human spaceflight. But feed forward technology, that you minimize the dead end elements. And the idea of that is that whatever you're gonna do anywhere along the pathway, including the moon, what you wanna do is develop the best you can technologies and capabilities that will evolve so that you're not doing dead ends. You want to develop approaches that are affordable without incurring unacceptable development risk. And you want to support an operational tempo that retains capabilities and operational proficiency. And this is actually one of the challenges about going direct to Mars. Going direct to Mars, you're not going to be launching at a regular cadence. It's possible that going to the moon, you can be launching at a regular cadence. So the moon is a first step to Mars and beyond, and this is really sort of my last thoughts for people to think about, is it provides an opportunity to regain and extend operational experience in a hostile environment, which is, as I said, something we have not done for decades. LEO is hostile in the fact that it's in space, but it's a relatively benign environment compared to what you find in deep space. Developing capabilities for operating on the space frontier. Look, if we're going to go out there and we're going to go out there to stay, eventually you're going to have human beings putting down roots in some way at some point, okay? And so developing those capabilities that'll allow you to stay in space for the long term, that can be done 3 days away as opposed to much, much further away. Preparing for human exploration of Mars, there's a ton of things under this, but that's just the basic idea. And then also science operations and discovery. There's still a lot to be done at the moon. So those are just sort of some opening thoughts, and I'll hand it off to
Great.
Steve.
So we will dive into some of those in a moment, but first, Dr. Steve Jolly is with us, and I'm going to venture a guess that in this room, you've probably been to Mars more than anyone else in terms of number of programs that you've been involved in.
Oh my.
If anyone wants a challenge, I'll see you later. So Dr. Steve Jolly is the Lockheed Martin Chief Engineer for the Commercial Civil Space line of business. He was the chief engineer and principal scientist of the GOES-R program and chief engineer and deputy PM for the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. He was a program manager for the Mars Science Lab, the Aeroshell. He served as a member of the EDL Systems Engineering Team and Critical Events Risk Process for Phoenix, Stardust, Genesis, and has served on the National Research Council's EDL panel. He was the chief systems engineer for Mars Sample Return and co-inventor of the original concept of the MSL Sky Crane, which I still can't believe they went along with. Congratulations on that. He has served HEO and Orion off and on as independent advisor and Tiger team lead for entry, descent, and landing, and most recently for the Mars Base Camp Architecture and Science Mission. Steve, thank you for being here.
Thank you, and thank you for the organizers for inviting us. This is a terrific opportunity to discuss this. I'm not going to repeat anything Mary Lynn said, and I agree with all the points that she made, so I'm going to try to add to that. I am actually a Mars nerd, so I'm very much interested in the architectures that we use to go there. And as you've heard me talk before, read any of my writings, I'm very much lean forward to want to go to Mars. And so I'm with, I think, most of the members of this audience on this. But I wanted to say something about the lunar exploration and what it can do to help us. And what I've done is put together a montage of pictures, and obviously you're going to maybe pick on some of those and say, wait a minute, that won't work. But I've given you a frame of both the moon and Mars on many different levels, from descent and landing through orbiting. Marilyn mentioned our Mars Base Camp concept, which we've been trying to establish, building upon the JPL and other vision for a Mars orbiting platform. Well, that can be done at the moon also. And so in all of our plans, it's always been a stepping stone or on the way, and I'm not the first one to use that term. So I think that as the country determines that we should go first in cislunar space and then onto Mars, that it's incumbent on us as the engineers and scientists to determine to not get stuck in what I'd call cul-de-sacs or technologies that might seem to only have application at the moon. And I think as we've thought through it, that this is entirely feasible. And in fact, it's what we already do in deep space exploration. If I can dare to mention the Mars 98 and Stardust programs back in the late 90s, and you can get with me afterwards and talk about units errors and things like that. But basically, we had a planetary lander, a planetary orbiter, and a comet fly through the dust mission, all radically different, made from the same hardware, essentially. Okay, one had an aeroshell and one didn't. One had a Whipple shield, the other didn't. But the point was that you can engineer with an architecture that can be reused in multiple locations. And that's really what our focus would be, in my view, on that. And then the final panel I had down here at the lower right-hand side was just to say this is about keeping the dream alive, too, which is to make sure that we show how we can do the second one from the first one. But it requires malice of forethought to do that. We have to intentionally decide to do that, both with our making, what I would say, exploiting the commercial teams. They're going to be looking at how to build the cislunar economy, the making of propellant, the storing of it, all the different economic threads. And then we can build upon that for architectures that will blaze the trail to Mars. So I'm very, without being concerned too much about the moon at this point, I would say let's make sure that the technologies we use work for the other location. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Our third panelist is John Thornton, who's the CEO of Astrobotic, which is a private company that is developing space robotics to commercially deliver payloads to the moon with their Peregrine lander. He coordinates the development of the Peregrine and its first mission, 2020. At Carnegie Mellon, John led the development of Scarab, a NASA concept robot for lunar drilling, and the first robot to carry a prototype of NASA's Resolve payload. So he founded Carnegie Mellon's Advanced Composites Lab, a research, training, design, and manufacturing lab specializing in high-performance, lightweight composites for robotics. And he may be the next person on the moon through his robots.
Yeah, through our stuff. So what we do is we build a DHL delivery service to the moon. We've got a dozen deals so far towards the first mission, and we've identified more than 100 payloads that want to go all around the world. We're very excited about using the moon as a stepping stone and a means to be the practice ground for the technologies and developments that will ultimately need to settle Mars and even beyond. To maybe go a step further on the architecture, to describe the architecture that NASA is thinking about and what we'd like to be a part of so far and how that could apply to Mars is it starts with the Lunar Orbiting Platform Gateway. It's a platform that would be orbiting the moon, and you could be operating telerobotic rovers down on the surface, potentially doing sorties down for astronauts, and the outpost would be a way to would be exactly as it says. It's a gateway. It's a means to access the moon and potentially go deeper into space. And the kinds of things that we're looking to do on the moon, I think, are the same kinds of things that we're going to do for Mars. But we're going to practice it, we're going to refine it, and we're going to figure out how to do these things on another planetary body first with the moon. So the kinds of things we want to do is we want to make parts out of local material. You could 3D print parts out of that. You could find the water at the poles of the moon and then turn it into rocket fuel. So the moon could become a gas station. And if you could use that water fuel at the moon, you can vastly reduce the amount of energy required and basically the cost required to get to Mars. So it could truly be a gateway for the solar system. And then we also, there's fundamental features of the moon that are extremely similar to Mars, like the caves. I saw just a picture a second ago about the caves. There's caves on the moon. And caves on the moon could be very interesting to settle, just like the caves on Mars and just like the caves here on Earth. We settled here on Earth in caves for protection from the elements, and we might do the same thing on the moon and eventually Mars. For the moon, it's protection from micrometeorites, it's protection from the radiation that comes from the sun, and protection from the vast thermal extremes on the surface. And some of these caves on the moon are huge. There was a study recently that showed that one of the caves could be large enough to fit the size of Philadelphia inside of it. So it's really, really exciting to think that we could use a subterranean architecture for human settlement on the moon and maybe use that same thing on Mars and beyond. So I kind of think of the moon as a practice ground and a means to develop and refine that technology and use that same architecture, the same orbiting architecture with rovers on the surface, doing exploration and setting up the beginnings of what we'll need for Mars. So I'm very excited. I just came over from the CLIPS Small Lander Industry Day over at NASA headquarters, and the excitement over there is very, very high. And I really got to commend NASA in their forward-leaning approach on how to do this kind of acquisition. They're even thinking about the idea of, hey, can we just order up 2 kilograms of lunar regolith from such and such location on the moon, and can you return that to us here on Earth? And that's just a really unique, quick way to do a contract, to do a sample return. So it's very, very exciting, and I think a lot of the same applications can apply, and the modes can apply for Mars. So I'm excited to be here, and thanks for having me.
Wonderful. And then our final panelist is Dr. George Sowers, who's got 30 years of experience in the space transportation field. During his continuous span working from Martin Marietta, then Lockheed Martin, then ULA, United Launch Alliance, including a stint as the chief systems engineer for the Atlas V development. So I think you called it, when we were talking in the green room, it was your baby that launched?
Baby. Yep.
That I heard but did not see. George helped develop more than a dozen different launch systems. He recently retired from his position as vice president and chief scientist of ULA, where his team developed an architecture for fully reusable in-space stages fueled by propellant mined, refined, and distributed in space. Currently, Dr. Sowers is a professor at the Colorado School of Mines.
All right, thanks. Appreciate being here. I'd like to start out by expressing my appreciation to Congressman Perlmutter this morning for giving a shout out to the School of Mines. Woohoo! And like he said, at the School of Mines, we have started the world's first graduate program in space resources, which you can do online if you wish for a master's, so enroll. My position is that not just does cislunar activities feed into Mars exploration, activities on the moon are enabling for Mars exploration. And the reason is, the uniqueness of the moon. The moon is a special object in the solar system. The Earth is tilted 21 degrees relative to the sun. So even if you're at the poles, during either the summer or the winter, depending on, which hemisphere you're in, there's sunlight. The moon is only tilted 1.5 degrees relative to the sun. So the poles of the moon have regions that are permanently shadowed. And in some of those permanently shadowed regions, we now know that there's abundant water ice in the form of ice. It's very cold down there. Some estimates put the amount of ice at up to 10 billion metric tons per pole. If you have water, you can split that water into hydrogen and oxygen, and liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen are the most efficient chemical propellants known. The second piece of information is that most of the mass that you have to launch from Earth into space for a Mars mission is propellant. So if you can source that propellant in space, you can conceivably save a tremendous amount of money. I'll give you a couple of examples. A couple of years ago, a group at MIT did a study looking at NASA's reference architecture number 5, which requires 1,250 round numbers tons of mass to be launched from Earth into low Earth orbit by using lunar propellant in two places, one to refuel in like a GTO orbit on the way up, and the other to refuel at L2 on the way out to Mars. You can reduce the initial mass in LEO from 1,250 tons down to 270 tons. That's more than a factor of 4 reduction. So in other words, using lunar propellant, you could do 4 missions for every one that you could do without it. Another example is using Lockheed's Mars Base Camp architecture. That architecture requires 280 metric tons of propellant at a high Earth orbit like L2. You could save, if you launch that propellant from Earth, it'd cost you roughly $2.8 billion. If you bought it in space, it would cost you $280 million. So that's $2.5 billion just in that particular architecture. The one thing that remains to be shown is it feasible to mine that water on the poles of the moon? And I'm here to say, thankfully, yes, the graphics that's shown is a concept that we developed at the School of Mines over the last few months that creates an architecture for mining ice at the lunar poles. The business case is feasible. There's already a commercial market, including ULA for that propellant. And if there's a NASA market, it's right around the corner for companies to invest the money to create that kind of an infrastructure. So I look forward to the discussion.
Great. With that, I think everyone behaved well. We actually have almost the right amount of time left to discuss, so this is exciting. Last time it was Shanghai last year, and we had no time at all. So here we go. So we're going to the moon. The president has signed his space directive. So what does that mean to you? What does a success mean to you for going to the moon? Are we going to have American astronauts walking on the moon? Are we going to pay for cargo delivery? Are we going to have our partners going to the moon? Are we going to try and only focus on the technology that can also be used for going to Mars? Where are we going, Mary Lynn?
I don't think it's an either or. I think it's more an and. I don't think prioritization has been developed yet, but whatever we end up doing, we have George said the Atlas V is his baby, station's my baby. We have an international partnership at the space station, which has been tremendously successful. And station sort of serves as a foundation for going forward into space and international partnership. We also have at station a lot of early, I'll call it early, investment and commercial development of potential products, goods and services, et cetera, that are being developed on the station, some of which extend into cislunar space or to the surface of the moon, and some of which don't. But it's pretty evident at this point, for me, success is going to be measured, whatever the decisions are made in terms of what priorities you're going to give specific missions and the goals associated with those missions. And perhaps that's humans on the surface. Perhaps it's a very, ESA, Jan Werner has floated this idea of a moon village, which he has intentionally left open to development and thought, with the thinking that this sort of serves as an organizing concept. And perhaps the moon village is completely robotic. Perhaps the mining is completely robotic, perhaps. But whatever it is that we do, it's pretty evident that we have these swim lanes now that are established between NASA, civil space, commercial development, and international partnerships. And those things, are going to need to continue to move forward together, if not always overlapping. Sometimes there's going to be tension. How it is all that gets sorted out, that's pretty complex, and it's one of the challenges that faces us. But it faces us whether we go to the moon or we go to Mars. So that one of the opportunities I think going to the moon affords us is a way to sort of start figuring out how that works. Because all the ideas that are being explored here are really good ideas. And I think that it's just, for me, success is going to be starting to figure out how that all fits. There's nothing wrong with international partners doing business with John. There's nothing wrong with, the United States doing business with partners doing business with commercial. There's a lot of different ways you can slice this pie and figure out these relationships. I do think one thing we're going to need to do is stop with the specific swim lanes that we're all in right now and try to figure out how do we leverage all of this as best as possible.
Steve, do you have any thoughts on that? How does Lockheed Martin plan to fit into the administration's lunar ambitions, and how does that compare with the Mars base camp ideas that you've worked on?
Yeah, I think there's an overlap of the two. We've chosen to take kind of a scientific view of Mars exploration and worry a lot about the planetary science that can be done with humans and low latency telerobotic presence, and then eventually followed by actual sorties to interesting places, coupled with sample return. The moon has all kinds of eye-watering science that's waiting to be done, and so it's a rich place that with that combination and then the Venn diagram overlap of exploitation of resources. And for a while, maybe the whole time, the scientists and the explorers all want the same thing. You know, we need lots of data. You know, where's the water? What's it covered with? How hard? How cold? How long? What's it made up of? And so I think there's a huge force that can be created between these two. And so our view is that NASA should blaze the trail in exploration and science, and then the cislunar economy that we're talking about will follow in the same way that the West was won, you know, by heading out from St. Louis, or maybe earlier from further back east. So that would be my thought.
So John, you mentioned that the Peregrine lander is focused on the moon right now, but in your remarks you said that potentially it could be going to Mars. Could you develop that more? Like, what are your, is the lander itself able to go to Mars now? I mean, how different is it for you?
So some of the technologies that we're developing are similar to the kinds of things that you need for Mars. I mean, the obvious difference is the atmosphere. You need an aeroshell and probably a supersonic parachute of some kind, right? But it ultimately, at least a lot of the descents, you use propulsion for the last leg. And that's a lot of the overlap for where we're at. Just to kind of dovetail and kind of build on what was talked about here is that I think what NASA's doing right now in blazing the trail to the moon is the right next step. And I think the way we fit into that at Astrobotic is we're building that delivery service. We want to build the railroad to go to the moon. And the reason we were created as a company, our goal is to make the moon accessible to the world. And to us, that means making it possible for every space agency, including NASA, and including emerging space agencies. Like one of our customers is the Mexican Space Agency. They could be the 4th nation to land on the moon after China. How cool is that? We want to make it possible for every company, every university, every middle school. We want the moon in every classroom around the world. We want to make it possible for people to be driving remote rovers or just making the moon accessible in some small way everywhere, so that it becomes part of something that we take for granted, that it's part of our ecosphere and part of the economy. And that's the fundamental building block that I think that we need to create first to then take the next step outward to Mars. If we've basically gone to the moon regularly, there's no doubt we go to Mars next. And then we have the technologies, we can just adapt it and do the same things that we learned on the moon to go straight out there. So it's a grand vision, but I do think it starts with the moon, and I think we do play an important role building that railroad. And I should mention that the lander starts with the launch industry, and the launch industry created a huge opportunity for establishing the commercial presence that we have in space today. Our lander flies on an Atlas V from Florida, so we're building on that really amazing decades and decades of experience getting to space. And we want to build that next building block, that next step that will push us further into our solar system.
George, what does the cislunar economy look like to you? In your description, the examples you gave were selling rocket fuel, hydrogen and oxygen, to the US government or to exploration to push beyond, selling the fuel to a base camp type idea or selling it to another means of getting to Mars. Is there a cislunar economy that does not require the US government as the anchor or sole buyer?
Sure. Absolutely. You know, while I was still at ULA, we created this framework for the commercialization of cislunar space, which we called the Cislunar 1000. It's still out there. There's videos. it talks about all kinds of different activities that might be performed in cislunar space, from commercial habitats like Mr. Bigelow's in low Earth orbit, and I think NASA's already on a path to
private
sort
tourism.
of privatize LEO, to moving out to developing resources on the moon, including propellant. I view propellant as sort of the first domino in the creation of this economy, because once you have that, then you've just lowered the barrier of entry for everybody else. For example, the cost to launch to the surface of the moon today on an Atlas V with an ACES derived lander would be about $35,000 a kilogram. It's pretty expensive. If you can use lunar propellant, then that cost drops to $11,000 a kilogram. In other words, the cost to go to the lunar surface is the same as the cost to go to geotransfer orbit today. So we view that that's enabling for everything. You start to create other business plans. You can view things like tourism on the moon. If you've read Andy Weir's new book, Artemis, that's a big part of that. I think manufacturing in space is going to be a big deal. There are companies like Made in Space and Tethers Unlimited that are pursuing that right now. And if you can start manufacturing in space with space materials, now you've avoided the Earth's gravity well altogether. And in my view, in the far future, the only things that are going uphill out of the gravity well are people and photons.
So do you see that economy, manufacturing in space, as space for space or space for Earth? It's manufacturing to bring back?
It's not initially bringing stuff back. I think bringing energy back is a big one. For example, manufacturing space solar power satellites to beam energy to Earth. Tapping into that unlimited, completely green, 24/7, no weather, no night type of energy that could last humans, for another billion or 2 years. I think that's an important thing to pursue, and I think space resources in the cislunar economy enables those sorts of visionary things as well.
And Mary Lynn, you worked a lot with the ISS and with CASIS and the National Lab, and the CASIS has spent a lot of their time trying to find economic partners that can develop technologies that will be able to help fund maybe a privatization of LEO. What are some, and they're still facing those challenges now, what are some lessons learned or some thoughts you have on both how it is with the ISS currently, and how, if we want to wean the US government off of cislunar economy, how we can start laying that groundwork now?
I think one of the things we have to keep in mind is that all of this is going to take a heck of a lot longer than we wish it would. Development of these systems is very difficult. You can't just say, let's have a market. You have to develop demand. So some demand, for example, for the sorts of things that George is talking about. Obviously, the US government is going to be a piece of it. Other people to come in and be able to actually develop that, what I'll call commercial demand or market demand, you have to have investment. Money has to come to the table. And it can't just be the government money. I mean, it can be government as an anchor tenant, if you want to think about it that way. But investors come to the table when they think that there's return on investment possible. And there are a lot of different types of investors, having worked with a lot of investors over the years. There are investors who are very high-risk investors. They're really leaning forward. They're willing to put some of their money over here. Whether or not they're going to get that return, they're not quite sure. And there are investors that have different size, kind of different durations of windows, right? So there are investors who want to start seeing return within 3 years, some in 5 years, some in 10 years. The 10 years, once you start to get out to 10 years and beyond, and unfortunately, those are the kinds of things we start talking about when we're getting into space. They're rare. They're there, okay, because there are people who do have a long vision and they're there. But figuring out how it is that those pieces are going to come together, that you're going to get investment that comes to the table, okay, capabilities that are developed, but those capabilities only get sold, okay, when there's a demand for those capabilities. That's the thing that's been challenging with regard to low Earth orbit. And that's the thing that will initially be challenging with regard to the moon or any other location, okay, in deep space. There's also barriers to overcome for doing business in space, right? Some of those barriers may get reduced if you have the ability to sort of develop the cislunar economy and reduce the cost. But there are other barriers to operating in space. Space is a really bad place to try to breathe. Space is a bad place to try to deal with radiation. There are solutions to all of these, and we've heard some of these things being discussed, but those solutions are going to take time to come together. So the challenges for me, okay, to sort of, as I think about it, to look forward is how do you, at the same time that you're developing all of this, how do you create a positive environment for investors, an attractive environment for investors, understanding that your investors are going to be pretty unusual, but they are there, okay? There's a lot of capital awash, actually. The world's sort of awash in capital, looking for places to put it, and there are people that are already investing in commercial space. John is somebody who has already been able to attract investors, okay? I mean, they're a great case in point for doing it and doing it right. And there's others that have done it in low Earth orbit. But it's a challenge, and it's an ongoing challenge. And I think the thing we really need to keep in mind is that when we talk about all this stuff, it is going to take time. That's fine. Most people who are involved in space got a long view, or you really shouldn't be here, okay? But it is going to take time to realize these things.
Actually, John, why don't you elaborate on that? You do have, with the Peregrine Lander, you already have customers, a variety of investors, without disclosing who they are for non-disclosure agreements that you might have. What types of investors are there? What are their interests there? Is this more of just like what a fun thing to do to put a picture of my family on the moon, or is this economic vision? What are you dealing with?
Yeah, the way we're building our company is a mixture of traditional investment and we're selling customers right now. We also do, we have DHL as a major partner and sponsor of the mission. So we kind of think of all of those as investors in us. We haven't been to the moon yet. There's no surprise. It's really hard to do. There's only been superpowers that have done it before. And we're really, we're really lucky to get these customers and these investors and backers of us that believe in us, that we can actually do what superpowers have done. The great part is it's on order of 50 years after the US has done it before, so the technology has come a long way. But I think of every one of those as an investor. And every one of them evaluates the current market condition. They say, okay, well, who else is in the game? Who else do you have on your manifest? Who has looked at your technology and checked it out and verified it? In our case, we partner with NASA through Catalyst. We partner with United Launch Alliance for the launch, and we also partner with Airbus on the technology side. So having the best in class, best in industry partnered with us helps us prove that we really can do this, and we're not just blowing smoke. We're not just another PowerPoint kind of company. So we're creating something that's going to stay. It's something that can actually make this happen. And then you also have to show that there are customers. I mean, we have more than 130 customers in our sales pipeline of interested parties from all over the world that want to fly to the moon. Big, small, some on the emerging company side, some on the big old established space side. So it's really interesting to see. And I think we're getting that inflection point. NASA heading back to the moon is creating a huge opportunity for America to lead in this global return to the moon. And I think it's the right thing at the right time to be taking this next step and really kickstarting the whole lunar economy and ultimately taking that first step toward the technologies that'll get us to Mars.
So I'm going to open up to a question in a moment, but just one last one as people are formulating their thoughts. What are the technologies specifically that the U.S. government should be investing in that will have that multi-use? And Mary Lynn talked about swim lanes and roles for international partners and commercial partners. U.S. government, where should we specifically be focusing our federal taxpayer dollar versus using, like long-term, versus using short-term funds to help get commercial partners or international partners off the ground to take either moon-specific programs or to take non-critical elements that we would need to get to Mars? Steve?
Yeah, I think NASA's thought long and hard about this, and whether you agree or disagree, the ability to motor around cislunar space propulsion-wise is kind of a key thing, including just getting out of the gravity well. And so I'm a fan of the solar electric propulsion that's under development right now with large, 12 kilowatt thrusters, which we see as an advantage to move and tractor large payloads around, or even smaller ones to other targets than just the moon, maybe asteroids and things like that. So, and then it has this huge benefit for deeper exploration. So the power also to go with that, which you're going to get for free, really, if you're going to have big SEP thrusters, and you're going to have big arrays and the ability to convert lots of power. So multi-kilowatt power sources, thrusters that can go out there. And then I think an area that we don't talk enough about is deep space communication. And so I'd like to see more done in that area. I mean, we talk a lot about laser comms and maybe conventional, but that's really an infrastructure that needs to be in place in order to enable all this to happen. Those are the three that come to mind right away.
And then where is the room then for our commercial partners and international partners? Because we will need them in a major way if we're going to afford a LEO presence, a lunar presence, and then a Martian presence.
Yeah, I don't see those basic things I just described as being government provided. I think there's room for commercial entities to come in and do that, including the eventual production of mining, refining, storage of propellant and various resources that you want to stage. I think that's a role for commercial industry. Now, I will say I'm maybe a minority opinion here, I'm not sure. I believe the customer is going to be the government to begin with, okay? Somehow, some way, and then eventually it'll, the good thing about capitalism is this will sort itself out. So if there are other ways to make money, it will be. But I'm okay with making, fee off of selling to the government. So why not have commercial do this? Tractor things around, provide power, provide communication. That seems like the kind of infrastructure that's perfect for commercial.
We have a question right there.
So I'm Bernard Frank from Europe, and I really resonate with what you said, not to have separate swimming lanes. The synergy that you mentioned, actually that's something that we use in Europe. We had Rosetta going to Comet. Without the synergy, we could not have flown to Mars with Mars Express for $300 million, to Venus for $150 million. Even the mission I led, which was a mission to the moon with theoretical propulsion, could not have happened if we would have swum in a separate lanes. Now, how could we do that effectively now for the bigger challenge of the synergy, for example, between Moon and Mars Village? So between surface infrastructure or a link between surface and orbit. So for instance, specific question is, could we, for instance, test the model of using ice as fuel even for low Earth orbit application? Refueling application, telecom satellites create a lot of wealth and money that could be reinvested in deep space. And another point, how could we have a roadmap of technology, but of partnering activities between industry and government to do the work already for a Moon and Mars Village?
George, do you want to?
Yeah, sure. I think using propellant in LEO is important. In fact, the very first business case we got to close was actually shipping propellant from the moon down to LEO and then using refueling in LEO to go up to geosynchronous orbit. That's an instance of tapping into existing demand based on the ComSat industry. But I look forward to a time when space is generating wealth, not consuming wealth. You talk about, well, we're going to need to pool the resources of everybody across the world to be able to afford to do this. Turn it on its head.
Yeah.
If it's commercial industry acting in the free market, people are doing things in space because they're making money. And you have to beat them away with a stick. You don't have to attract them to go to space. They want to go because there's money to be made. And that's the nut we got to crack, is figure out how to make money in space.
Can I add to that? The notion of, we call it cracking water to produce propellant. The source of that water can first even be terrestrial, okay, launching water and then producing the propellants, doing the refining of that resource in another location. I need to prove, I guess, to some business people that the business case closes on that, but it seems entirely logical to me.
Yeah, I would be skeptical.
So we can build up the concept of being able to produce these propellants, refine them in space, and liquefy them and store them long term while we're waiting for the eventual locations of which, non-terrestrial locations from which they'd be supplied.
Yeah, I mean, it turns out that cryogenic propellants in LEO is tough. LEO's not a favorable environment. You've got the radiation not only from the sun, but also from Earth that's trying to warm those propellants. In deep space, storing cryos is easy. You got to shield it from the sun, and deep space itself is cold. And the permanently shadowed regions on the moon are really cold. In fact, you have to warm the oxygen to keep it from freezing. So cryogenic propellants in deep space is not a problem.
Well, I'm getting the kill signal over there. She's starting to put together the sniper rifle. So with that, let me say thank you to all of you for joining us, and I look forward to a continued discussion.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Good job, everybody.
Well, the thing is, the next speaker is Japanese. And so far, we've been running like Japanese trains, and now I'm 1 minute late. And seriously, that's not done. I am very pleased and very happy to introduce a non-American, a non-Russian, even a non-European astronaut to you. Space and Mars, like I said this morning, needs all of us. All nations, all input. And having a Japanese space agency astronaut here to talk about his experiences in space and the goals of the Japanese Space Agency with space will give us a wider look of our presence in space. Well, the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Takuya Onishi. I'm a JAXA astronaut, and I was a crew member of the International Space Station Expedition 48 and 49. It's a great honor for me to be able to give a speech at this Humans to Mars Summit 2018. And today, I want to give you a quick introduction about what I experienced and what I felt in space during my long-duration space flight, as well as JAXA's future plan on international space exploration. So let's get started. Oops. So first of all, I would like to talk about myself. So I was born in Tokyo, in Japan, in 1975, and I majored in aeronautical and space engineering at Tokyo University of Japan. And after my graduation from my university, I joined a private airline company. Then I worked as a co-pilot of Boeing 767 for about 7 years. Then I was selected as an astronaut candidate of JAXA in 2009. And after 7 years of training, I finally flew to the International Space Station as a crew member of Expedition 48 and 49. So this is a quick summary of our expedition. So our launch was on July 7th of 2016. We spent 113 days on board the station. And after that, we returned home on October 30th of 2016. And the main objective of the International Space Station is, as you know, to conduct scientific experiments utilizing the uniqueness of microgravity environment. So our expedition was full of those kinds of scientific experiments. That was listed more than like 200 experiments throughout our expedition. So we were quite busy, but today I would like to introduce how we lived on board the ISS, and I'm gonna talk about the reason why I talk about that later. So I want to show a couple of pictures from our expedition. So this is me. Look at this happy face with my favorite breakfast tortilla. So usually we open a new package of space food every 2 weeks. And of course, each crew has its own preference. But for our crew, tortilla was the one that would be gone very quickly. So it's a kind of race to which space food we are going to choose each day. And at the end of the 2-week cycle, there was nothing left in the package that attracted our appetite. And next slide, this is also space food. So these are the canned food provided by European Space Agency for their experiment. So in order to keep astronauts alive on board the station, of course, we need tons of supplies of space food, as well as many supplies of spare hardware, spare parts. So here, I was working on the space toilet for regular maintenance, and that task was like a 5-hour-long, exchanging almost every single part of a space toilet. And of course, I used a lot of spare parts in order to do this task. And here I was doing also regular maintenance on smoke detector of a Japanese experimental module, Kibo. And so there are many things that we have to maintain throughout the expedition in order to do sciences. So we have to eat, we have to maintain all systems in a good condition, as well as we need water. So in order to do science or to conduct space missions, there are many supplies that we need to send to the station. And not only the internal things, but also the external things that may need to be replaced or maintained in a good condition. And in order to do so, we need to perform spacewalks. So during our expedition, my 2 crewmates, 2 US astronauts, Jeff Williams and Kate Rubins, they performed 2 spacewalks to do some maintenance tasks on the external surface of the International Space Station. Here, they are working on the radiator panel of the station. And of course, in order to do these kind of spacewalks, we need tons of supplies as well. How we can get those supplies from the ground? We have several types of cargo vehicle right now that delivers cargo to the station. This is one example. This is a Dragon spacecraft operated by private company SpaceX. And those cargo space vehicles are not capable to perform an automated docking with the station. So they just approach to the station and hold their position approximately 10 meters from the station. And it is our astronauts' job to grab them using a Canadian robotics arm. So this is right after the capturing a SpaceX Dragon vehicle. And this is another cargo vehicle. It's called Cygnus, operated by Orbital ATK company of the United States. And this one is also right after the capture of Orbital ATK Cygnus vehicle. And this is how it looks inside the cargo vehicle. So this is the inside of a Cygnus cargo vehicle. It's actually full of food supply, water supply, new pieces of hardware, new payload, new experiment devices. So reason I was showing these pictures to you is astronauts get a lot of FAQs when they return from space. For example, did you see an alien? Or how can I become an astronaut? But one of them is, did you ever get scared when you were on board the station? And my answer to that question is no, never. Honestly speaking, I never felt scared while I was there. One reason is, there are a couple of reasons for that. And the reason, number one, is we had such tons of supplies, and we had regularly visit of cargo vehicles like a Dragon and Cygnus. So even if a very critical piece of hardware breaks, we can ask the ground to send a spare one right away. That reason is number one. And the next reason is, this is a view from the window module of the International Station. It's called the cupola. So from there, you'll see the Earth like this. It's actually very huge. This is a view of Volga River flowing into a Caspian Sea. And I'm going to show a couple of other views to you. This is a view of Florida. And this is a external view of our Japanese experimental module, Kibo, with the background of the Earth. And this is the external view of the International Space Station. This is Earth horizon. This beautiful picture is a long exposure shot during nighttime. And this is Japan. So while I was there, I never felt that I was separate from my home planet, Earth. And that feeling gave me a huge psychological effect. So I'd like to point out, so if we go to the moon or go to Mars, it's very important to think about psychological effect on astronauts. So let's imagine how the Earth looks from the surface of the moon. Let's take a look. So you'll see the Earth like this. This is an image taken from a Japanese lunar probe. It's called Kaguya. So how do you think? Do you still think you're a part of your home planet? Maybe it depends. It depends on, I think, individuals. Some people think yes, but the other think no. But how about this? So let's imagine you are on the surface of Mars. So this image was taken by NASA's rover. It's called the Curiosity. So as you can see, our planet can be seen like this white dot. I cannot imagine how I feel when I landed on Mars. So this is my mission patch design. So before I started my expedition, JAXA gave me some options to me of these kinds of patch designs, and I picked this one because I like this design. And after my flight, I think my choice was totally correct, because the basic idea of this patch design is we are going to use the ISS as a test bed in order to advance our current technologies, to gain new capabilities, to explore in order to reach the moon, and also to reach Mars. So from my point of view, going to Mars with current technology is, I would say, super challenging or nearly impossible. So in order to reach Mars, we need to do step by step to achieve this goal. So we use the ISS more to test our new technology, our new capability, and also we go back to the moon and build a base on the lunar surface or lunar orbit in order to make a supply station to reach Mars. Then finally, our ultimate goal would be going to Mars. So that was my experience from my long duration flight. And now change the gear, and now I would like to talk about outcome of ISEF-2. So ISEF-2 is the second International Space Exploration Forum, and as many as 45 nations and intergovernmental organizations gathered in Tokyo in last March. In order to advance international collaboration and coordination efforts in the exploration of space. And these are the two main outcomes from ISEF-2. So those 45 countries and intergovernmental organizations released joint statement, Tokyo Principles for International Space Exploration, and terms of reference, acknowledging the common vision that international space exploration is going to be an important challenge in order to gain common knowledge, experiences, and benefits for human beings. And also, our objective is to push the boundaries of human exploration beyond LEO to the Moon, Mars, and further. Also, reflecting the increasing amount of private companies' activities in space, we conducted two side events. One was for industry, that was called ISEF, and the other one was for young professionals, YISEF, to encourage young generations to become more interested in space exploration is very vital for our future, because those are the people who advance further step to Mars. So those two side events were very successful, and with these two outcomes, I would say the ISEF-2 was very meaningful and successful for the international community. And the last thing I want to talk is JAXA's vision for international space exploration. So first of all, in December 2017, the Prime Minister of Japan instructed to accelerate the discussions on international space exploration, reinforcing the relationship among international partners. Then with that, JAXA will establish new organization for space exploration, aiming for this summer. And this chart shows JAXA's exploration concept. And in order to advance human exploration to Mars and beyond, resource we might be able to get from the surface of the moon could be a key player to set a course of action in the future. So right now, JAXA is focusing on discussion about two things. The one is our participation to the LOPS-G program that was proposed by NASA, as well as water resource exploration on the moon. And on the top left corner, it says ISS operation and technology demonstration. So for LEO, we will continue ISS operation and continue to use Japanese experiment module as a test bed for technology demonstration for lunar exploration until 2024. And after that, there might be an option to continue to utilize LEO to gain new capability to explore and to get new partners like other countries and other private companies involved in expansion of LEO activities or utilization beyond 2024. For water resource exploration, we have detailed observation data from the satellites. It's called Selene. It's called Kaguya in Japanese. And also we are working on a project. It's called SLIM, Small Scale Demonstration Lunar Lander. And with those results, we think we can conduct water resource exploration under international cooperation. And if we could find a water resource on the moon surface, we might be able to create a propellant, and in the future, we might be able to use that propellant for further or future exploration. For Lunar Orbital Platform Gateway, LOPG, we think JAXA wants to make contributions in the following 4 areas, and those 4 areas are logistics, habitation, and lander, and rover. We already started discussing how we could enhance our current technologies and our current knowledge, experiences to get those 4 areas of technologies. We have HTV, that's a cargo transfer vehicle for the station. We are now working on development of HTVX in order to make logistics technology for the LOPG. And also, our Japanese experiment module, Kibo, is the largest module in the station. So we have technology and experience to build a module. So we want to utilize that knowledge to build a part of international partners that build habitation module for LOPG program. And for example, we can use the rover, we can use our advanced automobile technologies to develop a rover that could be used on the moon surface. So these are the plans right now JAXA is discussing. So as a conclusion of my presentation, in order to make international space exploration sustainable, we think it is very important to continue to work with international partners as well as private companies. And also, it's very important to combine our resource with the people and technologies from private companies. So we would like to make our discussion on our future mission development open to anybody, all partners around the world. So thank you very much for your attention.
And another break. I hope you'll be back in about 18 minutes so we can start on time. And, we can continue with Mars.
Trophy ignition.
Flight lock in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
After 7 decades of exploring our solar system, Aerojet Rocketdyne is now embarking on its next great space endeavor, sending humans back to the moon to create the Deep Space Gateway. This lunar outpost will provide explorers a safe place to live and work while preparing for the long haul to Mars. Our power and propulsion elements will play a central role in the orbital maneuvering and station keeping, life support, and other essential electrical components on the Deep Space Gateway. When the Space Launch System makes its climb into space, it will be powered by 4 RS-25 booster engines. Once the rocket has safely reached space, our jettison motor pulls the launch abort system away from the rocket. 4 RL-10 engines on the upper stage will then take over to propel the crew toward their destination. The Orion spacecraft's reaction control system, along with the European Service Module's OMS engine and auxiliary engines, will provide trajectory correction maneuvers. After 7 out of 7 successfully landed robotic missions on Mars and 5 orbiters circling the red planet, humans will soon be joining them.
Okay.
Sending habitats and cargo to Mars with electric propulsion ahead of the crew will enable shorter travel time and shorter setup time on planet. Additionally, we are working on nuclear thermal propulsion to quickly transport astronaut crews to deep space and safely back to Earth. The SLS rocket will also allow in-depth exploration of potential life-bearing worlds such as Europa. This extensive suite of propulsion will be responsible for opening this new chapter in space exploration, science, and discovery, and may one day reveal the answer to, are we alone in the universe? We're ready for the next giant leap in space exploration.
Hello again from the Humans to Mars Summit at George Washington University. I'm Matt Kaplan. And if you've been with us for a few minutes, you just saw on stage our speaker from Japan, Takuya Onishi, who I am very proud to meet yet another human being who has earned both a Mach 25 patch and a 100 Days in Space patch. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. I just complimented you before we started on your photography. Seems to be a special, a favorite activity of all visitors to the ISS.
Yes, it is. Everybody likes to take pictures from the station of the Earth. Yeah, actually, the Earth was very beautiful, and I know that many astronauts say that. But the one thing that really amazed me maybe more than the Earth, was the International Space Station itself. When I saw the station shining in the dark for the first time in space, I was pretty much impressed by the fact that human beings build such an enormous, huge laboratory in space.
And I don't know that there's anything that equals it. Certainly some major science-oriented technology development projects here on Earth. I think of like thermonuclear fusion projects that are international collaborations. But I don't think anything with the kind of profile high above our heads that the ISS has had. And what that represents. 16 nations, of which Japan, with the Kibo module, of course, as you said, is the largest module on the ISS, is a major player.
Yep. So I think the International Space Station is one of the best model of international cooperation. So each country has its own strength. So those international partners bring their own strength. So for example, for Russians, they have a space vehicle named Soyuz. That's the only spacecraft that can deliver astronauts to the International Space Station right now. And the United States is very good at infrastructure of the International Space Station. So they are actually responsible for major part of core technologies like electrical system or hydraulic system.
You showed a general outline of where Japan may be going with space exploration, much of it focused on the moon. But you also mentioned that the Prime Minister has asked JAXA, the Japanese Space Agency, to create a new organization, not a replacement for JAXA. What would the role of this new organization be?
Maybe the word of organization wasn't correct. So it's actually a part of JAXA. So JAXA will establish a new, I should say, a department to get prepared for the future exploration.
You come out of commercial aviation. Can you imagine a day when everyday folks like me, I had to fly into Washington, D.C., would be able to accept, adjust to, and enjoy space flight just as I do looking out the window as I cross the United States in a 767, the plane you used to fly?
I think that would be great, and I love to be a pilot of that spacecraft.
You also showed 3 images that touch on, and you use them to make a point that I really like to talk about, and that is that psychological connection or lack of it to the planet below. You used some of your own photos, but then the view of Earth from the moon, and of course then that far more distant image from Mars. How do you think you would adjust if you saw your home planet as just that tiny dot of light in the sky? What do you think that would mean?
I think that's beyond my imagination, so I have no idea how I feel when I land on Mars, but that's why I want to go there.
So that was my next question. Would you go?
I would go, yeah, if my wife permits, allows me to go.
I like what Vint Cerf told us this morning. I don't know if you were here. He said he'd like to be the first human being to return from Mars.
Oh, okay. I like that.
I mean, would you, I assume that you would also then be happy to get another ticket to go up to the ISS.
Yes, that's my next objective, or my next goal. I want to go back there to do a new scientific experiments because I thought the ISS was very, very, very unique environment to do science, and we can utilize the microgravity environment to conduct such experiment that we can never do on the ground.
Thank you, Takuya, very much for joining us during this break and for being a part of the Humans to Mars Summit. I hope you get that opportunity to go back.
Thank you very much. Yep.
Takuya Onishi, who spent well over 100 days on the International Space Station as a JAXA astronaut with the Japanese Space Agency. We are going to be returning for the last segment of the Humans to Mars Summit in just a couple of minutes here as we come to you from George Washington University. Just to give you a little bit of a preview, the first of those sessions, Simulating Mars, Mars Design and Analog, with the moderator Jim Adams and some really interesting people who are actually doing design work, preparing humans for the day when we will need to live on Mars and build communities there. Then, a really interesting segment, which unfortunately we won't be able to show you on the webcast because it's a preview of the new Hulu series called The First, about the first humans to go to Mars. I don't know if there's a character representing you, Takuya, but perhaps. Then we will be back with the webcast here in the auditorium with a very special closing keynoter for today. Senator Ted Cruz of the state of Texas will be here to talk to the gathered multitudes, the fans of Mars, at the Humans to Mars Summit. And with that, I think let me take a look at the time. We might be about a minute early. I think we may be out of time. Are we going to a video, guys, or are we ready to go back to the stage? No, not sure. So we'll just keep talking here for another moment or two. Of course, tomorrow is day 2 from George Washington University of the Humans to Mars Summit. And we have a very similar lineup for you tomorrow, just as exciting as what we have done today. Beginning, and this is quite exciting because will be one of his first public appearances anywhere as the brand new NASA administrator. Former Congressman Jim Bridenstine will be here. He is scheduled to speak at 8:35 tomorrow morning from right here at Humans to Mars. Hope that you will join us when we restart the webcast tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. I'm told now we are ready to begin the last segment for this day 1 of the Humans to Mars Summit, so we'll do that now. Back to the stage.
Welcome back. We are continuing with our program now. To feel what it means to walk on Mars, we have to rely on experiences we build here on Earth in Mars Analogues. Jim Adams, with his deep knowledge of what it takes to direct missions, and his panel will present to us how we are gaining those experiences all over the world, and that it's all over the world makes the experiences that much more valuable to our goal. Jim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Artemis.
Sequence that I think are okay, but
well, we'll get it right. Is everybody back? Looks like nobody's back.
Oh, everyone's gone. We are free to discuss.
Yeah.
Since there's no one.
Is this a lighting situation during this? So can't see anything. For those of you that made it back from the break, Artemis decided to go electronic, and so I figured if she can do it, I can do it. I'm going to introduce our panel today, and then we'll each have a few remarks, and I'm hoping that we'll get a lot of questions from the audience. So be thinking about what you'd want to talk about with regard to Mars simulations and analogs. Immediately to my left is Vera Muliani. She's the CEO and founder of Mars City Design, a recognized leader as a lifetime innovative and visionary leader with multidisciplinary skills in art and entrepreneurship, also known as a Marscatect. That's pretty cool. Sean Young is the worldwide segment manager, product development for an AEC for Hewlett-Packard. He's responsible for HP Mars Home Planet and HP's global industry management, covering professional user segments. Welcome, Sean. Thanks. Adnan Al-Reyes was already on the stage once today, but you all know he's the manager of business development and external relations, as well as the deputy project manager of United Arab Emirates' Mars mission at the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center. Welcome.
Thank you.
Susan Ipjul is president and co-founder of the Mars Academy USA, where she's been a leader, innovator, speaker, and educator in areas of space exploration, space medicine, STEAM, and edutainment. And she refers to herself as an astropreneur. That's kind of cool. And Joseph Gruber, who I've known for a very long time, in fact, I think I might have met for the first time in this auditorium, is the mission support coordinator for the Hawaii Space Exploration Analog and Simulation Project, also known as HI-SEAS. So welcome to the panel.
Thank you.
I think my opening remarks would be that the success of any human spaceflight or even robotic spaceflight mission is dependent upon effective and appropriate simulation and analog, so that you know exactly how things and humans will perform and how they will interact together before you actually get out into the hostile environment of space. And that ranges everywhere from walking through paper plans and training exercises to underwater neutral buoyancy laboratories to going out into the desert and spending weeks with your closest friends and crew. That's been from the beginning. From 1958, NASA has adopted that kind of a strategy for assuring success with our missions. But what's different today is that technology has changed not only our ability to change the fidelity of the simulation, but also technology has enabled humanity in general to also participate. And so today what we're going to talk about is really about expanding the experience of the journey to Mars to a broader audience, to the public, through the use of simulation and analog. And so each of our panelists will take about 4 minutes and introduce their thoughts on the subject, and then we'll start with questions from the audience. Would you like to go first, Vera?
Yeah. Hello, I'm Vera from Mars City Design. So the idea of creating this platform is really to bring people together from various different backgrounds so that they can all contribute to the space community, space knowledge, and vice versa. We can learn from what we are innovating for Mars to be able to advance our sustainable lifestyle. So to start, we actually created like different activities from workshops to designing the urban design. So we want to experiment the reverse urban design so that when we go back to the small unit of habitat, we know the whole picture, and we're able to give reason for each concept to advance and understand the infrastructure. So we also create something that we want to submit for the NASA 3D printing competition. We all based on the idea of disrupting the basic needs of the habitat design to be protective against radiation, 1/3 gravity, and everything in situ material. But at the same time, we don't want to stop at the limited knowledge that we have today, like just build a dome and bury ourselves underground. But it's to elevate ourselves and understand how to celebrate the natural phenomena that Mars offers. This is not working. Okay, so we also have a site in the Mojave Desert that will be excitingly ready for the experiment of the 3D printing. And this is one of the finalists. So every year we have a design competition, people from urban design, architecture background, and health, so that we know how to endure our life after all this travel. And not just to survive, but to live, to love, and to continue the civilization we have built until today. Like, why do we make more research about habitat and go to outer planet when we have to go back to building bricks and domes and tent? So we want to go beyond that. And I think the motivation here for the younger generation is to provide the parallel technology that can envision their dream city. And this is one of the designs that they also think about our human body, how to be the first architecture that will protect ourselves when we live there. And our psychology, this is one of the startups that come out after the first competition that was just funded last year. So we are pursuing this, developing this device that will help astronauts to psychologically maintain their wellness during the long duration of flight. It's called the 8th sense, so it's beyond your 6th sense. And this is our collaborator, Dassault Systems, that have all these new 3D experience. We can actually experiment our also Mars planet because they are working on this. So hopefully with this collaboration, we're able to create the Mars simulation, not just from the basic needs, not just to survive, but really to show that Mars, even when we go to Mars, we're still human, and it's probably way more fun there. So how do we design that? Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Sean.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Sean Young from HP, and I'll just queue up a video here. I think. Let's see. Try that again. Or not, I can just talk without slides. Oh, here we go. Sorry, let's jump. Here we go, video, theoretically. There we go. So I guess there's no audio. So you guys probably know this, but Mars has gone mainstream. And it's gone mainstream when companies like mine, like HP, are using Mars as a theme for our global marketing campaigns, which is exactly what Mars Home Planet is. And I'm from HP, from Fort Collins, Colorado, and Mars Home Planet is a global marketing campaign for HP, kind of like what Extreme Games is to Red Bull. This is our Extreme Games for our professional customers. So we're actually inviting professionals who are working on sophisticated 3D software applications for their day jobs, architects and engineers and game developers and designers of all stripes, and students as well, to help create this world, this human civilization on Mars for 1 million people sometime in the future. So we don't know when, but I think all of us here kind of agree that at some point, or hope that at some point in the future, there's going to be 1 million happy humans living on Mars. And they're going to live in some utopian society designed by humans. So we're starting the process now. And to get the public engaged in the process, we've had a series of competitions following the standard design process. So concept phase, where we come up with great ideas, modeling phase, where we create 3D models, and now we're going into rendering, where we bring these models to life. So to date, we've had 85,000 people sign up for this program, and hundreds of incredible models. I'll give you a snapshot. So we're actually at the point now where we have a library of 3D models for Mars. And now, a lot of those models were done in Autodesk software, if you're familiar with Autodesk. So now we've enlisted the help of Technicolor, and they're the visual effects studio that created the special effects for the movie The Martian and also created the Martian VR experience. They're going to take those models, especially the winning models, and there's over 30 winning models, and bring them to life in virtual reality. And so the next time you hear about Mars Home Planet, you're going to be able to actually walk around this in VR, this future world where there's 1 million people living this awesome life on Mars. And so this is where we are in the timeline. We started in August 2017, and now we're in May. We're just kicking off in parallel a rendering competition to create beautiful imagery of these models of Mars and the VR experience. And we're going to have all of that content available to try. If you're going to be at the SIGGRAPH Technology Show in Vancouver this summer, it will be there. If not, you can download it and try it yourself. Here is a sample of some of the submissions. So we've got categories for vehicle design, industrial design, mechanical engineering, architecture, civil engineering, interior design, and you can see there's been a range. What's amazing, I find, is the level of engagement is so high, and the experience level also so high. These are some beautiful images, but behind these images are academic papers, including the science, the math, for sustaining life in these environments that these designers have created. So it's really quite amazing. It's all publicly accessible, and you can download it and see for yourself. And all of this has been shared with the various space agencies who are also involved in this program. HP's been, what's really interesting about a program like this and the opportunity for a company like HP to get involved, and I say this to you to go back to your communities and find other private corporations who could see commercial benefit to engaging in this theme, is the ability to spread the message. We're leveraging it to our advantage as a marketing theme. It works for us for a variety of reasons, but we're getting the message out there to the world that Mars is relevant, interesting, and here's a way for you to get involved. And consequently, we've been able to drum up a lot of public interest, tons of social media and awareness around the concept. So I think I've taken my 4 minutes, and I'll pass it over to you.
Presentation? I don't have presentation now. All right, so I'm glad to be back here to talk more about the Mars 2117 strategy and the Mars Science City and the activities associated with that. So with the Mars 2117 strategy, we have 4 main pillars. One is the research and development, to develop the technologies that would allow us to support the future missions to Mars and support the human long-duration journey to Mars. 2, we have the enablement to enable the entrepreneurs and the startups and also the industry by providing them with the tool, with the environment so that they can develop the technologies that will help us. 3, we have the education and outreach where we engage the students at different levels in our activities. And 4thly, the collaboration with the government, with the private, for the academia, locally and internationally. Under those 4 pillars, we basically came up with the initiatives and projects. And our catalyst project is the Mars Science City. So the Mars Science City, this is our platform, where we're going to have the analogs, research and development labs to conduct different types of experiments. And also it's a platform where we collaborate internationally, working with different partners around the world to develop the facilities, but also to be ready for the day 1 after the facilities are ready, to be ready for the different analog deployments and experiments and missions together. At the same facility, the same Mars Science City, in addition to the analog and research development facilities, we do have also our edutainment area and workshop areas and auditorium, where we want to keep the students and the young generation close to us. So it won't be like fully isolated area, fully isolated city. No, they will be part of it. And in order to also to get them involved in the activities, we'll be designing the labs and the research areas so that we can have competitions where they can come up with where we define the problems and we ask them to come up with the solutions. And you have here the test bed to basically develop your solutions and come and test it here and verify it. This will definitely support the research activities in the universities as well as in the industry sector.
Awesome. Thanks. Susan, you want your introductory remarks?
Thank you so much, Jim, and thank you so much for having me here and to talk about the work that we're doing. So I am the co-founder and president of Mars Academy USA, and we're located currently in Southern California. So, for me, I'm an entrepreneur, but I wear many hats. And over the many decades, I've been in many different fields, and experience from those fields have, sort of manifest into currently the MAU, Mars Academy USA. But what I'm trying to say is experiences count for a lot. It makes you who you are today. At the same time, it also allows you to create and be imaginative if you are allowed that flexibility and freedom. So for the visionary side, I've always wanted to see how can we evolve humanity to the next evolutionary phase. So Mars platform, that Mars shot versus a moon shot, because it's a lot harder challenge, is what I was fascinated about. And so I know everything we do has to be incremental and progressive. So this is right now, what's actually practical and doable. And that is to be able to offer, real experiential learning, opportunities for everyone, not just a niche sector. So basically what we're doing is to commercialize
And it is a for-profit organization too. So, talking about entrepreneurship, this is what we're trying to do. So we offer everyone, no matter what your background is, your training, we select you and put you in the right crews. We select you and put you in a fully immersive, in-person, real-time simulation in our own portable and expandable Mars base camp. That allows us to go any geographic location. It allows us to scale up when you're talking about the business model, because I can hear people had asked questions about commercialization of this field. Right now, currently, it's very, very niche. It's very academic and scientific. For me, that's another arm of what we're trying to do. But I'm also very much interested to open up this field to a general audience, to the citizen scientists. Doesn't matter what age you are. I saw Neil Armstrong's step on the moon when I was a little kid. I really thought we'd be on Mars by now. And I never, thought that we would get to a day where we can really talk about doing deep space exploration and having humans become a multiplanetary species. But I do truly believe that with the technology that we have on board, and as we keep innovating, we will be able to manifest that vision. And this is what MAU, Mars Academy USA, is trying to do. So that's one side, is the commercialization and opening up this field of astronautics and analog training to the general public. On the other arm that we're trying to do is also very much what Adnan has said with the UAE, the Space Center there, is that we're trying to also develop technology to enable and support humans, not just to survive in space, because if you really are going to become multiplanetary, you've got to build the capabilities and the support mechanism to ensure that humans thrive. And this is what we do. So you can see here we have missions. Those are the missions, the one, MAU 111, 1112, 113, we have already deployed. The one that's in the forefront actually is very interesting, and it's my passion because I am trained in space medicine, and will be the first in a series of Mars medics. So we really put together a crew of very highly trained space medicine physician scientists in this crew. They're jet fighter pilots, but they're also biotech innovators. And we form this crew, and we put you out in a full immersive simulation. And in that simulation, you get to interact in many different activities. So here gives you an idea. At the top, you can see just a very small sample of our developing this is what we call minimal viable product, or MVP, of our deployable, expandable Mars base camp. You could see the evolution of that. Below that, you could see we incorporated the space clinic wellness. This is something in the vision, in the long-term vision, one day when we do actually, land on the planet, on Mars, and we have humans set foot on the planetary surface, well, there's going to be really high risks of injuries and death. So you need to think about also, creating and training individuals to be able to offer the medical side, and this is kind of where we're also integrating into our experiences for the participants. Below, you can see the various activities that you engage in when you come into this mission. So, you can see it for yourself, and we do a lot of different interactivities during the mission. But at the same time, we're looking at training you, and remember, everything has got to be incremental and progressive. So you come in for low fidelity. In other words, it's very low risk. No one's going to really get into a lot of danger. And then once you've gone through that, you'll go, progressively to harder, mid-fidelity, high-fidelity missions. So in 2019, with the Mars Medics crew, we're going to actually deploy in mid-fidelity to Kilimanjaro. And then late 2019, we'll take the crew to Antarctica and to Everest. So you could see this progression. And it's exactly the same vision of the progressive step to take us first into low Earth orbit, then to the moon and deep space to Mars. And each step is a learning curve, and it's innovation and really trying to find those countermeasures and to mitigate the risks. Because when humans are in the loop, humans in the loop is the X factor in the equation, the most unpredictable factor that we need to address if we really are going to manifest this vision of becoming Martians, as they would say, right? Or, on the moon first. So that's something we offer, both in the commercial, the citizen scientists, but also the R&D, and really training individuals who really want to go into travel in deep space. So one of the long-term vision is to really build the first commercial astronaut corps so that we can service the burgeoning onboarding of commercial industries that's going to need very trained astronaut scientists. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Joseph.
Thank you, and thanks for having us here. I think just having this panel shows how important analogs and simulations are on our journey to Mars as we continue to go to Mars. As the mission support coordinator for the Hawaii Space Exploration Analog and Simulation, that'll be the last time I say the whole thing, because HI-SEAS is easier to say. HI-SEAS, we are on our 5th mission of taking a high-fidelity Mars analog and studying basically what it's going to take to get to Mars and how we're going to be able to take that journey in isolation with multiple individuals over a long duration. First mission we had was a 4-month mission, and step back a moment, HI-SEAS is on the summit of Mauna Loa. It's about 8,000 feet up. We have a habitat on the top of Mauna Loa. It's not that volcano, by the way, different volcano. Up there, we take 6 astronaut-like candidates. Researchers are able to select them for the traits that we're looking to observe. So we start with a 4-month mission, primarily looking at food research, whether instant type of food or freeze-dried food was what we need to look at from a human research perspective. And that's evolved over time to another 4-month mission, an 8-month mission, a year-long mission, and then back to an 8-month mission. I'll start looking at the psychological and psychosocial impacts of long-duration space travel and how we as humans will get along with each other during that time. One of the other interesting things that I find fascinating with what we're doing is, being high fidelity, we also implement a communications delay in our analog. So 20 minutes one way out, 20 minutes one way in. If you want to send a communication back, it's going to take that 20 minutes to get the communication in, and then somebody's going to reply, and then another 20 minutes to get it back. So we set up our systems, no internet. I know Vince Cerf earlier was talking about the Encyclopedia Galactica and how we'll be doing that when we actually do this for real. And it's one of the things we try to emulate in HI-SEAS is the impact of not having the real-time communication of what we have here on Earth here, regular internet. So we look forward to the next HI-SEAS. We just ended mission 6 early. It was canceled for specific reasons. We're looking for the next mission. It's mission 7 coming up. We're recruiting right now. Anyone wants an 8-month-long vacation in Hawaii? Yes, you're stuck in the habitat. But it's an 8-month vacation in Hawaii. We are recruiting for that mission now. It's coming up later this year. We'll continue studying that. And back to to the theme, one of the things we have is, as a mission support coordinator, I have a team of 40-plus mission support personnel from around the world, whether it's New Zealand or Australia, Europe, here in the United States, Canada. Getting people involved in the analogs and simulations. We have, over the course of these missions, 36 actual astronaut-like candidates. We have had dozens, hundreds of mission support personnel who have participated in these missions, who are helping us study what needs to be done, how we're going to get to Mars, and the systems that are required and the studies that are required. Along with that, we've participated in NASA Space Apps Challenges, getting students and researchers and anyone who's interested, actually, looking at the research for how do we portray power requirements in the habitat. How do we take 1,200 square foot and make it usable, putting in a lab and a kitchen and a bedroom and everything. So there's lots of opportunities to get people involved through our simulations, both HI-SEAS and other, the ones on stage here and others, such as Mars Desert Research Station, Flashlight Mars Arctic Research Station. So there's definitely plenty of opportunities to get involved there. And then HI-SEAS, as we go forward, we're always looking for candidates both on the mission support side and new crew members.
So we're going to take questions from the audience first thing. So if you've got questions, come on down and we'll alternate between mics. But while they're coming down, I wanted to ask Joseph, are the proceedings, or the analogs that HI-SEAS run, are they available to be watched live stream by the public? Or do you hold those back?
Yeah, those are held back. We do have, the researchers have access to various video feeds. But yeah, nothing is live, nothing's available to the public from that perspective. There is a lot of research that's being published right now by our researchers. It's available, papers that are being published on that data.
Awesome.
But can I?
It's not real world Mars.
Can I add to that?
Sure, go ahead, Susan.
So yeah, so what we do is, because we're a commercial for-profit, so we're able to, not have so much red tape and bureaucracy. So we actually, in our missions, really open up to schools, universities, any, citizen scientists, communities, to engage with us during the simulation. So we do live tele-remote conferencing, bring in, so in the last mission, we actually worked with Space Kids India. They had a couple of thousand kids all around India for the public Indian schools, public schools. And they came in, they were about 12 to 16, and they engaged with the crew. So it was so wonderful just to see their reaction, the fact that they were interacting, asking questions. I mean, that is an absolutely important aspect of what we do as well, is the outreach, the public outreach and the education. Because
I think as the Mars generation expands, they're going to want to know about what people are doing around the world, and I think Susan makes a very good point. I see we have a first question here.
Hi, Jennifer Best from Potomac Institute for Policy Studies. As you guys are building your simulations, how much of the technology forecasting are you adding into that? Rather than training on what's kind of state of the practice technology versus what we expect to have and how realistic that'll be in the future?
So I think your question is really around the existing analogs and simulations that are happening like right now, yes? Yes. So I think we'll ask Joseph and Vera to have some brief answers, and then maybe we, and Adnan as well, what are you looking forward to in terms of the technology maybe 5, 10, 20 years out, and are you thinking that far forward? Let's start with Adnan.
Right. Technology is very important indeed, but when we're coming to design the analog, we are now at the stage of defining the analogs, defining the requirements, what sort of science that we're going to do there, what sort of experiments and tests. When it comes to the analogs, it's a huge area when it comes to the related to the human health and their performance and their long journey to Mars and other planets, or also the performance of the equipments and the technologies that we have, whether simulating the destination or simulating the whole journey and the whole missions. So that will define what sort of technologies that will be involved and what sort of technologies that we're going to use in order to be able to simulate that particular mission or that particular environment. In terms of the technologies that we need to focus on, there's a list of the technologies that already have been identified by the Global Exploration Roadmap. The areas that we lack in general, the areas that we have gaps in the technologies that we need to focus on and develop in order to enable this journey and to achieve our ultimate goal to send humans to Mars and build a full settlement there. I think it's very important to define the requirements, to define the objectives, and accordingly using the technologies. But in my opinion, the more important aspect is something more important than technology is the human element, in fact. The human factor is very important in order to have this sustainable analogs. To train the right professionals, the right engineers and scientists, and develop them in order to be able to run those deployments and come up also with the new discoveries. Because after every single analog, you're going to come up with outcomes, with new challenges that you need to overcome.
Yeah, awesome. Joseph, as you plan out each of your successive campaigns, are you looking to prove out some future technology that's on a roadmap?
Absolutely, and it's funny, the question comes up. Dr. Sierra is actually in the audience with us. She was one of our first crew members on Mission 1, and we were talking during one of the breaks about how HI-SEAS has evolved since Mission 1 from a technological aspect, going from the systems we had in place to more fidelity systems now. There's a lot of opportunistic research that the researchers are performing from a telemedicine perspective, 3D printing, and one of the things we've used is from NASA Ames, their playbook system. It's a new sort of mission control software that allows for a high autonomous crew as opposed to low autonomy, which is currently used on the space station, giving the crew that autonomy to make their own decisions, set their own schedules. So we're testing out some of those technologies, seeing how they work, evolving at each mission and making it stronger, and learning what is needed for Mars that we didn't know in prior missions.
So what we're seeing is sort of the opportunity when you set up a mission, you're looking at interactions, say, between crew and that sort of thing, but it's also the opportunity to play out, try out newer technologies, see what works, and feed that back to the developers as well. So, Susan, in your campaigns, are you looking at advanced technology as well?
Yeah, so one thing is that we're very much onboarding is exponential technologies. I'm an exponential technology geek. Sorry about that. But so we really, that's an integral part of the experience for any of the participants in our program, training programs. So for example, over the last few years, we literally have worked and developed a very early prototype of a solar power 3D printer with a laser cutter integrated into the 3D printing, and it's portable. We've been testing that out in the field. It's kind of probably at TRL 3. And we're going to use that now in the next mission with the Mars Medic to print out a ventilation device. We call it the Vapor Jet, working in collaboration with several other doctors from Japan, and then incorporate the 3D printing of these medical tools, for example, this ventilator, portable ventilator, into the telesurgery simulation. And with that, we're also translating what we do in real time with the crews, is to actually convert that into virtual and augmented reality. So in our next upcoming missions, we're actually going to work with a team, a company that's using the HoloLens to actually allow that content to be imported into the HoloLens platform, and then use that to train the crews and to train them to do telesurgery, train them to do teleanesthesia, and so on and so forth. So that is the future.
Yeah, awesome. So for Sean and Vera, I mean, Sean, you're all about advanced technology. And Vera, I imagine as you plan out new architectures for the Mars City, that you're anticipating the integration of new technology into the human living experience. Have you got comments about that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually really exciting, of course, to live in our time right now. We can, create like everything we dream about with the existing technology. There is nothing that we are not able to do except flying directly to Mars with your electric scooter yet. But I think our contribution is really to humanize the advanced technology, to really put our human needs first before just coming up with fancy solutions to different problems. So just we're imagining, like, if we can all afford flying cars, it doesn't mean that everybody should drive and fly unless you know how to fly. It's actually really dangerous, right? So at the same time, it's really exciting to imagine that we can become the next, not meta-human, but really advanced lifestyle. And so in our simulation, we believe that, if you put people in prison, the same people, you put them in a luxury hotel, they will absolutely have a completely different result of simulation. experience. So what we're trying to do here is to really, of course, learn from the pioneering existing simulation and understand that let's not stop here. What kind of technology we can integrate so that this lifestyle can continue instead of, you know, trying to break through to the next planet, but we have to go back to indigenous basic life, like trying to make fire from nothing, you know. So.
Yeah, and Sean, I imagine a lot of your contributors are envisioning flying cars and warp drive and that sort of thing, or do you have a way of adding a sense of realism to their visions?
Well, we don't want to make it too realistic because we want people to use their imaginations, but we also want the contributions to be grounded in the realm of science. So we have an advisory council, including folks from NASA and European Space Agency and people who know what they're talking about to help us guide the community in the right direction. And it's really been, you know, quite incredible the types of innovations that the community has come up with. And so we're looking at technologies that haven't really been invented yet that are still conceptual. But I think going back to the original question in terms of technology, I think for us this has been a really interesting learning experience because HP is a technology company and we're always trying to look around the corner and look into that, you know, crystal ball of the future. And we're very invested in VR. But the thing about VR and AR too is it's all kind of new. What we're seeing now, I mean, VR as a term has been around for a while, but the cost has been massive. Getting VR going up until 2 years ago was like in the tens to hundreds to thousands of dollars to even over $1 million. Now you can get a commercial off-the-shelf VR solution for a couple $1,000s. So the game has changed, and this is enabling completely new use cases and workflows for virtual reality. We can all apply it to everything we do in our jobs or whatever our mission is. And the thing about Mars Home Planet is it's a grand experiment with 85,000 people involved. At the onset, we didn't really know which way to go. So how do you protect yourself and make this kind of future-proof? The way we did it is aligned with leading-edge technology partners who were the best informed on these topics. And one of them is Unreal, the Unreal game engine. And that's open source. So in a sense, the code is non-proprietary. Anybody can modify it. And whatever we end up creating as part of this effort, this HP Mars Home Planet effort, can then be modified and iterated for years to come because of that.
Awesome, awesome. As I've had the privilege of meeting a few of the people who were part of the Mars One astronaut selectees. And these people are not absolutely crazy, but I still think that maybe their vision is maybe a tad off. I like Vince's idea that you'd like to be the first person to return from Mars. In the few seconds that we have left, I just sort of thought we'd come down the row and start with Joseph and give Vera the last word. If there was one thing that you could have to enhance the public engagement associated with the journey to Mars through the analogs and the simulations, what would that be? What's the next big thing that you'd like to see happen in terms of engaging the public?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. I think one of the things that, as Susan was saying earlier, and that we do in High Seas, and that I'd like to see grow as we continue to do in High Seas, is that community outreach. Getting students and schools and the general public involved in the analogs. NASA has the ability to set students up with communication with the space station, but that's always time constrained. While our analog simulations, and not just High Seas, have time constraints, they do have the ability to do that outreach and have virtual phone calls or recorded phone call videos, answering questions, getting the next generation, the Mars generation, which we've partnered with sometimes, interested in Mars, interested in that journey to Mars and how we're going to get there, and realizing that that generation is going to take that next step, what they need to do to get involved at an early age, and getting them involved as much as possible, working on that. So getting the public more involved, whether it's at the student level or the general public, is probably most important.
Awesome. Susan.
Yeah, so I agree, absolutely. Outreach, education, all that is wonderful and it's great and we need it. But I think at the end of the day, if you don't offer a human experience, you're not going to get people to engage. So I think this is what we're trying to do. Break that paradigm of like, oh, it's the archaic 19th century, model of education and learning. No, this is what we want to do. Integrate exponential technology, use innovative ideas so that you can give everybody, no matter what your background is, where you're coming from, how old you are, which geographic location you're coming from, you can have an engagement. You can have a human experience. That is the key.
Yeah.
To make people feel related. Then once you get them to have this experience, they will then be open to engage with you, with others, and that is, I think, the secret sauce.
Right, and Adnan, you're creating that city that's going to give people that experience as well, right?
Indeed.
So if there was one thing, you look forward to happening to make that engagement gel, what's it going to be?
Well, I think we first should take that initiative to have a clear plan from day one on how we're going to engage public in our activities. The way that we design our facilities, the way that we provide all the resources and the facilities available in that particular science city, that we should design in a way that will allow them to get engaged, whether it comes from the students, from universities, from industry, or the public. And also, it's very important to show that how the outcomes of the facilities and the sciences that we are developing are linked to the public and their day-to-day life.
Awesome. And Sean?
The one thing for me is a concept of VR at every desk or in every household. And that enables you to put on a headset and teleport to anywhere in the universe, including Mars, without having to get on a rocket, risk your life, spend months in space and all that. And if you haven't tried VR, please do. We've got demos right in back when you walk out of the room, and you could float around space. We've got the BBC Home experience. You could go on a spacewalk. And once you try it, you're a believer. You are really there. You have a sense of space, a spatial memory that you will recall after the experience, and empathy with your environment. So people who put on their headset will be enabled to experience Mars, and everybody's going to be able to do it because the price is coming down. HP has a VR headset now for under $500.
Awesome. So VR for everyone. And Vera?
The one thing would be having a David Bowie AI concert in my Mars city. And you all are invited.
That's right. Well, thank you very much for our panelists.
Thank you.
And thank you for listening. Thank you.
From the analogs and the virtual worlds to a different type of analogs, movies, series, television series. What you're about to witness is proprietary. You all understand.